So y'all know how Japan was asking for black men to come on over to Japan to help repopulate Japan because Japanese men's sperm is not working properly. Well, Poland went above and beyond and actually threw a mixture where
Okay, we got a malfunction here. We may have to play this later on in the show, but let's just go back and I'll figure it out. But we're gonna talk about it right now. We're gonna make something happen. So always some technical difficulty. We gotta bring some truth. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna have to come back to this, sweetheart. I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna mute every other screen that's open because I have a little echo. And let's just continue on. I'll bring this back later on. Unmute yourself. Okay, Lady Love and Jay, if you're there, unmute
Hello,
yourself.
Salon.
Okay, there you go.
Yes. So here we are to talk about trouble, as in black men are in a lot of trouble. And I can even say they're in a lot of trouble, even from a biblical point of view. Because do they really fear God, the most high living God of the Bible? That is our book, by the way. No, they don't. And this is a problem, an issue, and their trouble, just like a BMW.
Oh man. So on the clip that we had, it was black men dancing with white women, and something that was obviously something exclusive for white women and black men. And in the clip, it had the white woman who's always speaking about what white folks need to know and why they need to stop treating us a certain way and how much they need us. I forgot her name, but her face is very popular. And she was basically saying that there's that cancer. What is it? Something. I forgot what it was.
Melanoma.
But
Melanoma.
melanoma. There you go. Melanoma is what a lot of white folks get because they don't have enough melanin in their skin. So they know that they have to mate with black men, and maybe they'll say black women, to get some of this in their skin to continue their bloodline, but their bloodline is now going to have black in it. But what do you want to do? Have your race extinct or mix it up with the very people that many do not like and despise? So they're in a precarious situation. But the funny part about it is that there's so many black men who are willing to help out to keep their race going. And some people are going to say, oh no, love is love. And, you know, it wasn't so much love you were showing us back in the day, but now you know you need us to live. And I believe it is an unspoken hush-hush thing amongst them, because now there's a heavy promotion toward that. Like the guy said in the clip, interracial movies, interracial commercials, you look at the magazines and stuff online. And of course, you know, when you have stuff online, it's going to be like life imitating art. Sweetberry, welcome on in. Yes. So Sister Lady J Loving Kindness is going to speak on this a little more in depth because she's very passionate on this and she has some scriptures, viewpoints, and perspectives. And I'm going to roll right along with you. Talk to me, sister.
Great.
Brother Z, welcome on in, Brother Z.
Hi. Well, Salon, I can tell you this. You know, we were warned from the very beginning by our Creator. Do not mix yourself with the heathens and take them as your wives, and do not give your daughters and do not give your sons unto them. But you know, I've come to realize black men, they have trouble. They have a big issue and big problems. Why? Because of their fleshly, lustful, fornicating, adulterous, carnal whoring. Sometimes when you see certain black men walking around, you just see this thing on them, this look on them. And when they look at you, it's like not only have they removed your eyes, but it's almost like they've also removed your skin. And sometimes it can be really, really creepy. But that list that I just gave really boils down to abominable idolatries. And just like Japan, put out the word, black man, come to Japan. We need you. Baby rate is down. We have women for you. Same thing that they're now doing in Poland. And are the black men falling for it? Yes, they are. But you see, they fall for it because they don't know their worth. Just like you can take a black woman and say, she sleeps around because she doesn't know her worth. See, not knowing one's worth is about being damaged. So when you're damaged, then no, you're not going to know your worth. As a matter of fact, you're going to be told you're worth less. And I think this is the issue with our people. Even those of us that might have the money and the fame and everything else, in the back of that pineal gland that's calcified, all that's in there is you're worthless. Hence, all the nastiness that is just, portrayed by us. Whether it's in movies these days, music videos, nothing but filth. Filth. And this is nothing but a breakdown of God's character and image that we were made in. Hence why all the other nations, they conspire and in league with each other to keep us down underfoot because they know how much we're worth. We're worth more than the resources that they rob and steal out of Africa. We are worth more because we are the life givers. Without us, they cannot survive. Hence why they're constantly robbing us of our eggs or our seed. And that woman that you were referring to, her name is Jane. Not sure of her last name.
Right.
Yeah. But she knows the real deal. And she knows that her people cannot survive without us. Hence why the interbreeding. But
Yes. Yeah. Let me just say that we are pre-wired for this. Many of us. This is not absolute. We're pre-wired for this because back in the times of slavery, and even if you remove slavery, right? And I'll explain that. If you remove all of that where it didn't exist, we'll still be this way because of the brainwashing in the media, social media, television, movies. But we were pre-wired for that because the white woman was the forbidden fruit. You see, the slave master went around and about having his way with our women. It didn't matter if you were married to the woman, she was in the shack, you were out there working on the field, and you would see him coming out, pulling his pants up, pulling his zipper up, and buckling himself up. And you go inside and
Mm.
see your wife crying in the bed, exposed, and you knew it happened. And could you imagine? You couldn't do a damn thing about it. So it wasn't just that one incident or it happened to everybody, but the word got around. You can't go against him and see his woman, his wife. You better not look at the hem of her skirt. Look at Emmett Till, who they thought was whistling at the white woman at the store. And they found him, 14 years old, and killed him because he had some kind of speech impediment and he whistled sometime to communicate. Even that, and that was past slavery. That was in the 50s. So this stigma of the black woman is an animal to be used for sex, whatever you want. And this has made many of us as black men not value our women, not just that one aspect. Because some people will say, well, you all weren't around during slavery, so what are you talking about this for? These things are passed down. It's just like when you see or hear some young child or some woman say, oh, you have good hair. Where did that come from? And what's bad hair? Our kinky hair that's strong and stands up against gravity is bad hair. So we inherit a lot of the mindsets and idiosyncrasies that come down through the generations in society. So now with the white woman being the forbidden fruit, we're already pre-wired that if you get between the legs of a white woman, as much as she's revered in the media as the standard of beauty and the one in the movies who's supposed to be the most beautiful, even though you can see that the black woman is the most beautiful, this thing over and over in your head, this narrative that's being shared from young. It didn't just happen when you're older. It happened from young, from birth. You come into a system that's telling you that this is the standard of beauty and something much more to be desired than your own woman. So now we are pre-wired from that, especially with what comes down through the generations. So that's the prize. The white woman is the prize. The white woman is what you get when you make it financially. When you're a star, you automatically want to get the trophy. You haven't made it until you got the white woman. See, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining that the mindset. Look at all the celebrities who leave their own sisters and go on with the white woman, or if they stay with their sisters, they got one on the side. But these white women are not dumb. They get with these guys who have money, the athletes, the actors, the people who are in business, the corporate world, because when they divorce, they take our wealth back into their community. When you have a football scout trying to get a college football player to turn pro with him, he'll bring a few white women to go lay in the bed with you as part of the deal, as well as a few $1,000s, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a Lamborghini to make the deal because this is something that you want. Wow, this white woman is on me, kissing on me, sucking on me. Oh man, this is good stuff. This is better than anything I had before. So we're pre-wired for that. So now that they need us, we're so quick to jump at them and leave our sisters. But a lot of us, now one more thing, I know you have more to say. I want to say something else. Like you said, how it's so carnal when they look at you as sisters and when they look at the white woman. See, some men are so far gone that a real woman knows the glance of appreciation when he admires her, even when he sees her physical form in a decent way, saying, wow, this is a beautiful woman, right? In a decent way. You don't feel like they're looking through your skin. You know they're looking at you, and it's an innocent, not even a flirt, but something of a flirt, but nothing indecent. And then you have the men who are demonically possessed, who look at you and you see them in their mind going through certain acts with you, and you perform an act, not even worried about the person, concerned about the person who you are and wanting to get to know you. You don't go into any five-star restaurant or any restaurant for that matter and go in and say, well, serve me the dessert first. You want to have the meal. The dessert is no good without the meal. If all you ate was a dessert, you'd be sick. You need the nutrition. And the dessert is just a little bit toward the end after a wonderful meal. So the dessert that you have of your physicality is only beautiful and sweet and something that's very tasty once I can see who you are as a person. Because when you get involved in sexuality, it's not just a vagina and a penis and friction and pleasure. It's a celebration of who you are as a woman and how he loves you as a woman and appreciates you as a woman. Because when you get older, and sometimes our organs fail us, and sometimes our hormones go down, and we don't indulge as much. But here we are, 70, 75, 80 years old in the bed holding hands, and it's just as orgasmic as when we were 25 years old swinging from the chandeliers. Go ahead, sister.
Yes, and that reminds me, the book that
I think you're on speakerphone. If you could come a little closer and come off the speakerphone.
there was a book I needed to get. Sorry. Because with what you just said, it just reminded me of this book called Sex, Lies, and Your Soul. Someone had given me this book years ago. It's now £25 for this book. And even though it's only how many pages here? 83 pages. I highly recommend this. And it's by Agu Irikuwa. I think I butchered his poor name.
What you
AGU.
do later on, you can still spell it out, but when the show's over, send me a snapshot of it with the name and title, and I'll write everything properly and find the link that people can go and click to find the book directly. But go ahead.
Because this book speaks about what happens to you spiritually when you have premarital sex. And, you know, God gives us one of two choices. Hold on, let me find it. He gives us one of two choices, and that is life or death. And in Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 19, it says, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. And verse 20 says, that thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. So you see, God does not want any of us to die, but he has set out certain guidelines in which we are to live, that we do have blessings and long life. And I'm going to speak about the Black man. We can clearly see that in today's society, the Black man has chosen death and the cursings. Some of them, and I will say some, not all, because there are good fathers out there. There are good husbands out there. But there are some that are completely the opposite, who are infidels, who are women abusers, even when they're not married to them, even when they don't even know them. because something, as what I told you about that happened to me on Thursday, brought back another memory when I used to go clubbing as a young person. And not that I used to dress lewdly or what have you, where it looked like I had no clothes on, but you know, would you wear a skirt above your knees? Of course you would. You're clubbing. And I remember there I was dancing, and mostly us folks in that club. And there I was dancing, and what happened? Some piece of nastiness behind me put his hand up my skirt in between my legs, and I quickly turned around.
Oh
But then
no,
when you see nothing but black men behind you, how are you going to know which one it was?
that's ridiculous. But you know what? The other black men who were there, some saw it and some didn't. They should have called them up to task because if you were their sister, they wouldn't have allowed it. So why do you allow these things to go on? And of
But who knows?
course,
But you know what, Salat? I'm going to give the other black men the benefit of the doubt because maybe they didn't see. Because some of these bastards, just like the one on Thursday on the train, their hands are as fast as a pickpocketer. You don't see it
explain
coming.
explain the incident on the train since you brought it up as much as you can. And this was
Yeah,
recent. This was the other thing.
yeah.
It wasn't even
So
a
here
week
it is.
yet. Hmm.
Yeah. So here it is, Salat. The train as it was heading into the area in which I live, it was emptying out. And here I am sitting across from a whole bunch of palm colored people. And this one couple, from the time I sat down, it was like he was signaling to his woman, look at her. Because on these trains, I actually put a plastic bag down because the public transportation in England, they are fabric seats, like velvet. So you can imagine the amount of germs that they have. And if
Bodily
I sit
fluids.
there, huh?
Bodily fluids.
Yeah. And not just that. I mean, when you see someone plump themselves down, you actually see all this dust rise up. So I always put a plastic bag down. So he was like, motioning to her, and they both had their phones out, and he started texting. And for some reason, because I wasn't sitting in front of her, she like turned her phone towards me, and I thought, yeah, she's most probably taking a picture or whatever. Anyway, I saw two brothers sitting at the other end. So I got up and I said, let me go and sit amongst my people, right? So I go and sit down, not quite in front of them, but across from them, a few seats up. And so one of them, he looked at me. And so I just smiled and says, I just want to sit amongst my own people. Those were my exact words. And he says, I can't hear you. And he goes, I'm going to come and sit next to you. And he said, so he comes and sits next to me. And he says, what did you say? And let me tell you, you know what? I should have gotten up and moved again. Because when he opened his mouth, the stench, and that should have been a warning. Remember, remember in our other talk, you had said that you now have to be, what was it, righteously unnice or not
Right,
nice?
right. Righteously not nice. Exactly.
Right. That's what I should have been. Righteously not nice. Anyway, So I repeated what I said. I says, you know, I just wanted to sit amongst my own people. I says, because, you know, sitting on this train sometimes can be a bit intimidating, especially early in the morning when it's nothing but them on the train and they're looking at you like, what the hell are you doing here? Because that's
Right.
how they look at you, Salat. So this was the next question. So do you live with your boyfriend, your husband? And once again, I should have gotten up and been righteously not nice.
Right.
Because what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? And I could see from my peripheral vision that the pink was like looking, not that my dress was low, it was not, but just that top part of my chest was open.
Well,
And I
see,
could
let me
see
just interject
because,
something really quick. I don't care
yeah,
if you were sitting there naked with just shoes on. You deserve respect. Nobody knows if you were naked there, why you were naked, but you weren't naked. So what I'm saying is that how did he get from you sitting there and giving him a cordial smile because you wanted to sit with your people, and he had to see it that way because you didn't smile in some other kind of way? Because when a woman looks at a man in a carnal, lusty way, men know it. And the sad part about it is that when many men see a woman smile at them in a cordial, decent way, they want to turn it around into something else. You understand?
mm,
So, how
yeah,
did you go from 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds that you sitting there and now he wants to know if you live with a boyfriend or not? That right there is inappropriate. Forget it about, oh, well, he didn't say nothing bad. I'm not saying you didn't say he didn't say anything bad, but that's inappropriate. If he's getting to look, if he enjoys the meal that you are, to get to know you, to get to find out who you are, even though on the train is still kind of inappropriate because he doesn't know you, right? That you start
exactly.
a light conversation and just compliment you or something and just say, but what I'm saying is that you can't even just meet somebody in public right now and give a proper assessment as a man. You can't catch every fish and keep it. You shouldn't even try to catch all of the fish that's in the lake anyway. So that told you what kind of man he was, that he went. Now, if this was a social mixer, that when you go there to meet people, even a networking situation, that if you speak about the businesses that you're in for a while, and maybe you can say, well, maybe we can talk about this a little more after at another time over dinner at your favorite restaurant. Do it that way. Take your time. Stop going for the
Exactly.
dessert because all you want is a dessert. They don't want to know you. I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up. Go ahead.
And it's true. It's true. Because my answer was, because I thought, you know what? These two brothers were sitting down here, and it was like when you've had a full day of work, being amongst them, their people, you just kind of want to, like I said, be amongst your own people. But I must admit, Black people in this country have a totally different outlook as to what it means to be amongst your own people. They do not have the mindset of what Americans have. And this is why I'm still single in this country, because I do actually prefer American men. Because I do not believe that they an American man would look at me and be so disrespectful as what this Black man was here in this here country on Thursday. And so I just thought, you know what, I've had a long day. I'll just talk it out, right? Because I'm sitting on public transportation on the train. I'll just talk it out. So I said, I didn't say yes, I didn't say no, because I'm also not going to lie. So I said, I'm a child of the Most High Living God. So when I said that to you now, what should your next move be as a man?
To understand that you have standards, to understand that by you saying that, you're not a play toy, you're not a plaything, you know who you are. We have many ways of spiritual awakening and worship and beliefs and knowledge. Anytime a person will put that out there first, you're not supposed to have a carnal mind, but you're not supposed to have it anyway when approaching a woman. And we see what you have as far as what you're built like and can tell. But what about the rest of you? And maybe some people say, "Hey, Lance, I heard your past, and that's corny." No. If I
No.
was to come back as a younger single man again, like I said, I would have look. Even in my wildest days, I never would approach a woman on that level. I was always a gentleman. I just never said no. I would talk and talk and talk until they were the one who made the first move. I would let them know after a while that I was very much interested in their company. But I'm a talker. I didn't just start talking when I got on YouTube. People always told me, and I'm gonna tell you some jokes that friends of mine told me that were kind of adult, but it's nothing lewd. They say, "Man, we try for the women directly, and if they don't give in, we just walk away." But Lance will talk to a woman 7 days a week for a month until the panties fall off. But it wasn't that I was doing that just for that, because I
Mm.
like to get to know people. When you get to know a woman as a man, when you get to that point, whenever it happens, there's no rush and there's no timeline. Is so much more enjoyable because, like I said, the intimate contact means more when you know the person
Mm.
and you're interested in more. But I would have never done that. And I would have never have that tolerated around me because I do not like women around me to be uncomfortable, and I damn sure wouldn't want them to think that I'm coming at them that way. You understand? And I would let them know,
Yeah.
listen, you're very attractive. That caught my eye. But who are you? Let me talk to you, whatever. And they would warm up and feel comfortable, and they would know what I'm all about. Ain't nobody going to come in this comment section and say, "Yeah, man, Lance just walked up to me and just put his hands up." No, I would never do that. If you say that, you're lying. I don't like that.
Exactly. And the thing is, you know, you are always very honest about your past and the stories that you've told. I do not see you nowhere close to what this here dog that I met on the train on Thursday. And when I said that now, um, the next thing I know, this bastard put his hand, like I didn't even see him move. This is how I know he's a demon. A demon. Put his hand right, because I don't sit fully back in the seat because of all the dirt, you know, in the crease. And he actually put his hand right, you could say, on my buttocks because he was sitting on my left side. And I
Mhm.
jumped up and I said, "Don't touch me." And that's when the friend said, "Come on, man, let's go." And when the train stopped, they got off.
He did that because he knew he was getting off too. He's going to probably get away with it. You know what I mean? Mm.
Because I tell you this, if I had not been up at 4 o'clock, had the entire day at work, then I went and met my son, went out to the park with him and his dogs. Anyhow, I was not somewhat tired. I swear I would have punched him in the face. Christian or no Christian, I
You
would
have a
have
right to.
punched him in the face.
That's right.
Or I would have taken out my pen, my
Hmm.
literal writing pen.
That's a weapon.
Because I would have said, open your palm and let me write my number in it. And I tell you, my pen would have ended up through that hand of his. So, you know, and this is the thing for us Black women. Black men must not sit there and talk about, Black women, they're so feisty, all they do is give the mouth, they're so aggressive, they're this, they're that. Well, why do you think? Why do you think? Who has spoilt us? As in, defiled us. And so now, when I see Black men, am I going to sit next to them to feel safe, to feel like I'm among my people? Hell no. That's the last straw now. Because Salat, I love our people. But you know what? That's it. I've had enough of being nice. And now I'm going to
Exactly.
be really not nice. Because they're taking the living piss. Because, let me see that same there brother getting his ass bust by any white man or white police. And you know what? I'll most probably stand there and watch. Just like Paul stood there holding everybody's coats, watching Stephen get stoned. And I tell you something, I sure hell won't speak up for him because, he would have deserved it. He would have deserved it. And, um, and I think the problem is that just because a woman says to you that she belongs to the Most High Living God, don't take liberties, because even if she does not raise a hand to you or cuss you like the dog that you are, do not think that she will not get on her knees and pray, where she will then put the vengeance in God's hands and he will deal with you. He will deal with you. But I'm going to read this chapter from the book because it's just one page. The battle for your soul. You must be in no doubt that a battle is raging for your soul. Our adversary, Satan, has employed countless agents to trap us in a web of sexual immorality. He aims to ensnare, immobilize, and eventually destroy. The Dark Kingdom is very aware that sexual immorality will alienate your spirit from God, enslave your soul, and ultimately destroy your body. Yeshua highlights this quite clearly when he says, "The thief does not come except to steal and to kill and to destroy. I have come that they may have life and that they may have it more abundantly." And that's John chapter 10, verse 10. You are made in the image of God and are very precious in God's sight. It is Satan's avowed intention to destroy the image of God that you are by luring you into perverting your sexuality. Sexual immorality is one of the ways by which the Dark Kingdom prevents man from assuming his God-given mandate to rule the earth. The result is that the blessings God intended for his creation are lost. The antidote to the lies spun by Satan has to be the truth of God's word. We really do not need any more information about sex, we are probably more informed now than we have been at any time in the history of mankind. What we need is insight into and a revelation of the Word of God to liberate our souls and protect ourselves from the lies of Satan. Now tell me if that is not deep.
It's deep and it's true. You see, people, lots of times, spiritual laws are universal. Just because somebody from a different culture, different belief system says if you go to the top of a tall building and jump off, gravity's going to pull you down. But just because of what they follow doesn't mean it's not going to happen for us. What you just said are universal laws that I know for a fact because of my own personal dealings and my own personal life. Bottom line is, and I can say this, right? That
Mm,
when you keep on pushing it with different partners down to the years, thinking it's recreational, whether you're innocent, whether you're respectful of women or not, it diminishes you sexually. It makes it where, and I'm telling you, this is me saying it makes it where you feel less even when you do more. And when you go off into the deep practices that others may think are advanced, but they're more decadent, that you can actually be in all of that. And others who never experienced it, I'm trying to keep it decent, will say, oh man, you're so lucky to be able to do that all the time. In actuality, it's diminished and you don't feel the pleasure you thought you would. And it's a chastisement after a while in your spirit because you know you're going up the wrong road. You ever drive somewhere and you have a crossroads and you pick the one on the right, but really you should have taken the one on the left, but you didn't know. Now you're going up the wrong road and you're like, this doesn't appear to be where I'm supposed to go through the directions. I don't see any of the landmarks. And you have this gut feeling inside of you like, I'm going the wrong way. That's the same way it is when
mm,
you indulge in not even like, well, I had one relationship, a little time went by myself, and I had another. No, like one after the other, within a week, within a month, just one big thing. You can, and I can talk directly to you, or maybe on a private show, what that is exactly like, and then you realize and you learn. It's almost like a person who smokes crack, as they say, because I don't know about that stuff. The first hit is so strong and hooks you. And after that, it's diminishing, but you still smoke to get that first hit that is always going to be elusive to you. Now, it's not that long term with sexuality in the body because it can keep on being pleasurable at an extreme level. But when you're exhausted and when your body is destroyed, when that spiritual level is so decreased in your carnal, it's like
mm.
you can get to a point where you don't be bothered, but yet in your mind, you're still pulled to it. What you said, which may have certain words written in a spiritual way, in a biblical way. That's exactly what they're saying, and I know that for a fact.
Yep. And this is the thing. This is why reading the Word of God is so important because He's laid out the guidelines so that you do not get spiritually destroyed. Because that man so vexed and grieved my spirit. It's only the words that I read this morning where it put me at ease, where I said, wow, Father, thank you. And this is the thing. Do not allow your demons to defile anyone at any time, especially in a situation like that. Because when I said to him, don't touch me, he says, oh, I was only hugging you. What are you talking about? So he has made a very big mistake. because what I read this morning and the verse that really touched me, I was reading Exodus chapter 4. And the verse that really touched me was verse 31. And the people believed, and when they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. See, that was God saying to me, my child, I know this demon has upset you by touching you, because you are not of this world. You are living. You've given your body to me as a living sacrifice, and I appreciate it. And he's saying, and I see your affliction with what happened on Thursday. So God is telling me he has heard my cry concerning that situation and how much it's upset me. And you see, this was after Aaron and Moses had spoken to the people to say, God is going to release you from the situation of Egypt and the Pharaoh. And look what God did to the Pharaoh and Egypt for what they did to his people. And this is what's going to happen to that man. And this is why, it's trouble for the black man, because he has not a clue that God made a covenant with his people. And I'm going to read Exodus 34, verse 15. Let me start at verse 12. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land. And you see, this we can say Japan and Poland. Whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. So you see, they have no idea they're being pulled into a snare in marrying their women. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice. And thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a whoring after their gods. Do you see? This is what God wants us to avoid: falling into idolatry, marrying them their people. He can't make it any clearer. And even when it comes to his 10 commandments, in Numbers chapter 15, verse 37, it says, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you use to go a whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God. So do you see the eyes?
Mm-hmm.
Because when he was sitting next to me, and he was making me uncomfortable, but I will not show fear to anyone so that they can get the best of me. And that's why I just stood my ground. But I could see how he was just using his eyes, just looking all over me. And I just said to myself, wow, you are a real demon.
Exactly.
Because he was more making me sick. I was feeling sick more than, well, uncomfortable and feeling sick.
Well, because you felt his energy and you knew you had to put your defenses up because this wasn't anything decent or acceptable. You know what I mean? You felt all the creepiness he had inside of him, even things you didn't even know exactly what it was. You just felt it. And the more and more I'm isolated up here in the mountains, there's the more and more I can
Mm,
feel people's spirits, whether it's on the phone or in person. And most of the time, it's getting to the point where I run away. I don't want to be bothered. You know, I'm just good recharging where I am. And I have my circle of people, you being one of them included, that I can talk to anytime. You can pick up the phone anytime. We've done more talking on the phone between each other than we have on shows. You see what I mean? So that's the kind of unions I like, you know, real stuff and very respectable.
because this is the thing, Sir Lancelot. I believe, because sometimes, and this is why God comforted me this morning, because I've been upset from Thursday night up to this morning, up to the point when I read that verse. And sometimes God allows things to happen for then this conversation to happen. Because God is not playing, He is not ramping with us. And I'm telling you now, many a black man who wants to believe or who doesn't want to believe, but when he returns, many a black man is going to be destroyed for the little list I gave earlier, for their fleshly, lustful, fornicating, adulterous, carnal whoring. And so this is my warning to black men. You all better come out of Babylon and repent and turn to the true living God of the living word, the Bible, which is our book, and repent and turn from your evil, nasty, wicked, carnal ways, because you will be destroyed. We're living in the last days. And we are seeing Bible fulfilling like no one's business every single day, and how things are getting worse, worse, and waxing worse, and the love of many waxing cold, because iniquity abounds. So take this as a warning, because being a child of God and living righteously through Christ is not an easy feat, because you get demons like him coming at you all the time. Hence why the Lord says, put on the whole armor of God. And that's Ephesians chapter 6. Put on the armor, because without it, the fiery darts of the devil will enter in and pierce you. But Sir Lancelot, I am going to read another little, and the thing with this book, I remember when this book was given to me, because this would have been, oh gosh, let me see, about 15 years ago, I was with a man for 10 years that I could not get rid of.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, couldn't get rid of him. It was like he had hooks in me. And when when you're by yourself and you feel lonely. When I was with him, I felt lonelier than when I
Oh,
was by
that's
myself
bad.
and felt lonely.
There's
Huh?
a lot of situations like that. There's a lot of situations like that. You're
Yeah.
with the person and you feel lonelier. They're cold,
Yeah.
they cut off, no empathy, just you never get what you're looking for on that emotional connection level. It's like they're not human and you're lonely. Yeah.
And it was a Christian brother, a co-worker that I was working with, that I was telling him about this guy and how I can't get rid of him and I want to get rid of him. And that was when he gave me this book. And he said, read this book. And I finished it in like, I don't know, I think I finished it in 2 hours. It was one of them books you couldn't put down.
Mm, you
And
got down in it.
yeah, and I said, wow. And how I was able to get rid of him? It was by rededicating my life to Christ and being baptized. And I can tell you this. I remember he had picked me up from work and I remember laying next to him. And it was like I suddenly was on fire. Like I couldn't even have his little toe touch me. I was just on fire. And of course, woke up in the morning, he was upset because Lady J has never ever said no. And she's now saying no. Like, hey, Houston, we have an issue. We have a problem.
So put your foot down.
And I can tell you this, that was the doing. I have to give the credit to the Holy Spirit who protected me. And I could feel that he no longer had that hold on me, him and his demons. But this I'm going to read is chapter 4, God's design. We could almost be forgiven for thinking that sex is a creation of the media, Hollywood, the advertising industry, agony aunts, or the hippie revolution of the 60s. These groups and others have, in no small measure, defined society's thinking about sex. The truth, however, is that sex is God's idea. He created it. If we are not to abuse his design, we must go back to him for insight into its use. Interestingly, the handbook he has given us has a lot to say about subjects like relationships, broken hearts, sexual addictions, one-night stands, sexual fulfillment in marriage, homosexuality, bestiality, and incest. The designer of a product is the best person to explain the proper use of the product. God has done an excellent job in this handbook. If we do not follow his instructions, we run the risk of abusing the product, thereby resulting in a malfunction, as is the case with sex today. God created sex primarily for three reasons. A, for the consumption of the marriage covenant. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Genesis chapter 2, verse 24. The process of becoming one flesh was God's intention. He gave us desires, passions, and bodies to aid this process of sexual intercourse. He created the man to have certain passions and desires towards the woman, and the woman similar passions and desires for the man. He designed the male and female bodies to be able to come together to become one flesh. God's design is that these desires and passions should be expressed within the boundaries of marriage. The deeper purpose for sex is the union of a man and woman in marriage, a oneness. God built into the sexual act principles and mechanisms to strengthen the union between them as they come together in this manner. Ignorance does not prevent the function of these principles and mechanisms. B, for procreation. In God's infinite wisdom, it is through the process of sexual intercourse that children are conceived and the earth populated by this. His injunction is mankind to multiply is fulfilled. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. Then God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth. Genesis chapter 1, verses 27 to 28. C, for pleasure. And I think everyone's going to take interest in this section. In keeping with his nature, God blesses us with more than we can imagine. Pleasure forms a great part of his plan for the sexual relationship between a man and his wife. Some Christians, however, feel guilty and ashamed at the thought of deriving any pleasure from sex. Some actually think sex is evil. The church in this regard has been very strongly influenced by the writings of Saint Augustine, one of the most respected theologians of the early church. The crux of his teaching on the subject was that sex is inherently sinful and that people should abstain if possible. Various strands of this teaching pervade our church doctrine today. Hence, the guilt associated with sex. A respected minister, Lester Sumrall, says the carnal world would have us believe that pleasure is the only purpose of sex. Some prudish Christians think that pleasure has nothing to do with sex. Both are wrong. The Book of Songs of Solomon in the Bible highlights the pleasures that can be derived from a loving relationship between a man and his wife. The graphic language of sexual love would make many a prude blush. An excerpt from the book emphasizes the pleasure that should exist as a man and his wife unashamedly express their love for each other. How fair and how pleasant you are, O love, with your delights. This stature of yours is like a palm tree, and your breasts like its clusters. I said, I will go up the palm tree. I will take hold of its branches. Let now your breasts be like clusters of the vine, the fragrance of your breath like apples, and the roof of your mouth like the best wine. The wine goes down smoothly for my beloved, moving gently the lips of sleepers. I am my beloved's, and his desire is toward me. Song of Solomon 7, verses 6 to 10. As you read the Songs of Solomon, you do not feel any guilt or embarrassment. On the contrary, you are confronted by the candor and purity of their sexual relationship. In his book, Pure Sex, Ed Young lays a foundation for what the boundaries are for sex from God's perspective. He states that there are certain sexual acts that God does not sanction. Sexual intercourse outside of marriage, incest, i.e., sex with a member of your immediate family, sex between persons of the same gender, lust, i.e., sexual fantasies about anyone other than your marriage partner, sex that is painful, forced, or violent, It is God's intention that sex should be a journey of discovery for a man and his wife, thrilling and exciting, bringing them closer together as they express their love for each other. So what do you make of that, Salant Salat? Salant Salat?
I'm just sitting here absorbing the words. I thought you were going to say something immediately, but yeah, you're right. It's something to ponder. And when I hear words and verses and words on certain things, I take time and just chew it up and digest it because these are very powerful things. But most people, it goes over their head unless it's broken down in simple terms. Like these days, our minds are rewired to not have a long attention span. We can't read books anymore. We don't even want to read a chapter or a paragraph. We don't even read anymore. We don't write anymore. We're not taught how to write. We don't have that brain connection. All we do now, I'm not saying anybody here or the majority of the people, with far more, these YouTube shorts, these Instagram little 1 minute things that give you a quick rush. And if it's not good, your thumb just pushes it up. It does something to your brain because if you don't get the punchline right away, you don't want it. So what happens when you have to read a book? And the joy of taking your time and absorbing something. That's why most people are not going to read Holy Scripture because it's just too much. They want the rush right away. They want the answer right away. They don't want to internalize it and ponder it and absorb it and really see what it means to their life. There's too much work.
Hence why there's so much trouble, Salat Salat. So much trouble.
And misunderstanding.
Yep. And I think this is a good one because chapter 5 says God hates sexual immorality. And I'm going to read this and then I'm going to give you a perfect example right from the Bible, which also can include Poland. So it reads, the Bible does not grade sin in the way that we do today. It, however, points to the particularly grievous nature of sexual sin. In warning us to flee from sexual immorality, the Apostle Paul highlights the fact that sexual sins are committed by a person against his own body, while other sins are committed outside his body. He clearly states God's mind on sexual sin. It is God's will that you should be sanctified, that you should avoid sexual immorality, that each of you should learn to control his own body in a way that is holy and honorable, not in passionate lust like the heathen. And keep that in mind, the heathen, who do not know God, and that in this matter, no, one should wrong his brother or take advantage of him. The Lord will punish men for all such sins, as we have already told you and warned you. For God did not call us to be impure, but to live a holy life. Therefore, he who rejects this instruction does not reject man, but God, who gives his Holy Spirit. Thessalonians chapter 4 verses 3 to 8. And that was the NIV version. 4 things emerge from the above scriptures. God desires that we avoid sexual immorality by taking control of our bodies. God singles out for punishment those who defraud or take advantage of another, leading to sexual sin. God will punish all sexual immorality. The person who rejects the instruction to avoid sexual immorality rejects God. And that is what he did. When I said to him, I am a child of the Most High Living God, he should have just said, nice to meet you, sister, and left it at that, and not put his filthy paw on me. But anyway, it continues. The import of the above is that a holy God will not be associated with the filth of sexual immorality. It is no wonder David cried out as he repented for his adulterous relationship with Bathsheba. Do not cast me away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. And that was Psalms 51, verse 11. A person who is in habitual sexual sin sends a clear message of rejection to God by his actions. If they do not repent, God leaves him or her to be consumed by their immorality. Therefore, God also gave them up to uncleanliness in the lust of their hearts to dishonor their bodies among themselves. And that's Romans chapter 1, verse 24. But this story in the Bible, which is Numbers chapter 25, makes it so clear and plain that God does not like sexual immorality.
Mhm.
And he will put the javelin in the hands of those who fear him and who are obedient. So this is the javelin that I'm throwing out there now. And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods, and the people did eat and bow down to their gods. And Israel joined himself unto Baalpor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, slay ye every one his men that were joined unto Baalpor. Do you see? Because they joined themselves to these heathens, this was the instruction that God gave. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses and in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand, and he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. And those that died in the plague was 74,000. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, hath turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the children of Israel in my jealousy. Wherefore say, behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace. Do you see?
Yes, yes, indeed. But again, people
God,
are not absorbing that because what they want, the immediate gratification, is something and it's secretive too. Like, you see people who pretend to live a certain way one way and behind closed doors, they're just off the chain. So they live double lives. Yeah. And it's
but
not easy though. It's you have to really apply yourself because once you get a taste of that thing there, And I'm not just talking about like saying a woman's body. I'm just saying that decadent lane where it's wanton and there's no order. Because what you see here in scriptures is it's there to build. And I want to say something else that within a marriage, you may have some issues here and there, but you're not wasting yourself away. And the gift
Mm,
that you have with that is that when you have sexual expression between the husband and wife, it gets better. And to be
mm.
blunt, the orgasms are more powerful because you're not taking this big gallon jug and pouring it in a thimble and spilling it all over the floor and wasting it. You're building.
Do you know that there is a story in the Bible concerning that spilling of one semen?
Wow. Yeah, I
God does
heard.
not like that either.
Yeah, because that's a selfish move saying, I can do this myself. I'm going to do this. I don't need anybody. Let me tell you something. When you can, and this is an overlap topic, but when you can rewire your sexual desire and control it and put that energy into yourself, you're a dynamo. But if you're sitting here spilling the seed, aka masturbation, your drive is going nowhere. It's better to be with a woman, than to be doing that. And this messes it up for when you are with a woman, whether you're impotent, erectile dysfunction, or just you're so overstimulated by porn and your own thoughts that you can't really relate to someone else when the time comes. It just ruins you.
Mm, because you
And then now
know,
you have to go back. You have to go back in your mind, you have to go back to that to even be able to not even relate, but to go through the physical process. There are guys who have their wife and they have to put on porn to get stimulated to do something with the wife, where the wife has all the body parts and spirit there. You
hmm
never get away. You never get away. Go
and
ahead, sister.
and 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 you know, when you are married and you watch porn, you're inviting spirits into your marriage. Hence why some marriages have nothing but issues and problems and trouble because they've invited other spirits in. This
Of
is a
course,
serious thing.
of course. You have soul ties, and this is just
Yep.
my belief. You have soul ties. You're sitting here watching porn, utilizing that jar lubricant, and that person in the porn movie can be dead off of this earth. But because your focus is on them so much, it doesn't have to be physical contact. You're creating some type of soul tie because they chose to expose themselves for profit, and you're watching this thing, and your mind is so much in there that when that same man, and women do it too, when that same man is with their wife, they're thinking about what they saw in the porn movie to
Mm,
get to that peak moment. That's sad because that means that all apparatus and connection is gone, and she's going to feel it, and you're not going to feel it. She's not going to feel it like a good thing. She's going to feel that you're disconnected. You'll be disconnected. And then to get that rush, you got to go back to the substitute thing. If you keep eating potato chips and pretzels and cake all day, you're not going to want the meal. You're going to want to get to that. I mean, your stomach might not be feeling too good after all the junk, but it's doing nothing for you on a nutritional level. Where when you build it up with someone, right? It doesn't waste. It's there, and it's more enjoyable, more so than the carnal thing. But they have you trapped and fooled and misdirected. And like I said before, if you are in a time where you're not engaging in that, that's the time to accomplish things. That's the time to read. That's the time to learn stuff. That's the time to apply
mhm.
yourself and become better. So when you do meet that one, you have more life force to give them.
And when you brought up about the spilling of one seed, Genesis chapter 38, and I'm going to start at verse 6. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilt it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. Because, that was culture back then, that if your husband's brother died, then you would pretty much have to have children by the next brother in line, so that the older brother's line could continue.
Right.
But do you
Same
see,
DNA.
because that brother did not fulfill what he should have done for his dead brother, and he let his seed spill on the ground, the Lord slew him. So, all this masturbating that men do, in God's eyes, it is a sin, and you need to repent of it. Because you might still be alive, just like when Satan, the serpent, said to Eve, Oh, you shan't surely die. And when she ate of the fruit, no, she didn't drop dead. But was she dying? Yes. Would she have died the second death, eternal death? Yes. So you see, if men who masturbate do not repent of it, they will die that second death, eternal death. Because nothing done in secret is hid from the eyes of God. And when you said soul ties, that is also in this book, chapter 7. And it says, a sexual relationship is a deep and often misunderstood aspect of life. Whenever there is a sexual relationship, many powerful forces are unleashed, oftentimes without the awareness of the parties involved. Sex by its nature is three-dimensional, and you've spoken of some of your experiences where you've seen demons. So
Most
it
definitely.
becomes, three-dimensional, involving the body, the soul, and the spirit. The tripartite nature of man. A man's soul is that part of him made up of his intellect, emotions, and will. A soul tie exists when parts of the whole of the person's soul are knit together with another person's. Every time there is a sexual relationship, a soul tie is formed. To understand how this might come about, it is necessary to look at God's intention for a sexual relationship between a man and his wife. He created sex such that it inherently has the power to aid the process of them becoming one. A part of this process involves the knitting or joining of their souls. This joining takes place in any sexual relationship, irrespective of whether it is within a marriage context or not. This would explain why months or even years after a relationship has ended, some people still find themselves physically, emotionally, and psychologically attached to their former partner. In such instances, it seems as though your soul, intellect, emotions, and will is being manipulated and controlled by external forces. You find it difficult to make rational decisions. You know he is no good for you, but you cannot resist his advances. You leave your wife and children and move in with her against your better judgment. You cannot explain why you burst into tears at the most inopportune moments, or why you feel such sadness in your soul following the breakup of that relationship. It is worse when your will is being controlled and manipulated in this manner. You know you should not do it, but you just do not have the ability to resist. King Solomon's life would make a good study on the power of soul ties. How could someone who expressed such wisdom on the pitfalls of sexual immorality eventually end up being led astray by his many concubines and wives? He failed to heed God's warning. You shall not intermarry with them, nor they with you. Surely they will turn away your hearts after their gods. And that's First King chapter 11, verse 2. I had been dating Iffy for more than a year when she confronted me. Agu, your soul is not in this relationship, she said. At first, I could not understand what she meant. We were both committed Christians. I thought I loved her and we spent so much time together. Later, when I was alone, I thought about what she had said. I was then convicted in my heart and felt that there was truth in what she had said. I was led to pray for severance of the soul ties that had been formed as a result of past sexual encounters. After this prayer, I was able to commit myself to the relationship in a way I had not done previously. So you see, these soul ties will ruin future relationships.
Of course, because you're deluded. You're deluded. You're spread out thin. Because the way I always explain it is that long after the other people are gone, that you've had relationships and encounters with, imagine to be an invisible cord connected to you. And wherever they could be the other side of the world, they could be Czechoslovakia, it could be Vietnam. There's a long cord connecting you from them to you. And if you had 50
Mm,
partners, 150 partners, the more cords are connected. And collectively, when you average out that mood that all of those people are in, that's why you're going to
mm,
feel it because I always feel they diagnose people with bipolar disorder, but really I feel that many a time it's multiple soul ties that's giving them mood swings from the people that they're connected to. You very
yes,
seldom, you very seldom, in my opinion, from my observation, see somebody who is fully in a committed relationship, been there for a time. I mean, if you just got into it, it's not your fault that you just got into it, but if you're just as committed, it's just as good as a person who's in it for 10 years. Like, okay, for example, you take the overweight woman who might be 150 pounds overweight, and she's very committed to going to the gym. She's very committed to eating properly. She's very committed to her health. The minute she steps into that gym and the minute she makes up her mind to get in better shape, not necessarily for a bikini contest, but to be healthier, the very second she is really committed to that, she already lost the weight. She just has to go now through the motion and time and process of letting the world see what her commitment was about. So when you're in a committed relationship, it could be 1 week or it could be 10 years. It's the same, but the 10-year relationship has accumulated more. You understand? So when you have all of these soul ties, to me, like you have to do something about them before you get into that committed relationship. In your mind, you say, I want to be committed to this person. And so many times we move forward with what's in our head, but we don't do the groundwork. You don't have a get
Mm,
together and a social gathering and invite people to dinner, and all you do is have those $3, $4 macaroni and cheeses, and the house is nasty, dishes all piled up in the sink, dusty all over the place. You got to prepare for the guests to come over. So most of us don't do the work that even when we're by ourselves, we got to prepare by detoxing or for that person who we were last with and all the people we ever were with, because it will never leave you. Just because you think 2 years went by and it's been a long time since I was in a relationship, it's been a long time since I had sex, it doesn't matter. You got to do the work to detox yourself from that person, because those soul ties will have you acting crazy, have you depressed sometime. Sometime you might feel happy for a time, but it's a roller coaster ride emotionally and mentally, and especially with your soul. And this is what people don't understand. Like I said, when you have that, and people would say it was corny or who does that? You know, we go to the
mm,
club and we meet women all the time and have sex, but that one guy who sticks, and let me just say it for effect, with that plain Jane woman, what the word was, oh, she doesn't have the hips and the look, and you never know. Because let me tell you something. The best stuff is the stuff that's not used down. I don't care what it looks like. And a lot of these women got it wrong with this plastic surgery and BBLs and the blown
mm,
up lips and whatever. It's not about that. Why would you lay down with something that's artificial, that's tied to a
mm,
million people, and you're sick because if you're enjoying or attracted to something so artificial, there's something wrong with you. There's nothing better than a natural woman who is clean and you're clean and your slate is clean. And if you did happen to be with another person, whatever, you took the time to prepare for this new entry into your life. And when you're fully committed, you're fully closed off. You don't see anything. And that's the beauty of sex between two people who are fully committed, because sex makes you see only that person. Because
mm.
the righteous pleasure that you feel, they become the only supplier of it, because that's the only thing you see in your mind. When you're wontoning all over the place, you see women or men, depending on what sex you are, as givers of pleasure, and that's all you can see. But it's diminishing. It's like filling up a cup that has no bottom. You pouring in, they're pouring in, and nothing fills up. The best thing is when it fills up and you have this feeling to the point where the person you're with, it doesn't mean you always have to have sex. You can hug, you can hold hands, and it's a deep rooted feeling that these people who are sex, there's something wrong. You know, oh, we had sex 8 times a day. We did. There's something missing in your relationship because you're reaching for something. You're still thinking, and what you think is a committed relationship, it's a carnal mind, and you're still trying to work it out that way. In any good relationship, what is it? There's balance.
And even Christ said, any man that even thinketh about a woman in his mind has committed adultery already. So, when you're with that one person, like you said, you know, they're the only ones that should be in your mind.
And see,
But
that's the
even,
thing.
mm,
You have blinders that gradually grow over you, where you only see the person that you're with. But when that mechanism of the blinders, it's just like a horse where they have little blinders on the side so it doesn't get
mm,
shocked when it sees something next to it. It's the same concept. But when you misuse yourself all these years, the blinders start to activate, then you're out the relationship, then you're in another one, and they keep going back and forth until they pop off. And now you don't have any blinders. Now you're with this person saying in word, yes, I'm committed, but you're seeing, well, I'm committed to the strawberry ice cream I got at home, but that chocolate ice cream outside looked pretty good. That vanilla ice cream looked pretty good. Yeah, yeah. You want to try all the flavors. Yeah.
you see, and this is the mistake of King Solomon, because in my Bible, it actually breaks down this chapter with Solomon with three subtitles, which is intermarriage with foreign women, worship of idols, the rebuke of and God rebuking him, the rebuke of God. And sex is actually an act of worship. Oh no. Can you hear me? Salat, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I think because yeah, a call just came in and
It's no
knocked
problem.
me out. I
I
can
heard it.
hardly hear
Yeah.
you.
You
I
can.
can hardly hear
How,
you
how about
now.
now? How about now? You can hear me now?
You know what it is? Because that call came in, it kind of
It
knocked me
shifted the
out.
audio. Yeah. But I can still hear you just as good, but it's a matter of you hearing
Okay,
me.
okay. So, in chapter 6 of this book, it's called An Act of Worship. Every sexual act constitutes worship where it takes place within the confines of a marriage relationship in accordance with God's laws. It constitutes worship to God. However, outside of marriage, it is worship to the spirits of sexual immorality and ultimately to Satan. It is intr- intrusive, sorry, it is instructive that phallic worship is said to be the oldest abstract religion in the world. The worship of Canaanite gods in the Old Testament involved indulging in sexual acts and orgies with temple prostitutes who were paid to engage in these sexual activities. The spirits behind the physical image of the gods would receive the worship that the sexual acts constituted. The industry that underpinned this worship is the forerunner of the modern day pornographic industry.
There
Isn't
you
that
go.
interesting?
There you go.
Very little has changed since then. While such sexual immoral activity no longer takes place before these gods, the spirits will the spirits still receive the worship offered up by immoral actions. So whether it is sex before marriage, masturbation, homosexuality, pornography, or any other form of sexual immorality, it is a form of worship of these negative spirits. The fact that sexual activity constitutes worship is one of the main reasons the Dark Kingdom concentrates its efforts in this area. It seeks to pervert the worship of God. The only part of creation that displays the image of God is the human being, the complement of male and female. Nowhere is this more graphically portrayed than in the sexual union between a man and his wife. Everything outside of this heterosexual union in marriage is an attempt to pervert and distort that image. And you see, this is why God was so upset with King Solomon, because in verse 1 it says, But King Solomon loved many strange women. Do you see the term used? Strange. Strange
That
women
tells you right there.
together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall not go in to them, meaning having sex with them, neither shall they come in unto you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love, and he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. Look how many women that man had.
Wow. Wow.
Look how many.
It's a full-time job. Beyond that.
And then worship of idols. For it came to pass when Solomon was old that his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father. For Solomon went after Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord, and went not fully after the Lord, as did David his father. Then did Solomon build an high place for Shemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon. And likewise did he for all his strange wives, which burnt incense and sacrificed unto their gods. Do you see?
Yes, indeed.
So you see, are men going to marry the Japanese? What will happen? Are men going to marry the Polish? What will happen? They will lose themselves and not know themselves, because they would no longer know their creator, the Lord, true and living God of the Bible. So therefore, they will lose their image. And the losing of their image can happen in so many ways. And one way of which I've seen them lose their image, I've seen Black men walking with their wives who they might have a daughter, and I'm talking about their white wives, by the way, who will have a daughter. And you will see her walking with them, but she will have her white husband. And their children, which is this man's grandchildren, look fully white. See, he has lost his image. It's like he never existed on this planet,
There you
because
go.
you
That's the
cannot
point.
see him any longer in his grandchildren. And then the rebuke of God. And the Lord was angry with Solomon, because his heart was turned from the Lord God of Israel, which had appeared unto him twice, and had commanded him concerning this thing, that he should not go after other gods, but he kept not that which the Lord commanded. Wherefore the Lord said unto Solomon, for as much as this is done of thee, and thou hast not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded thee, I will surely rend the kingdom from thee, and will give it to thy servant. Notwithstanding, in thy days I will not do it for David thy father's sake, but I will rend it out of the hand of thy son. Howbeit, I will not rend away all the kingdom, but will give one tribe to thy son, for David my servant's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen. Do you see? Solomon messed up big time due to strange women.
He ultimately destroyed himself.
Yep.
Especially when you have wisdom, doesn't mean you're going to execute. You see, You can be wise in one level and dumb on another. But whenever you have a wisdom or great wisdom, it's very attractive to women. Very attractive, especially when you have many men who are weak and maybe smart, but they don't utilize the wisdom. And it got to a point where he was known as a very wise man, but guess what? Was he really wise ultimately in the end? Because of that one little leak, that one little energy leak, it just takes one small hole in the ship to sink it, to diminish it. And that's what happened with him. He probably might have been basically righteous in so many other ways, except that way. And then we lie to ourselves as men. Well, I'm not that bad. I don't do this. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't hit women. It's my right. Because many people come to you for your wisdom and you feel as though you're great. And so that justifies it. We rationalize the things that destroy us in the end. And then we realize it, but we always knew it anyway. We always knew that we're diminishing ourselves. But we keep the gravy train going because the pleasure is so overwhelming in the conquest, and we feel entitled. I got my college degree. I accomplished what I wanted to accomplish, so I can have an extra girlfriend. I've been a good father to my kids. I raise my kids, and I treat them right and do everything right. I can have that side chick. You see, we can do everything else so right and lie to ourselves and say we can dip a little finger into the icing of another cake.
Good
Well,
analogy.
reality, that's better.
Very
I don't know where that one came from, but
See, and King Solomon had his fingers in a lot of cakes, pies, and all
yes,
sorts.
indeed, literally. Yep. You feel entitled after a while, you know, because for most men that are not into substances or, you know, getting away, drugs and getting high or whatever, that is a high. That is an intoxicant. You see, a woman, a black woman, very powerful, attractant. And let me tell you something. Out here in the motherland, even up in the mountains where I am, because it's a 20-minute walk into the village, the main village where they sell things. And like I said before, you're not going to see a Walmart there. You're not going to see a CVS pharmacy there, a Walgreens. You're not going to see anything like that. It's just a couple of small, how can I say it, shipping containers that are converted over into little shops where they sell things. And you see the girls with everything on top of their head, like 4-foot containers, wooden containers with different cakes that they made. And it's amazing. And then when you leave that and come to your home, deep in the mountains, you know, you realize how cut off you are. But even then, with these women who, and I'm not putting them down, it's just a different world out here. They haven't pretty much gotten any college degree. They don't have any professional career because, you know, when you come up in a poor village, that's the last thing on your mind. You're thinking of survival. Again, that's not a put down. But as much as they may not be advanced in a way that the Western world would dictate and say, they have an essence about them that is so powerful. And when I say attractive, I don't mean in some carnal way, although their physiques are beautiful. You see how I said it? I see a physique, but I just don't see that. The essence of them is a power that they don't even realize they have. Where I'm not the kind of guy to say you have to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. But these women, when you see them and you get to see how they move, they will run a home excellently. And they may not have the most education, the ones who may be poor. I know women who have that power and never been to school. I'm not saying that's something to brag about or something desirable, but they have a desire to move in the lane righteously that they were made to be in. And so they will vibrate with you on a righteous level, and you can feel this power. You know that when you commit to one of these women, and I'm not putting them over women in the Western world or my sisters, no. But what I can say is that men and women in the West, in America, in the UK, with the Western mentality, have reached so much more into the other culture to find themselves just on that standard and rate themselves, and they've lost something, right? No, I'm not knocking education. Go for it. The more educated you are, if you know how to utilize it for your life and not just to be a puppet in somebody else's system, the more the better. But don't walk away from what you have, because there are some men here who they may not have much education, because, you know, when it may be a beautiful country up in the mountains where I am, but for the people here who may not have much schooling because they had to work from young to pitch in, but they have a mother wit about them that is so attractive. And when I say attractive, it's not, well, yeah, I want to bed her down. But I will say that most men minds would be blown on that level, but that's the least of it. Their bodies. They're about getting up early in the morning. They're about getting those children ready. They're about running and keeping that home clean. And they're about getting everything together so when you get home and you went out there now as a man and you got the money, you got the resources. It's a partnership. And with that partnership, there's mutual respect. Ain't nobody saying, oh, I don't need a man. I have my house and I have this. Or the men who say, I don't need my woman. I'll go over to the other side of town where the Caucasians are, or we're going to join up as men going their own way, which sounds homosexual to me. What you going to do? Gather up a bunch of chairs in a circle and circle jerk? So when you have this kind of union and an appreciation for your mate and the role that they fulfill and the job that they execute, and you both work together, like when you interlock your fingers and you have a perfect key for a perfect lock. Ain't no woman perfect, ain't no man perfect, but you know what? When they fit together perfectly, that is a perfect union. And I see a lot of happy homes, even if the home is a shack with a tin roof. When that man gets home tired and that woman's been working all day and the kids are sleeping, when they make love, it is the most pristine, beautiful. I haven't peeked in anybody's window, but you can see the union between them. You understand? So it's more organic than just, I'm going to do this and make myself better. And you realize that you ran after things that left you shallow, as in the case with Solomon. Had all of this wisdom, but he forgot the ultimate and piddled it away and wasted it away.
Exactly. And the thing is, you know, where God is just so faithful in keeping the covenant that he has made with his people. And yet his people just can't help themselves in with the whoring. They just can't help it. Because and God keeps warning us over and over again. And the thing is, people can say, oh, but that's the Old Testament. Well, God never changes. And his word doesn't change. So, you know, Christ dying on the cross did not do away with what God expects from us and what he has told us to do and not to do. Because Deuteronomy chapter 7, starting at verse 1, it says, when the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Gerishites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. But thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars and break down their images and cut down their groves and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people. But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, hath the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord thy God is God. He is God, the faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repayeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hateth him. He will repay him to his face. See, this is the God that I serve. And I'm telling you, he is not ramping with us. If we do not turn and repent of our wicked, evil ways.
You see what Raw Reality said? White supremacy is poisoning us with the Willie Lynch virus. They're pitting
Oh,
the
yeah.
black woman versus the black man. This is why they're pushing the interracial stuff so heavy, especially amongst black women. You see, they don't want the union of us because we're so powerful with each other. And see,
That's
the
right.
others community, it's being degraded, and it's not only because of the sun burning them out or their low birth rates. It's because of the decadence that they're in, that they're trying to get us in along with them. This is why the black family has degraded ever since the 50s and 60s up until now, where the majority of children had parents that were married. Now the majority of children come up in households where the parents aren't married and usually the father's not around, and the government is
Mm.
taken over as the father. So this is not by chance; it's by design, and we're being led to benefit the other with our melanin, and it'll keep them alive while we just fall. Look, you ever see how they love to see us degrade ourselves? You come
Of
into work
course.
on a Monday as a black man, new guy on the job. Here goes one of the guys who talked to you during the week and feels as though he's buddy buddy with you, and you're in the break room, and here he comes next to you. Hey, Lance, had a good weekend, didn't you? Oh yeah, I had a wonderful weekend. How many women did you bed down, huh? Did you get drunk? You see what I mean?
Mm.
Instead of saying, did you read any books? Instead of saying, what did you do for your family or whatever? It's always a decadence that breaks us down because it's the way they live. And we follow behind them because, like they say, whatever the creator says is good for us and in the things that are good and to stay away from, well, they and their laws on this earth say it's okay. That's why the rainbow flag doesn't mean the rainbow in the sky anymore. Anything of nature, they don't like, because nature has laws and rules that don't change. But man, this wicked man who hates nature and hates God, and I'll say God, whatever you call him, but I'll just say just three letters just to cover that, right? That he hates it and turn around and say that he worships God. But what God do they worship? As Satanists.
Exactly. Exactly.
And again,
And it's
just like Royale said, they're not pushing the interracial stuff on any other race or ethnic group. They're only doing it to us. Isn't that something? Because the
exactly.
other races and ethnic groups, they ain't going for it. They keep their customs intact. They keep their race intact. It doesn't mean you're hateful. They try to make you feel guilty when you don't want to be with no white woman. Well, it's okay. What's wrong? Love is love. That ain't love. And let me tell you something. Many white women have come on to me, and I ain't never deal. But I'll tell you one thing: the feeling from them, it's like something's missing. And I don't understand the brothers who are so hot on being up under them and wanting to be around them, because you're missing something. Like I said, I'm out here where blackness is so pure and raw, even though the minds of many here are misled with the hijack religion and the politics that they feel they should believe in. But other than that, the essence of them is so strong that you can see that if a man connects with one of them, he ain't going nowhere, because the home that she brings out of her womb and the connection of the both of them is so mighty. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And you ain't getting that same thing from nobody else. You can't get it. They don't even flavor their chicken right.
Forget about flavoring. How about washing it?
Oh,
And
right?
exactly. And they hate it when black men, because I've heard this from YouTubers, that when they say that they prefer black women and that black women are beautiful, they will all jump on and say, oh, you can't say that. You can't say that. All women are beautiful. Oh, they don't even want you to say that your own is beautiful.
Right. But they ain't going to send it to the Chinese or Asian. They ain't going to send it
No,
to the Indian. But
no.
they have to have us because we're the most powerful on the planet. That's right. And
And
I'm going to tell you something too.
mm,
I just want to say this real quick. You get on the elevator with them, or you're walking down the hallway in a corporate situation, and they're dressed professionally, but a little too indecent. You know how it is, where the skirt's a little too short and the cleavage is a little too much, but it's still considered professional, but it's not. You already know. And in that quick second, when you might lock eyes with them and keep your eyes to yourself afterward, and you might even greet them professionally, but with nothing else behind it, they don't like it. They love when the black man ogles them, and deep down they can tell, yeah, I could have him if I want. They love me, and they love it when you give that extra bit of attention or that extra bit of key to them, and not one of your sisters. Oh, I specialize in the opposite of that. I will see them in
and
certain situations
mm,
and greet them a certain way, professionally, nothing more. And to a sister I might know. I mean, I'm not going to, because some of the sisters may not receive the compliments properly. Oh, sister, you are looking so beautiful and so stunning today. And a lot of them that I've known know exactly what I'm doing, but I really do mean that. You know what I mean? And on a professional level, I remember I was 22 years old and I was doing some apprentice work at Paul Freeberg, a world-renowned architect. And you can Google that name if you don't believe me. And there was a
I
woman
believe.
there who was the receptionist.
Mm,
And we had a brother and sister kind of relationship. And I would always, the white women who worked there were always snobbish to conditional friendliness. And when they didn't want to, they throw off on her. And so she went to lunch with some of them sometime, but it was always where she could tell, and this is before I got working there, she can tell that they didn't want her around. So I let her
Mm.
know every day, me and you were going to lunch. And it wasn't anything romantic where I'm trying to get with her, whatever have you. I'm going to make her feel good. I'm going to support her. We're going to eat lunch. We're going to have a damn good time, more so than an anal retentive, flat backside woman who thought they were all of that. And we had a good time. And they noticed that me and her were going to lunch. And we didn't say anybody else couldn't come, but we dictated the rhythm and vibe of that hour that we went out to lunch and had a good time. And whenever you have your own, they don't like it. And they tried to inject a feeling that, oh, where are you going for the hour? We saw you at the restaurant for about 35 minutes, but where else did you go? I said, that's your mind
Yeah.
thinking it. Think what you want. You see, when you have your own, they don't like it. When you have your own
No.
community, your own family, your own woman, your own resources that you have, getting your own thing, yeah, get the job, learn the job, come out of it, do something for yourself. When you have all of that, just like with the Black Wall Street, they don't like it and they want to destroy it.
No.
They have to
Yep.
be in your world, undergirding you somehow. And when you one of these brothers running behind the white woman, they love it because when they see Black women with you, right? Well, when the Black women see you with them, the white woman, they push their chest out. They feel more like the prize. And when they see a Black woman who may be upset at seeing this, as they should, because it's almost an insult. How dare you? What does she have? She's a gadget that's missing parts in the box. You got to return that and come with the real thing. There's too many beautiful, smart, worthy women out here. And a lot in the West and over here in the motherland have been messed up in the head because they're indulging and absorbing the wrong doctrine into their psyche. Because there are a lot of beautiful women. And when I say beautiful, I'm not talking about no model cover type thing. I don't care if you're 30 pounds overweight. I don't care if you're whatever. Beautiful in your essence and the vibration you give off. That's what it's all about. So many people are caught up, like I said before, in the plastic surgery, making your nose this way and your lips this way. For you, those of you who are wasting your money doing it, that is not making anything better for you. It's got to be where you work on your essence and you cleanse yourself and you break those soul ties and you know who you are and you're willing to righteously submit. And that's a word that scares a lot of Black women. But the man has to righteously submit to the system, to each other, and to the system that you create. You know how powerful you are? You can have 2, 4, 8, 10 kids, depending on your financial situation now. Don't stretch it out too much. You're building an empire. When you see a lot of these Asian folk come to the country and open up a mere fruit market or a Chinese restaurant, you know they probably live above that place or behind it. And they're all sacrificing. And when one gets older and goes to school for something professional to build a community, here comes another one from the country. They didn't even speak the language, but they're back there preparing the food right in our hoods and our neighborhoods. You see what I mean? They
Exactly.
have their system. What is your system that you're attached to? Black man, what is your system? Black woman, what is your system? What are you creating that's going to live beyond you, the union of you? The children that you produce, the financial systems that you set up for them to have resources where people come to them and they manage it, as opposed to them going out and working again for 30, 40 years, and the next one's working again. You start something and you have the kids out of your loins. And that alone is empowering when you make love because it's for something. You see what I mean? But they got our minds all twisted up. And you go with that white woman and she got you in court. And all that you built up with her, unfortunately, goes right on back to her. And like you said, the next generation that comes, they ain't gonna gravitate toward Black because they done got the melanin. That woman got the melanin out of you that she wanted to keep the family going for the next 10 generations and not getting the cancer, right? And they're gonna go right on back to who they want to go back to because they get brainwashed too. Usually when you have biracial children, which I don't like that word, biracial. They didn't say biracial back in the 40s and the 30s. It was mulatto or mulatto. One drop of Black blood made you tainted. So why are you so accepting now to say biracial? Like it's an even mix. If it's an even 50-50 mix, it's still 95-5 because we're so powerful. But now you're more accepting because you see that you're dying off. And now you
Yeah.
want to be coy about it. Let me shut up. Go ahead and talk to me, sister.
Well, you were on a roll there, but I can, like when you were saying about, the white women, like I am always walking by myself as a Black woman. And so when I come across these interracial couples, sometimes you find that, that Black man will be like looking at you. And you know what I do? I actually cut my eye to let him know, don't look at me. Because I see that as a disrespect. You've chosen to put yourself with one of them. So if it's where you're looking at me, where, oh, man, I miss being with my Black women, it's a disrespect. Two, if you're looking at me to say, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that on the side of what I've got now, that's a disrespect. So for me, when you have chosen to be with a white woman, respect me in not looking at me. And set your woman straight that if she steps out of line with me, put her in her place and say, she's a Black woman like my mother. Don't disrespect her. But would a Black man ever stand up to do that? Nah. Nah. Because they ain't wearing the pants. They're not leading.
That's right.
The amount of Black men that I see in this country out with the pitney them shopping, where's the woman? That white woman, most of the time, don't go shopping with that Black man and their kids, I don't know where they are, like where they are and what they're doing. Maybe they're like getting their nails done or whatever. And then you always see that Black man carrying their shopping. Like they go out of their way when they're
For
visiting
real.
them. It amazes me. It absolutely amazes me
And
because
while we have some good Black men out here who have their Black wives who do the same thing, it just seems like those Black men that run up and down and do all of this, many of them, the same ones, wouldn't do it if they had a Black woman. I hate to say that. Not all,
yeah,
but many of them. Because see, they got the prize. They got the white woman. And so they gotta make sure he keeps her and make sure he honors her. But
mm-hmm.
why can't you honor your own Black sister this way?
But instead, our Black men want to come and abuse us. Now, with what happened on Thursday, when a Black man now approaches me and he sees me take 5 steps back, he's going to want to call me the capital B. Why you acting like that? Why you behaving like that? What's up? What's up? Not thinking that one of his brothers accosted me. So I'm not going to allow that to happen again. You know what I mean? And then if I should have a conversation with a brother now, and I'm being very standoffish or defensive, then he's going to be up there talking about, man, this chick, she's got issues. This is why I don't like Black women. But not bearing in mind what one of you did to me last week, Thursday. Do you see what I mean? They never have it in mind did someone do something to her? No, it's just instantly our fault, our problem.
See, this is why many of us as Black men need to know that our sisters have gone through so much. And many have gone through so much where a lot of us sisters, I'm not saying you now, a lot of us sisters, that's all they expect from us. But when you approach them, just the way some of these Black men approach these white women, like, I have to approach them properly and I have to approach them with respect. You do the same for your sister. And even if she has a moment where she might give you the side eye, after a time, she'll realize that, wow, this brother's different. Now, this is very interesting and a great point that Raw Reality said. I got to read it out for those who may not see the chat room or later on in the show. What these Black people who, what these Black people who does be going with white people do not realize is that the white people they are going with have a system on their side that gives them privileges that we do not have. See, so it's not all equal because you get to go to bed with this white woman and even have kids with her. She has a system because the minute she says you did something and scratches herself and calls the police on you, you become the big Black boogeyman monster. And she can get away with so much. You understand?
Exactly.
And the system is not going to be cool with you because the system don't really like you being with her anyway, even though they promote that. The old school people who are still in power, they do not like that. And they're going to come after you just for that. That's the mentality.
And guess what now? And if I called the police on a white man, nothing would be done.
That's right.
And if I called the police on a Black man, depending upon the police station, the police officer, they will nab him and put him behind bars, or they just won't waste their energy on it. Because eventually they're going to get him anyway.
That's true. That's what they think.
But to give me the satisfaction, they won't do it. And then, of course, if I take matters into my own hands, then guess who gets arrested? I would. And let me defend myself against a white man. Who will they try and arrest? Me.
You. Yep. You're not supposed to desecrate white flesh.
Yeah. So when the brothers want to come and talk about, oh, they have it harder than Black women. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because right now, the trend is Black women marrying white men. And the advertising is just going through the roof of Black women being with white men. So guess what happens
and
now?
normalized. Weaponized and normalized.
Yeah. And guess what now? When I go outside now, and even today when I was coming in, what happened to me? Because I'm walking along the street and this white man is walking towards me. And he's saying hello to me like I know him or he knows me. And you know what I do? I look the other way. That's how I handle them. Because for me, it's like, how dare you? Do not go above your station with me.
You know what that is? You know what that is? That's now with all of this advertising coming out in the open, they feel more emboldened to pursue their fetish for Black women as playthings because, you know, interracial sex and porn. And I gotta check the this year. They always come out with a study on what the categories are. And it tells you what people are looking at in the middle of the night or when they lock that door and start stroking away. And that was, and they showed it. I forgot this particular website. I have to find it again. They showed America, right? The United States, And you know how sometimes when you have Doppler radar and you have the weather channel or whatever, and you see a bad storm, and on the edges of the storm, maybe white and yellow, but deep down in the storm is dark purple and red, where it's more intense. Well, they had it in Alabama, Georgia, all in the South, parts of Florida, Tennessee, and all those parts. It was dark purple with the
Hmm.
consumption of interracial porn of white men and black women. You see what I
See what
mean?
I mean?
And also they had a lot of it with black men and white women. And let's go a step further to add something else on in beyond the scope of this topic. A lot of these white men are secretly bisexual or into men. And this is why they don't mind their wives sleeping with black men because they have a secret desire to be with a black man. I'm gonna throw that
Mm-hmm.
curve in there. Yeah, no, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know this. I've been approached by white men to be with white women. When I was
Yep.
bodybuilding, they used to walk up and befriend you in the street, and you in the bookstore, they talking to you, and hey, guy, they're trying to find something in common. Give me a call. I have a whole collection of books this way, and just craziness. And they want you for this. You see? So I know it, and I'm telling it. I can't say statistically this, and that. I can only share my own experiences.
Yeah.
And there's
And
something about the black man that they look at as a resource, but they don't want the black man with the black woman. There's something about they both, these white men and white women, have to have first dibs on us. And they can reject us when they want. When they're done with us, they don't mind what we do. We're pieces of
what I
meat. We're used for pleasure
what
and organs and go ahead. I'm sorry.
what I'm gonna tell you why they want the first dibs on you. And this is why, with all this advertisement and all of this, you know, with white men and black women, and when they start looking at me and smiling and hi, how are you doing? I turn my head the other way because you know what? You are not going to feed off of my energy and my light and the story because them they're people. Hmm. And I'm gonna tell you why. Like in this book, it says a doorway into the spirit realm. See, they want to feed off of you. That's why they want the first dibs. Because what I have noticed with black men who go with white women, and I can tell you this right now, I will not date a black man that goes with white women. And I can
There you
tell
go.
when they go with white women
You
because
can
there
feel it
is
on.
something, you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
lose something of themselves.
Yes, indeed.
I
Yes,
can't
indeed.
put it into words, but I can see it. They lose something of themselves and they
They
will
compromise.
have this, and that would be spiritually, and
Yeah.
they will even look smutty and even dirty,
Mm-hmm.
like they just look unclean. And they also, they also will look at you, the black woman, with this kind of hatred, like they could
Yeah.
put their hands on you and do something to you. And I just kind of,
You're not good enough anymore. They done been
well,
to the
not
promised land.
not even that. It's like if they could put their hands on you to hurt you, they would.
Self-hate.
And them kind of black men I avoid.
And
And
don't have
there was
one on a job as a supervisor or superior. They're gonna make your life a living hell.
a living hell, yeah. And I tell you this, there was one that I saw in the elevator in my building, and this man looked at me like he could have done me something.
Mm-hmm.
And I just didn't look at him. And it was like a few months later, which would have been 2 weeks ago, I saw him in the lift. And I'm just standing there. Are you all right? Are you all right? This is how the man is talking to me, all aggressively, but asking me, am I all right? And the way I answered him back, that was letting him know, don't you ever talk to me again. And, you know, like you said, you have to be righteously not nice. But I'm going to read this chapter 8, a doorway into the spirit realm. Science might not acknowledge it, but we know from the Word of God and by the revelation of His Spirit that another realm, apart from the physical realm in which we live, exists. We call this the spirit realm. The Bible makes clear that God is a spirit. Angels. Sorry, let me plug in my charger.
I just want to say we have a couple comments from both sides of the spectrum that as we continue to talk, and you as the dominant person speaking, if a person wanted to come in and explain why, like brother Isaiah Wilson here, who said, I think you are so mistaken, brother and sister. But we're not here to argue with anybody. But if you'd like to come on
No,
in, we'd let you speak your
by all
mind.
means. Yeah,
Typing in, come on in. I put the link right there. You can click it
join
and
us.
come on in. And
Join
he
us.
says
Because
here,
we'd like to
yeah,
hear other perspectives.
he
But
says, if a person,
this is from my experiences.
right, same here. But he made a comment, if a person find the love of their life in another human being of different color, race is not wrong. But is it right? Especially with the
Exactly.
attacks that we have to pull us apart. And is it true love?
Exactly.
See, we've
And
been made
plus,
to be in such a sick state in our mind that we can dress it up
mm,
and call it whatever we want to. But if it's love, things are even. It can't be love in this society. Whenever you have one going for the other and leaving their own, there's nothing better for the black man than the black woman. I don't care if you're a black man who grew up in Maine, the whitest state in the country. Find yourself a black woman. The vibration is the highest. And at the end of the day, you'll be so happy. So a lot of times, look at the adolescent, has a first sexual experience with any woman. And while it's happening and it feels so good, oh, oh, baby, I love you. It's not that you love the person. This feels so good. This is your first experience. You understand? Exactly real reality. But I still welcome him on in to explain his point because, I try to be fair here. I don't bully anybody.
of course.
I let people talk in whichever way they want to talk. And I break joy. So, Isaiah, click that link and come on
Okay.
in.
So
But go
so
ahead,
I'm
sister.
gonna continue reading this.
Mhm.
So it says the Bible makes clear that God is a spirit. Angels are spirit beings. Our adversary Satan is a spirit, and so are the fallen angels or demons under his control. As a result, there is tremendous activity and traffic in this realm as the various spirits go about doing the bidding of their masters. We humans are, in the words of C.S. Lewis, amphibians, half spirit and half animal. This means that our actions will usually have both spiritual and physical consequences. Sex is no exception to this basic rule. It has physical as well as spiritual consequences. Any sexual activity will open a doorway into the spirit realm because it is both a physical and spiritual act. Where, for example, the sexual activity is within the boundaries of a marriage relationship, the Holy Spirit acts as a covering, preventing negative spirits from infiltrating the relationship. Conversely, where the sexual activity is outside a marriage relationship, The couple is left exposed in the spirit realm. The result is that negative spirits infiltrate this relationship and gain a foothold in the lives of the people involved. This situation is illustrated in the true life example below. Dan walked into my office and I instantly knew something was wrong. He had a frightened look in his eyes and it seemed like he had not slept in days. He told me that he was hearing voices in his head. And what did you say earlier, Lancelot? That people
Yeah.
that have
Mm-hmm.
um
Look ahead.
what is it?
Bipolar.
Bipolar, and felt
Yeah.
the people around him were trying to kill him. He confirmed that he had barely slept over the past 4 days. I tried to calm him down, probing gently, trying to identify clues as to his distressed state. As we talked, he recalled that this fear and the voices started after he and some of his friends had engaged in sex with some prostitutes. In his words, as I made love to her, I suddenly felt something enter my body and I was overcome with fear. I felt an urge to pray for him. While praying and addressing the spirit of fear, he fell to the floor, simulating the sexual act with exaggerated movement. Then he started retching, and a foul odor filled the room. Led by the Holy Spirit, I prayed until he was set free from those spirits. A lot of sexual dreams occur as a result of doorways opened by what a person has engaged in, seen, or heard. And from the Bible, God warns us again, and this is in the book of Ezra, chapter 9. Now, when these things were done, the princes came to me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the land, doing according to their abomination. Even the Canaanites, Hittites, and Perizzites, and Jebusites, the Ammonites, and the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites, for they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands. Yea, the hands of the princes and rulers have been chief in this trespass. So do you see? God does not like this mixing and mingling. Doesn't like it. And the other issue is the transference of spirits, like STDs. It's sexually transmitted demons. That's what it really stands for, only they're not going to tell you that. And chapter 9, which this was the most important chapter out of the whole book. And it's called the transference of spirit. A sexual relationship will result in the transference of spirits between both parties. It is not uncommon for lying spirits of lust and anger, for example, to be transferred in this manner. Brian was a pastor in a large denomination with very bright prospects. He struggled with sexual immorality and had had several moral failures behind him. Unable or unwilling to deal with them, he began displaying a sudden and dramatic degeneration in his character, telling blatant lies, developing a temper, and attempting to destroy other pastors and ministers. He also became paranoid and suspicious of those around him. A group of pastors praying for him discerned that he had contracted the negative spirits behind his behavior from one of his past relationships. Stan was a young committed Christian. He had a very good job in information technology. and was very involved in the church. All of a sudden, the bottom seemed to fall out of his life. He lost his job, could not get another one, and as a result, descended into a cycle of depression and frustration. Initially, we could not put a finger on what had gone wrong. It eventually emerged that he was having a sexual relationship with a young lady in the church. On closer examination, we found out that a pattern of failure and underachievement existed in the lives of men in her family. Stan had exposed himself to the spirit of failure behind this pattern. This spirit, along with a spirit of depression, had been transferred to him since. By having sex with her, he had entered spiritually into a marriage covenant. I will deal with this issue specifically in the next chapter. One spirit that is almost certainly introduced every time there is sexual relationship outside God's boundaries is a spirit of prostitution. So do you see why our black men like to put themselves about? Because they have the spirit of prostitution. And let's not forget what was done to us during slavery, where they would be forced to even sleep with their mothers, their sisters, and whoever else. The spirit is introduced when sex is used as a currency to buy special or emotional needs. This spirit says, if you give me what I want, pay me. I will give you my body, or I will give you what you want, pay you. If you give me your body. So a young man, for example, promises a woman security or commitment in exchange for her body, or a young woman demands material things in exchange for sex. Unfortunately, this spirit can also be found in some marriages where sex is used as a bargaining tool.
Yep.
And that is the worst, I think, when you're married to someone who you're supposed to love, and because you don't get your way, you say, not tonight. Maybe tomorrow, if you do what I asked you to do. How horrible is that?
That's the worst. Because it's prostitution with a piece of paper and a wedding ring. It's no
And do
different.
you know,
Condition.
and do you know, even God says, do not prostitute your daughters in case whoredom takes over the land. And we can see with all these music videos, whoredom has taken over the land. This is why we have OnlyFans, because whoredom has taken over the land.
Yep. It's normalized now. Weaponized and normalized.
See, that's Leviticus chapter 19, verse 29. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. Is that not what we're seeing today?
Over and above.
So has the gentleman come into the studio?
No, he said he had problems connecting, even though I dropped the link several times. He said he had problems connecting. And let me see here. Yeah. And the other young lady, Raisa, I think her name is, I would like for you to come in and hit the link too, to speak on your feelings of what Sister Lady J is saying. You know, more and more I'm gravitating toward us getting on and speaking so we can actually hear the person's voice as opposed to just the comments, which is fine. But when you have these type of discussions, it's more effective when you can hear the spirit of the person through their voice.
Yeah, because I just think that people should really wake up and open their eyes and see as to what is
Greetings,
happening
Gifty. Mm-hmm.
to our people, because they are being sold once again, just like during slavery. Oh, who wants this one? Oh, we've got that one over there. He's up. Do you see? It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I just see it as you are being tricked again to be brought into slavery. I don't
We
care
have our.
that it, it's a
Let me just
woman.
let you know we have Isaiah Wilson in
Ah,
on the conversation. Finish up what you're saying, and then we'll have
Yeah,
him
hi.
um,
speak, and then we'll continue.
hi.
But let her finish up what
Like,
she's saying, Lady J. Go ahead.
like, I don't care that you are getting with a weaker vessel than yourself. And you made the point, Lancelot, that she has her privileges. So 1 foot out of line that you make, she has her privileges where you're going to be dealt with. So she doesn't need to be physically stronger than you. So for me, it's like, think.
Isaiah.
So yeah,
Isaiah.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, your line is open. You come on in to speak, brother.
Oh, okay, yes. No, I was just wondering that if if the topic of this subject is finding love, I'm talking about real love, then it wouldn't matter much the the person, the color or the country. I'm from Panama, and in Panama, almost everyone is mixed. Very few pure blood like Indians, blacks, Spaniard descendant. Almost everyone is mixed with Indian, black, white, French, Chinese, and I guess that gave me a different experience when it comes to interracial marriage. I know here I came to America when I was like 10 years old, and I noticed I noticed as I grew up that Afro Americans stay mostly with Afro American, and white people stay with white people, and Hispanics stay with Hispanic. And I found that strange because in my country, almost everyone is mixed. It doesn't matter. And so I guess also, based on where you was raised, it gives you a different worldview when it comes to relationships. You know, and so that make me feel like it's about the what the person have in their heart, not much what their physical body look like. Now she mentioned something about the spirit world, which I do believe there is a spirit world because God exists and God is a spirit. And I guess most people heard about fallen angels, and they're supposed to be here on the planet with us. So yes, I do believe that there are spirits that uh, try to destroy the virtues that God had put in our men, not only black men or white men or Chinese men. So, but that point, I concur to what she's saying that there is this spirit entities that could destroy, deface the image of God in men, not necessarily only black men, but in any man, being that God made men in his image.
Well,
hmm.
Just like Sister Gifty said, there is there's only one worldview, and that's the European worldview, no matter if people realize this or not. You see, you grew up in a place where many of the races were mixed, but then you notice that when you came to America, things were quite
Mhm.
different.
Yeah.
And when you look into the psyche of those melanated people, no matter how mixed they are, you might also notice, in general, a self hatred for who they are. See, where they bleach their skin to get lighter, where they straighten their hair to get straighter, and basically remove all traces of them being melanated. Why is that? Sure, when you go through Panama, South America, the Caribbean, it's the same thing. While as a young man you grew up, it didn't affect you as much because all you saw is what was there. But then now you have a litmus test of going to America and seeing how powerful this thing is, where the few rule the world and the psyches of the world through their media, through
Mhm.
social media, which is a weapon. It has good
Mhm.
aspects if you know how to operate that weapon for your own benefit, but most people do not. So there's a brainwashing going
Yeah.
on
Yeah. That
where
I
we
do
have
believe.
this European standard of beauty, where we have some of our women who have wider noses than the European nose, and they feel bad about it and want to get a nose job, where they
Mhm.
look funny wearing somebody else's nose and they look the most beautiful as they are out of the
Mhm.
package. Yet we all say we believe in God, but God didn't make anything ugly. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not knocking you for saying that, but it's not a perfect world. It's a system that comes against us. And growing up
Right.
where you
Right.
grew up, you didn't see it as fast. But if you grew up in America, or grew up in the UK, or grew up where they dominate, they're going to make you feel it. And you're going to
Right.
quickly understand the mindset that they have. And we're not saying every single mindset person has that mindset, but they never refuse the privileges. You see what I mean? And it's just like
Right.
when Muhammad Ali said,
Right.
if there's 10,000 snakes outside the door trying to come to kill him, but there's 1,000 snakes that say, I love black people and I would never do no harm to black people. And Muhammad Ali said, yes, I believe you, but I have to close the door on all of you because I don't know which snake is the good one and which one is the bad one. And if the 1,000 of you come in to protect me, the other 10,000s, they're going to bite me somehow, some way. So I'm not saying to hate anybody, but I think we should
Right.
focus on loving ourselves.
Yeah.
And loving ourselves
Exactly.
includes loving our woman and building our
Right.
woman, since there's such
Right.
a concerted effort
Right.
to go against the black family and break up the black family. Because
Yeah.
you see, many of
Exactly.
us will claim, and we know the majority of us have something else in us. We
Yeah.
can't stop
Yeah.
what happened generations ago, whether it was
No,
consensual
no, no.
or against the will of our forebearers. But the
Me,
bottom line is, we are being erased. If you look
I,
at it,
I,
the black
I,
family. Yeah,
right.
go ahead, brother.
Right. I would like to comment. You know, the white power or the people who run this country here in America, they are trying, like how you say, to erase from the psychic or from the mind of Afro Americans or black, their like their originality, like who they are and how they are. And but the best way to fight that is for the black itself. Or I hate to call people black because people are not really black. They
So we
dark
understand
brown
that,
or bright, but
right?
they call them
But,
black.
but
Okay, the
African
best way
melanated, but yeah.
the best way to fight that is that the Afro American or the black people must come together. That's the key. A lot of time I'll be talking with my friends. They can be from Mexico and other places, and I'll be telling them because we talk about race is a big issue among every
Right.
nation, and we be talking, and I tell them one thing I admire, one thing I admire of the Jewish people, that no matter where they go, and a lot of people hate them, but they seem to work together. They understand that to survive, they must work together, and try to reach goals together as a group. My brother had a girl. She was Jewish, or she is Jewish, and he was like proposing to her. They get together and they have have a relationship. And she told him that she liked him, but have 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 Jewish people, they so little compared to many other nations that hate them. And if she was to marry him and have family, then she wouldn't be like procreating or keep continuing more Jewish people. So
Understood. I have a
so
question
so
when you're finished.
so I was talking to my brother, and at first I was thinking like, well, that kind of discrimination or kind of racism. But I understood what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, as me as a member, I'm gonna keep producing my kind, so that we can continue to exist. So I think in a
Allegiance.
sort of way, black people or Afro American, because like I said, many other countries, people just get together, married, and then they're not thinking in that kind of sense. But here in America, because the white power is trying to dissipate or get rid of the black heritage, then I think that's the best way to fight that movement that they are trying to move, to work together,
Well,
work as one, you know.
well, see, no, you're right about black people working as one, but see, when we work as one, they want to call us racist, but we don't
Mm,
have the power to be racist over anybody when they control every aspect. And when you mention those JEWs, right,
right,
and
right.
you said they're hated, is there a reason why they might be hated? Right?
Well,
Have we
well,
dug into the history? No, let
right,
me just
well.
ask you,
Oh,
have we dug
okay.
into the
Yeah,
history?
yeah, yeah.
Let me
Well,
say something.
uh-huh. I,
Let me say
I.
something to you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
If if for some reason
Hmm.
the cops came to your house
Hmm.
and say you had a three-story home, and the police came and told you that me and my family have to take a part of your home for my own,
Hmm.
and forcibly brought me there and said, okay, we're going to give Lance and his family half of your basement. And you didn't really want this. I'm
Hmm.
not really native or related to your family. I come
Hmm.
from somewhere else. But now I'm calling myself your name. Let's just say
Hmm.
your last name was Johnson. And now
Hmm.
they forced me into your basement and I'm calling myself Johnson, making myself native now to your home. And then
Hmm.
after a while, you go to work and you come home and your family, your kids go to school and come back. And as soon as you get home from work, one of your daughters says, Daddy, Daddy, I went down in the basement to the part we still have, and they took over the whole basement. And you say, wait, I got to talk to them about this. And they call the cops, and the cops say, it's okay. Now,
Hmm.
weeks go by, and you find yourself in one corner of the attic, and my family took over the whole house. And now I'm trying to kick you out.
Hmm.
And manipulations have been done now that I'm trying to kick you out, that I'm trying to say, I'm a Johnson. I'm the one that belongs on this house. How dare you? And the police help everybody by altering the records at the Lands
Hmm.
Commission and with mortgages to say that, yes, I'm the true people of this house. But the real people of that house have been taken away and they don't have
Right,
their home anymore. And
right.
history officially with the state and with the city has erased them. And then we
Right.
wonder why so many people don't like the people that took over your house because it wasn't wrong and they're getting the treatment that you should get. You see what I mean?
Right.
That's why
Right.
I
Right.
said that in a very coded way because
Right. Right.
those
Right.
same
Right. Right.
people are on me on social media and they will turn
Right.
around and say it's hate speech and get rid of another channel. So I'm saying it
Okay.
that
Okay.
way.
Okay.
You
Okay.
understand? So this
Right.
is
Right.
why, this is why. those who you just mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
they are not the real deal. Throughout
Mm.
history, it has been
Right.
hijacked slowly but surely.
Right.
Go back and look at
Well,
1948 and all of that. Go back and read all that stuff. And then you realize,
I.
and then
Mm-hmm.
now they're looked at as so powerful. And look, no matter how much your friend felt close to that woman,
Mm-hmm.
she might have been taking the pleasure he gave her. But at the end of the
Right.
day, we admire them for something that we don't do. It doesn't mean we're hateful, but we don't have enough love for ourselves to stand on that. Because when
Right.
you look at it, we're the ones who are always accommodating. Come on in. We love you. We got to
Right.
love
Right.
ourselves
Right.
so much
Right.
that we don't have enough love for anybody else. I don't mean hate nobody, but the way things are,
Right.
nobody's accommodating us in this system.
Right.
Nobody is open the door
What
for us.
one thing I noticed among the races that different ethnic groups on this planet, they it seems to me that the Africans or the African descendant or the black people tend to have a more welcoming and friendly heart, a friendly way of thinking. I study a lot, like different countries, different culture, and like most Europeans, especially in the upper north, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and other places like that, Finland. It's not that they're evil, but they don't have a natural big open heart to accommodate other people, other races. Once they get to know you, then they will show you, more friendliness and opening. But they don't tend to be like black or Hispanic. Hispanic, but well, Hispanic is like a mix of different cultures, so it's different. But
Right.
let's say
And it's
like
not a
black,
race.
like
Hmm.
well,
But
they try to call it like a race, but really there's only one race, the human race, But for political
well,
reason, they call it a black race, white race, Chinese race, yellow race, and stuff like that. You know.
answer
But
this
black,
question.
I have noticed that the black people have a big heart. I know people from Jamaica, from Trinidad, Bahamas, all these places, and all of them seem to be people they like partying. They will share their food with you. They will invite you into their house. And it's almost the same for all the Caribbean and like in Puerto Rico, they will share their food with you, and if they see you need help, they will right away help you. Dominican Republic, the same thing. Panama, the same thing. So yes, I would say that the Anglo, for whatever reason, they tend to be reserved and stick more into themselves. They not have a big heart,
Well,
you know.
let me ask you this because Raw Reality has said this. I just looked up the past presidents of Panama, and all of them except one, Manuel Noriega, have
Mhm.
been white. Please ask you, why, if they have such a mixed population, why
Mhm.
99% of their presidents are white?
Well, from what I know from history, when the Spaniard came over and they found the Indians, mostly what happened in America. They took the land and then set up a government, and then they have better weapons than the Indians, so the Indians tried to fight back, but they couldn't. So well, they have the weapon, they got the power, and then little by little they start mixing, and then they bring the blacks that came for slave work, and then it keep mixing. At one point in Panama, there was way more black, 80% black than Spaniard. But then they spread up to Colombia and other places. But some of the president of Panama, though they look white and they might have a white name, they mix. But you wouldn't know it unless you go deep into the family history. Like for my like
Yes.
just my
Okay.
example, just my example.
Yes. But the
If you
thing
look
is,
at me,
though,
you would think if you look at me, you would think, well, I'm an Afro American, but really, I have Jewish, German, Indian, and black genes running around in me. And but yet you look at me and say, nah, man, you are from American, from Philadelphia, you know.
Well,
but
brother,
but
brother,
this is the issue.
I
Unless
can
you
see
really
your
look
screen, brother.
down.
Let me just say this one thing. I can see your screen. If you were to go to America to rob a
Mhm.
bank and you robbed the bank and they had to give a description on you, what would they say?
Oh, black.
There you go.
And
They
how
We're
do
would
you
going
say
to
I'm
think
say,
they're
black.
going to treat you? And how do you think they will treat you, being that you look black?
Oh, oh, the same way, the policy they have for our people of color melanated, he got a rap sheet from here to Japan and stuff like that, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Whereas,
but,
your
hmm
your
hmm
president, who you're saying are mixed, if you check their family line, how do they
hmm
behave? Do they behave like other mixed people that don't have privileges? Or do they behave like white people with privileges?
well, in Panama, it's a small minority that really rich. There's a small portion that's middle class, and the big majority is considered poor. So, like I said, it just depends. Like Omar Torrijos Herrera, I don't know, he was a leader, a president. He was Indian and Spaniard and black, but he looked most like a kind of Spaniard with a tan, you know. And then Noriega, the one who you mentioned, he is Indian and black, and but he looked more like a kind of Indian, like or black. So the one who won now, he's Indian, with Spaniard, So that's why Panama is about 64% mixed with more than three different races. So it's difficult to really like pinpoint by by races. But over there, those who are really really dark, they do encounter some kind of prejudice from different people. Mostly other ignorance, not much that they black because they understand they mix with black, but someone who feel like they are more European, will try to feel like superiority, and mostly
Exactly. That's
and
called
mostly
privilege.
and mostly that was embedded by the Americans when they was in the Panama Canal zone, because they was there building the Panama Canal, and
Hmm.
and they made they what they did was this: every Panamanian who worked in the Panama Canal zone, they made them feel like they was better than the other Panamanians who worked in Panama, that was territory. So they divided the country, and some Panamanian they call them the Zonians. So they feel a little bit better than the other Panamanians, even though they look alike. So it's what my brother say is true. The Anglo, the European worldview is like they are superior, or they on top, and everybody else should serve them. I mean
Exactly.
that's really, that idea is from a I would say narcissist way of thinking, because like how we said earlier, God made man in his image, and who have the last word is God, not men. So if God said everyone is equal in my eyes, then everyone is equal. But it's matter if you let them psych you out. If you let them psych you out, then I thought you wouldn't believe what I say, but you don't have to allow them to psych you out. I admire a lot the Chinese. The Chinese come here, they work hard, and and they stay in their culture. I mean, they stay doing what they do. They love their vegetables and their soup, and they have their little Chinese schools. And I was surprised that here in Philadelphia, there's a Chinese school, all Chinese. And I was like, what? Yeah, wow, that's cool. A bunch of them came out, I'm not saying no race, like in a racist way, but all of them came out for playing around. And that's when I realized that they had their own Chinese school to teach them their culture, who they are, how great they are. I never heard about from Africa. Africa got a lot of kings and queens and great philosophers. Never heard of it. And then the white American, they say, well, like, that's your culture. You should teach your own culture to your people. So we ain't gonna put it in our public schools. So
Question
then,
for you, brother,
you know,
from the Black Messiah in the chat room, if you see the screen. He says, please ask the Black Panamanian if he checks the white Hispanic on his applications.
if what? If I
When you
check
have
what?
applications to identify your race, what do you
Hmm.
check?
Oh, I check Hispanic. Yeah, because
Do they have
they will have black, not American. So that means including everybody that is not like black Pan American. And so
well, I
or
mean,
Hispanic. So they classify me because I'm a passport and all that. They classify me as Hispanic.
well, what do
So
you identify as? Because you see,
mhm,
while we admire, many people will profess that they admire the Chinese because they
mhm,
stick together, they have unity. But really and truly, from what I heard in China, because was speaking to a doctor in China about
mhm,
20 years ago who was a fan of some of the work that I did, my artwork. And she's there for a very long time. She went there as an exchange student and she stayed there. And she had a child there. She came back to America, got pregnant, had a black child. But she was basically saying one of the reasons why they succeed over the rest of the world is because the differences that they have, basically, it's it's a man's world over there. So you do have some
oh
sexist ideologies there, but a lot of the women they submit to that. And then it's a
yes,
class
yes,
thing. But
yes,
as far as
yes.
a race thing, I'm not going to say just like when they say all black folks look alike, but they have the hair, they have the look. You know when you see a Chinese person that it's a Chinese person, right? So that's less of an obstacle to deal with because see, as melanated people, which are called black and descendants of African, we
Right.
have so many categories that split us up, and
Yeah, yeah,
we're
yeah,
deluded to the
yeah.
delight of the others. Like you said, the people from Norway, the people from up in upper Europe, they
Yeah.
have a way where they are kind of standoffish. Every other race
Mhm.
caters to themselves and the preservation of their culture and race. But when we do it, it's a sin. We are supposed to be the ones to open up and let everybody get a free handout of our melanin when they need it for work,
Mhm.
for pleasure, for entertainment. We're the
Mhm.
go-to people for that. But they'll never let us in all the way. You see
Yeah.
what I mean? So this is
It,
why we have to correct it. It doesn't mean
yeah.
we're evil.
Yeah.
And
You
just
know,
like your friend
you,
who
you,
wanted to get with that person who,
right,
like the
right,
example I use when they say hijack in the house, well,
right, right, right.
they make sure
But
to hold it tight because they know they really shouldn't be in that house.
right, right. Let me tell you something, my brother. Really, I mean, if just standing back and looking at all the different kind of races or ethnic groups that exist on the planet, the black, if you can call it black, is the healthiest, is the biggest in height. He got many abilities, singing, dancing, sport, any kind of sport. The vocal cords are stronger, reach higher pitch.
Of
Uh,
course. And who gets the money?
and so they live
Who
and,
gets all of the money from what we have in our community with our talents? Dig a
uh,
little deeper. Who
mhm,
gets the money? Who's in
yeah,
position who has no
the white man.
talent? Who gets
So
paid off of
so
our talents?
right.
Look
So
deeper in the entertainment industry.
so
See?
I mentioned this to say that really the black man is the top man. Now you could be the top man, but if you don't believe that you are the top man and you do not claim with your actions that you are the top man.
That's why we're
E-
exploited.
Everybody is going to take advantage of that position that you were supposed to take, or that you have the ability, but you're not taking it. Because I'll tell you, like in many sports, soccer, football, basketball, uh, tennis, whatever, black people excel by far. Black women excel by far in different sports. But the thing is, you have to claim and say, no, you know, they, I'm the superior. Not, I hate to say superior because it look like you're putting someone else down. But you,
Yeah, we
you
don't have to
naturally have
apologize
you
for
naturally
saying.
have you naturally have that advantage for to accomplish things and to do things. If people don't, a lot of people don't know this. A lot of the invention of Edison, it was Afro American who made it, and he was in court with them all years over years for all the different invention Afro American made, from washing machine to many other stuff. But because it was done in Edison's labs, he get the credit, he get the money, but it came from a black mind. So the thing is, at least in this case here, uh, here in America, from what I say, they just have to claim and let others know, like, okay, you know what, we are the best in sport. We gonna make our own NFL team. We gonna make our own baseball teams. And if they say it's racist, it's not racist. We're looking for the best talent, and the best talent happen to be black. So we can put one or two whites, as as to show, in that races. But if you're looking for the best talent in sport, in music, in art, in science, it will end up being black. So they cannot blame you for that. And that's how I think Afro America have to look at it, they have to just claim their capability, their abilities, and take it from there. What other people say, that's on them. It's not on the black community. So, like my father, let me tell you a story. My father, he is he is mixed with Jamaican, Barbados, and Panamanian Indian. Okay, and when he came here to America, the mafia, the Italian mafia, they approach him and say, "Hey, Mr. Wilson, you speak Spanish, and we would like to open a market to this Hispanic community. We take good care of you, and you make a lot of money." And my father, instead, let me think about it. And my father told me that he started thinking about, because we was little then, and he started looking at us and thinking about our future. And he told the map guy when he came, you know what, I I I would pass this. I got little children, and I had to think about their safety and everything, and I don't like to be in stuff like that. You know, so
Well, they
uh,
weren't doing that to be nice. They
uh,
wanted to have an inroad into that community
oh
so they
yeah,
can
yeah,
make
yeah. I
money.
know, I
Yeah,
know,
they
I
knew
know.
that they
But
could
but
put
but
their
but but
face.
but
Yeah,
my father turned them down.
right.
And I'm just saying that to this, like the black people here, then got to and it start from home. Each home is a school, so you got to start from home. You got to teach the kids them, no, it's a trap. It look good, it's delicious, like the fruit in the Garden of Eden. It look good, it's delicious, but it lead to destruction. And if you teach the kids that in few generation, you'll have a whole different society of black people here in America. You know.
And remember, whenever you say mixed with Jamaican, I understand what you mean. Mixed with
Hmm.
Barbados, that's
Hmm.
African.
Hmm.
Because
Yeah. Yeah.
93%, my father's from
Hmm.
Jamaica, right? And
Hmm.
he always
Yeah.
told me that my bloodline was from Ghana. My
Oh yeah.
wife is from Jamaica. My wife is from Jamaica, and
Oh
her
yeah.
great
Okay.
grandfather is buried in Jamaica, and he's from Ghana, a Muslim named Yahya. I went to the gravesite.
Oh, okay.
So again, while we do enjoy different culinary, different foods on different islands, Usually those foods are the same foods called something different and maybe prepared with
Yeah,
different
yeah, yeah,
spices,
yeah,
but it's
yeah.
one root. If you were to come here to Ghana, you'd feel quite at home. Even though there's slight
Oh, okay.
differences, you'd feel immediately at home. Now, see, here's the thing. When we start to argue over who's Jamaican and who's from Barbados and who, that's another way on the negative level when we start to argue about it to split us up. But I have no problem with somebody being proud of their being from Barbados or Panama
Mm,
or Jamaica. And again, like was said in the chat room earlier, they bring these other races there to create a barrier and to dilute us
mm-hmm.
out. And see, we have a good heart. We love everybody by
Yeah,
nature,
yeah,
but that's been
yeah, yeah,
exploited
yeah,
and used against
yeah,
us
yeah,
to our
yeah, yeah,
detriment. So this is why we have
yeah,
to be on point, just like the Chinese, just like the
yeah,
other people you were talking about.
yeah,
There's nothing
yeah,
wrong with
yeah.
that. But when we do it, we're scared. Oh, and you don't have to apologize and say, oh,
No,
well, I'm not
no.
racist. I'm not racist. You can't be racist because you don't have the power structure to impose
Mm,
your will onto another race of people.
yeah,
And we say
yeah, yeah.
sometimes, oh, it's the human race. But that's to get away from dealing with the issues of race that has been
Right,
put down by somebody else who's trying to destroy our race. Isn't that
right.
something? But
Yeah,
we are,
it is.
oh, it's not about race, but they're killing us
Yeah,
off because of our race.
right, right, yeah, yeah, yeah. You say like it's true that we are humans. That's undeniable. But we are different. That's why they say ethnic groups. There are different groups of humans, and one group is trying to destroy another group and they could excuse it as for survival, lack of resources, but that's not an excuse for the reason that this planet is big enough for everybody, but they're using it as an excuse to try to
But they
exterminate
don't
another
think that
group.
way.
I
They
know,
don't
yeah,
think that way.
in their Eurocentric way of thinking, the bottom line is in their way of thinking, they must be the one who called the shot. They are not willing to share power with other ethnic groups from around the world, not with the Middle Eastern, not with the Chinese. No, they want to be the only one who call the shots and say how things is going to be, you know. And so then, therefore, what can you do when they have the guns and when they have the power? Are they not bothering you directly? You unite in the cowboys that the cow when the Indian brought, circling the white people and then come the cavalry and surround them. Well, that's what you do. You know, I know there's a different culture um things between, like, let's say Jamaican, Panamanian, Bahama. I know, but the main thing is we have one same common enemy, which
But most don't
some
realize
it,
that. Most
that we
don't
have one.
realize that though.
So what we do, we unite. Not in the sense to become one nation, in the sense of like the unite the political land, but in the mind, like, oh, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna be 100% a real African from Kenya. I'm gonna have all pure black, but I still identify myself as someone who Afro American, Afro descendant, and so therefore are going to, try to help them out, or form a group and look out for the best interest, because that's what really happening. The white folks are looking up for their best interest, the Chinese looking up for their best interest, and so forth. So, well, we have to do the same thing. We got to look out for our best interest as much as possible,
Well,
within the reality, you know.
can I add to what you're saying? And
Hmm.
the only way that Black people, because we are divided, so therefore we are conquered. And where we have to start coming together and working together is through our families.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is the whole
yeah,
point of
yeah,
this talk.
yeah,
It is about
yeah.
Black women and Black men coming together and forming their families, and
Hmm.
then the families coming together to form our, what would you call it,
A
Lance?
community.
Our community.
Hmm.
And then from our communities, we then form our nation. We are the only people who are not considered a nation. and especially those of us that are in the diaspora.
Mm-hmm.
We are
You
like
know.
the nomads,
Mm-hmm.
the
I,
nomadics, because we're
right,
just spread all over the world.
right. I believe, we got some now this present day and this side of the world in the new world, everything is just so mixed. It's not easy to get hunger and the race issue because of the whole mixing, and it becoming more mixed. Matter of fact, my aunt, she just called me. I called out the other day for her birthday, and I said, "Happy birthday, aunt! How you doing? Okay." And so I asked her for my cousins, and she was telling me that one of my cousins, she just married a pure Panamanian Indian. And I'm like, oh, okay. And my my aunt felt a little bit, she said in a little bit with shame, because in Panama, some people look at the Indians like they are dumb and educated and stuff like that. And so I was telling my brother after the conversation with my aunt, I said, you know what, my aunt shouldn't feel that way. I kind of ashamed that my cousin married a pure Indian, because they're just human beings, that the government lack education, they not give them education and stuff like that. That's not their fault, you know because I like that to do most things have to do with education. You got to educate the kids, in who they are, where they come from, their history. You have to, because
But you know what, brother?
if you don't
Education
do it.
doesn't stop the white racist and the white racist system from
Mhm,
putting black on the bottom and white on top. Education does not do that. It doesn't change your heart. They use it against us. And as far as the
mhm,
Indian is concerned, when
mhm,
Indians, usually from India, that come over into the Caribbean and Panama, when they
mhm,
get on their feet, it's about the family first, it's about their community.
mhm,
Because when they're not on their feet, they're so humble, they're so nice, because there was a mass migration of Indians from Guyana. Now, they didn't come directly from India, but they came
mhm,
from Guyana around 1984, 83, 85. They took
mhm,
all the jobs that black folks didn't do, and they did it,
mhm,
but they made sure to set up an infrastructure, and they chose
mhm,
an area, which was my former area where I grew up in, which is on the Jamaica
mhm,
Queens borderline, called
mhm,
Richmond Hill, South Richmond Hill. Right now, they call it Little Guyana. And now that
mhm,
they're on their feet, they
mhm.
don't pay us any mind who are black. They're showing their backside, because at the end of the day, they will
Mhm.
get around, they will mix, they will get their foot in the door. But again,
Right.
why is it that we can't have the same mindset? Because there's so many of us all over the planet, but we're so separated, and we always want to let everybody else in. No, shut the door until we get ourselves right. When you're sick in the hospital in
Right,
quarantine,
right,
you don't
right,
have a
right,
family
right,
reunion in the
right,
hospital room and you got a
right,
contagious disease and people want to come
right,
and hug you and kiss you and swap spit and sit
right.
around in the room with you coughing and sneezing. You need to be quarantined off until you're well. And black people need to be able to be quarantined off until they're well. But we're so powerful, they must keep us
It,
always split up. And they
it,
use us when they want us.
right.
They
Is
use us
there,
when they want us for their
is,
purpose, to be on the front
uh-huh.
lines of their wars, to
Right.
benefit them.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
best of us
yeah.
are in every industry. If it comes
Right.
into aeronautics or flying
Mm-hmm.
spaceships, NASA, what we're
Mm-hmm.
there, we're pushing everything.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
the thing
yeah,
about
yeah.
us inventing things, we
Mm-hmm.
invented the most stuff, and they stole it from us.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what they did.
Do you know in New York City, I forgot which year
That's
it
where I'm
was.
from.
In New York City, they did not have numbers on the doors of the houses. And one day, one of the Afro-American police say, listen, why do they just put at a city hall, right? Why did you just put number on the door? Even number, a number one side, even number side, and then that way we can find who we're looking for. And he, the one who gave the idea to do that, Afro-American. All these years,
Right.
the white folks was cracking their heads trying to find people, but because they didn't have a number on each house, it was hard for them to find them. So it took a black man to put a simple idea. So if like we say, let me ask you, do you know of any organization that is is dedicated to try to how could I say unite the Afro descendant people around here in the Americas. Do you know any
No,
organization like the
no, I don't. You know why? Because most of them are compromised in their ideology. Most of them are
Mhm.
funded by a white European interest or controlled by a white European interest, while they have some of the people who do the secret handshakes from the black colleges at the helm who are not really interested in the downtrodden black people who need help and education and awareness. They capitalize
Mhm.
off of that. So they're a membrane between the European and the poor black people. So they'll come around your neighborhood and give out free turkeys when you're hungry, and we clap and
Right.
say, "Oh, how nice they are." The pastors in these churches are the same way. Look at the state of Black America, how it's getting worse and worse. We have people who are doing excellent. We have people who are making lots of money, but you can't judge a whole chain and the strength of the whole chain by a couple of strong links. Most of the links
No.
are weak. The numbers are they're making private prisons where they're filling us up and keeping the conditions in our neighbors a certain way to keep on
Yeah.
fueling them to
Yeah.
make money.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
organization? There's no organizations. They may say it's an organization, but if
Right.
they say it's an organization and they're really about it, they're quickly going to get decimated. They're quickly going to get controlled. They cannot exist.
I
And like
know.
we say about Giant Gaines said, all men are created equal. Then why can't we go on a loan in the bank and get a loan like a white man?
Right. Right.
You see
Right.
what I mean?
And
So
My, you know. You know. Let me tell you this
and
story.
go ahead, Judy. Go ahead,
and
Lady
I
J.
want
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
say raw
Yeah.
reality says what he does not understand is that there's a system called white supremacy that puts
Hmm.
white people at the top and black people at the bottom. So they feed off of us physically, mentally, and spiritually. And what I'm going to say is this: when that black man marries that white woman, how can that woman teach those children that look black about our black experience and our black history? She can never ever make her children who are black understand the struggles of what black people go through because she has never experienced it. So, can you explain that? Like, can a white woman really raise a black child to understand the troubles that they will have, even though their mother may be white?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're still
You
going
know.
to have the
I.
issues.
Sometimes I watching social media, a lot of different like movie stars and different people. That's biracial, and they say they had it rough. You know, the white wouldn't accept them, and the black wouldn't accept them. I used to work in a factory, a Jewish company that made part for cars, and then I met this Afro American there, and we was talking, and he told me that they used to work a biracial guy working there, and he couldn't eat lunch with the white people, and he couldn't eat lunch with the black people. So, but he was more knowledgeable. He was more understanding. So he would go over to him and say, "Hey man, how you doing? Yeah, come on, eat lunch and whatever." So he wouldn't be all alone. You know what it is? Eh, uh, eh, eh, all the evil, all the evil in the world, from racist to whatever, killing, murdering, kidnapping, and I go over the line. Everything really is coming from the spiritual world, you know. But because we human beings don't have the ability of seeing the spiritual world, then it would seem like it's just human against human. But really coming from the spiritual world, all this hate and this killing and this murdering, you know, and so then therefore it's a biracial family, like let's say like how you said the mom. It's true, the mom will never be able to describe to him what it is that what a black person would go through, you know. But also it'd be hard to explain how a biracial child we go through society that is racist, you know. So it would seem better for a black to marry a black to teach him that experience, and a white to marry a white, you know. But like I say, love, people just fall in love. People lonely, they're alone, and they just happen to find the person that is like their soulmate. They think alike. They like the same color. They like the same food. They just happen to be different colors and different race or ethnic groups. So, you know, are we can we forget that love just because you don't look like me? Is that do that make it right? Would that make me happy? So it boils down
Well,
to
you
a
know what?
personal
That
choice.
erases us off the planet, man, because nobody else is thinking that way. And we know that it's spiritual warfare. We know it's spiritual. But like Paul
Yeah,
Mooney
yeah,
said in a joke, a person got caught up in murdering someone, and the judge was going to try him. And the person's defense was that they had 9 different personalities. And the judge said, well, you pick one of them personalities because somebody's going to jail. The
mm-hmm,
thing is, again, it's exploited.
mm-hmm,
We're the first ones to go out there and push, well, it should be love and we need to open up. And those are the very persons who are destroying us. And some may
yeah,
be nice and
yeah,
some may be on a spiritual level. We can't afford that. If you knew
yeah.
somebody was known for poisoning food, are you going to invite them to serve out the food in your buffet at
No,
your party?
no,
No, keep
no.
them out because we are not where we should be yet.
Right.
I can't say it any better way than that.
Yeah,
We as a people, no matter what country we come
right,
from, we are
right,
not where we should be yet. We need to stop taking our resources and letting
right,
everybody in, letting the entertainment industry take our silver and gold of all of our
right.
actors and comedians and singers, and they're making the money and we die broke. In sports, it's the
Right.
same way. It's
Mm,
nothing but a plantation where a couple of
let,
white men who got
right.
bad knees, who can't walk up 2 steps, making all the money from these strong black bodies in,
Let
and
me
we need to rule that. We
right.
can't keep letting these
Mm,
enemies in. They come with a smile
right,
and we say it's spiritual, but
right,
we are spiritually dumb because we
right.
keep doing the same thing. If we put our
Okay.
foot down and act like we didn't need these people because
Right,
everything comes from us, they would
right.
starve. It's like Africa. If
Mm-hmm.
Africa shut down, the world would shut down.
Yeah,
But yet they're
yeah,
exploiting and taking
yeah,
everything from Africa.
yeah.
In Africa, because of their leaders and the people who are indoctrinated with religion, the wrong way to worship somebody else, the white Jesus, right? These
Right.
politicians, they're over here mad because they're not living the life that they should. We should all benefit from what we have inside of us
Mm.
and underfoot. We got to
You.
stop thinking of ways more. Look, if I make a certain amount of money,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I only have enough to pay my bills at home. Why am I paying the light bill of everybody on my neighborhood? And I go home and sit in darkness. That's what we're doing.
Right,
We're
right,
catching
right,
hell,
right,
yet we're
right,
saying, well, it's not everybody. We should be, it's love. Is it a perfect
right,
world? It
right.
isn't, and it'll
No,
never be. And who
no,
started
no,
this? We didn't start this. They started this.
not until God put an end to all this madness. There won't be hate and killing and racism and all that. But listen, I know there is a lot of multimillionaire Afro Americans here in America. It's a lot of them. They got millions of millions. Uh, do you think? Do you think that if they get together, they could open their own black companies, their own record recording companies, and then channel
Listen,
that
can I
money to the
say,
black community?
can I
Do you
say
think?
something?
Hmm?
Can I say something
Yes, yes,
concerning
yes.
all the black millionaires? One,
Hmm.
their money is dirty. It's being gained by whoredom. Two, even if they do try and help their communities, they lose everything or they get bumped off, whatever the case. They have signed contracts with the devil. So no, they will not help their communities and they can only help but so much because if they do, like I said,
Hmm.
they will lose everything. That money is not really theirs. It doesn't really belong to them. Take, for instance, Kanye West. When
Hmm.
he opens his mouth, what do? They sanction him like he's a country.
Hmm. Yeah,
Black
because I was thinking.
people, no matter how rich they are, they don't really have any power. And that's, once again, white privilege.
But
And
you know what? Can I say this? The reason I say that because I was thinking like, let's say example Michael Jordan. Well, Bill Cosby, he
Not
have
Michael
money, but
Jordan. Michael
huh?
Jordan invests in prisons, man.
Invest
Michael
in
Jordan has
prison.
invested heavily in prisons, privatization of prisons, where he makes money on his own brothers getting locked up. He don't care about
Yeah.
black people.
Exactly.
See, these are things that a lot of folks don't know.
Oh, what about what's his name? He made the movie like the Bad Cop.
Or whoever that you see highly visible up there, they're there because they're permitted to be there. And it's an unknown pact that they cannot take that success and help anybody get up on their feet. Whoever you see that is out there, and
Yeah.
these are not black, they have to be approved. It's not just about, oh, it's a movie. There's got to be distribution. There's got to be approval for financing. And don't you know in the movie industry that they have dictates now that you have to have an LGBTQ character in there? You may have to say the word nigger a couple times in there, and you better
Mm.
not show a full, healthy black family, and then taking this to other countries. There are people
Oh,
that I know that tell me all different types of things, what's going on. I'm
oh
not knocking
yeah.
you for not knowing it. I'm just
Right.
saying this is the way it is because I've been out here a couple years, man, and there are
Right.
people that I know. I can't say their names. I
Right.
can't
Right.
say.
Right. Right.
I can
Right.
say the
Right.
information that they
Right.
gave me, but I can't say it all because for me to know those things, it'll blow them
Right.
up. But yeah,
So
no,
so so
any
you
money
mean
like
like
that. Listen,
you mean like Denzel Washington, all of them is on a contract that they cannot go back to their communities and help out?
they can't. They cannot. They cannot. Who has done it? Who has done it? None of them.
That,
They can't. And you
man,
have
that's
independent
crazy.
filmmakers, independent
How someone
actors.
can tell you what you can do with your money and what you cannot do with your money?
Exactly, because you're getting the money from them. They're
The money
supplying you the
doesn't
money by
really
being
belong to them. It
right, but
does
it's
not
in their
belong to
system.
them.
You're getting the money from their system, and they will take it from you. Trust and believe, and they know that. There are things that
That's
go, but no,
crazy.
you can't. No, you can't take your money and do that. You can take it out the bank and put it somewhere else. They're gonna get it. These people have control. And remember the people that you said your friend, the lady he was dating, but she couldn't
Right,
marry
right,
him. It's
right.
those people. Dig deeper. It's those
Oh,
people who control us. And even in politics, and even if you're a president running for the office, you better proclaim your dedication to
Allegiance.
them.
oh
Yes.
yeah.
Allegiance, yes, full allegiance. Why is it that we have
That's
veterans
crazy.
dying up under overpasses and can't get treatment? And they have VA hospitals, but you got to wait a long time when you deal with them. People
Yeah,
who I don't believe in
exactly.
war. I don't believe in war, but
No,
and I do believe in war on different levels against your real enemy. But I'm not going to
right,
fight for
right, right,
somebody
right,
else's enemy.
right,
But
right.
how are you going to have a person dedicate their life and risk their lives to go out in war and all this money you have, you can't take care of them? They come back
Yeah,
injured, legs and
yeah,
limbs blown off,
yeah.
mental
Right.
sicknesses, drug addictions, that you got money to go send over to Ukraine, all these billions of dollars and stuff. Why are you doing this when you're not taking care at home? See, so it's twisted this world the way it is. Why are they letting so many people in here illegally, which it should be right that you follow the process? And they're
So
giving them
so
money, giving them
it
cars, giving them
right.
place to live. And there are people who have fed into the system, paid their taxes, and fell on bad times and can't get a dime from the government. It's
Yeah,
wrong, but you can't
that's
speak
what
like
is
this.
done.
And those actors and actresses and those people who we believe who played a certain role on the screen, oh, they're such nice people and they're wonderful. They just as evil too, a lot of them. This is a business. When you understand that the entertainment world is a business and sports is a business, and these businesses where those people that Kanye West didn't get along with rule it, trust me, you ain't, nah, man. The minute you say
Wow.
something wrong, you
Yeah,
out and you're not going
yeah.
to have
That's
access to their
crazy,
money.
man.
They might let you buy a yacht and go and take the ship and go out in the water. You'll have money to do the pleasurable things. And they advertise it in their gossip rags and stuff like that. But as far as saying, I am going to go and help out black people here in America, right?
Right.
Oprah Winfrey she went to South Africa or something. She couldn't do nothing for the girls here. I'm not saying the girls in South Africa are any less, but charity begins at home. Just like we
Yeah.
need to
But
take care of
listen,
ourselves.
but Sir Lancelot, There's a lot
Okay,
of abuse.
let me deal with a troll here who said I'm a pussy and I'm a simp and you a punk. And so you in a chat room on my show, what are you? Because I'm not. If I was speaking about pussy and I was speaking about ass and talking bad about my sisters, you'd love it. But you don't want to hear no sense, so you're gonna hide.
No.
Let me drop the link and let's see if we can hear his voice and let's see how much of a punk he is. Anyway, we have his IP address, so I'll find out who he is anyway. But let me
But let me say this though. Oprah Winfrey, yes, she opened that school in South Africa, but there's a lot of allegations coming out how those girls are being abused. And furthermore, just to prove a point about these rich people when they're black, their money doesn't make a difference and does not take away their blackness in how they are treated. Because she went, I think it was Italy, but it's happened to her twice, where she wanted to buy a handbag. And the woman in the store actually said to her, oh, no, you can't buy that. It's way too expensive for you. This is Oprah Winfrey we're talking about. So you see, at the end of the
Wow, that's
day,
crazy.
when a black person has money, it makes no difference. They will treat you still like the shit under their shoe and say, no, you can't have that. You can't afford it. Oh, it's too much for you. No, I can't sell it to you because you just can't afford it. And you're Oprah Winfrey.
You
So
know.
let us listen. Let us not get it twisted
Mhm.
about, oh, love, love, love. Because you see, that's where they got us on that love trip.
So for at least
When
here in
we
America,
already, hold on, well, when we already have the love of God in our hearts,
right?
but
So
yet, like you said earlier,
mhm.
they're not so forthcoming with the love. But I'm going to read this, and it's Psalms 83. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy
uh,
people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. The tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites of Moab and the Hagarenes, Jabal and Ammon and Amalek and the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Assur also is joined with them. They have holpen the children of Lot, Selah. Do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin at the brook of Kison, which perished at Endor. They became as dung for the earth. Make their nobles like Oreb and like Zeb, yea, all their princes as Zebah and as Zalmunna. Who said, let us take to ourselves the houses of God in possession? O my God, make them like a wheel, as the stubble before the wind, as the fire burneth the wood, and as the flame setteth the mountains on fire. So persecute them with thy tempest, and make them afraid with thy storm. Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek thy name, O Lord. Let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yea, let them be put to shame and perish, that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Jehovah, art the most high over all the earth. Let me tell you, them people are too proud. They are filled with pride. Why they treat the black man the way that they do. But you know, as we started from the beginning, black men brought the trouble upon themselves. And that's through intermarrying.
Mhm.
Because how can we become a nation when we have no families? So you can
uh,
answer that
right.
question.
Can I ask this question? In your opinion, being that the white power here in America will not do nothing to really genuinely help the Afro America, what would be the best solution, and what how to put it in motion?
May I answer
Well,
that question, please?
oh yes,
Yes,
Yeah,
go
brother. Go
ahead.
ahead. Steamboat.
Greetings, everyone. How's
Welcome,
everybody
brother.
doing?
great, great.
Uh, You know, there's an old saying that charity starts at home, and I
Right.
would say that understanding. I don't necessarily use the word white privilege. I tend to use the word white supremacy or the system of white supremacy. And I believe that you have three different types of people in this world. You have non-white people, you have people who are white, and you have people who are white supremacists. And the
Mm,
people who run the country, in my humble opinion, are white supremacists. And
mm-hmm.
as it relates to us as Black Americans or the African American, I don't believe that this is a black man problem necessarily or a black woman problem. It's a people problem, a black people problem. And in order to solve the problem, we have to know what is the problem and then what is the proper ways of going about solving it. So if anything, I'm going back to what I originally said about charity starts at home. Uh, I believe that the problem has to be understood by us as a people, and we have to use the proper steps and the proper methodology to solve the problem.
Everything starts
Agree.
at home,
Well, it starts with the individual. If you have a
right?
problem, if a problem is presented before you, you don't. It's like you're driving a car down the highway, and you
Hmm.
may not know where your next exit is. You don't just put your foot on the gas and just start driving faster. You would maybe pull the car over to the side. Look, if you have a map, you look at your map and see where you are. If you have GPS, or you may stop at a gas station along the way and get information. But what I'm saying, the
Mm,
point is
mm.
information that's allowing you to solve that problem, not just putting your foot on the gas and just going down the highway and say, well, if I get there, I get there.
Right, right, right. Good point. Very good point. So the thing is information then.
Yes, sir, without a doubt. That's the first step. That's the first step to
So
solving the problem is you
so
need
so
information.
so how in your opinion how you think we will go, how we could go about putting together that information, or putting an institution or a structure to give out that information?
Well, I would say, brother, the first thing that we have to do is understand what is a human being. This it sounds so remedial, but when you stop and think about it, see, we need to know what is a human being first,
Right.
because we live in a time in which, I mean, I'm past middle age, and I
Yeah.
remember a time when if you would have told me back in the 1970s that a time would come where people would look between their legs and they wouldn't know if they are a male or female, I would say that's impossible. I would have said that's impossible.
or or they may, but
We haven't
in
even,
their brain,
I haven't even got to the part about the human nature of the human being, the forces of that moves the human being to do good and do bad. I haven't even got on that level yet. I'm just saying, just physically,
yeah,
biologically,
yeah,
looking
right.
between your legs, and people are confused about whether they are male or female.
Yeah, that's true. That's
So
true.
the problems are much bigger now. I mean, Brother Lance, he'll tell you the problems today are far greater than they were back in the 60s, 70s, and the 80s,
For sure.
because the people don't even know who they are, just on the physical level. We haven't even got to the spiritual aspect of the human being. And I'm saying that on the spiritual level, human beings are not born sinful. That's one of the biggest cons that was played on the human being.
Hmm.
Your human flesh is not sinful. Human beings were created to make choices. We can do what's right or we can do what's wrong, but the choices is based on knowledge.
Mm. So how
See?
can we go? Okay, so let's say in putting this together,
Yes, sir.
um, let's say we open an institution,
Hmm.
a black institution, advanced knowledge or something like that, whatever, some
Hmm.
kind of name, and then what with the institution, what its main goal would be, like to teach black woman or a black family how to be more black, or how to know science or art, or
Okay,
how
in terms of, you mean in terms of curriculum?
right, right, right,
I,
right.
I would probably say, because we just, again, I just came back from the gym, so you just got to bear with me.
Okay, no problem.
If I knew that was the subject, I would have been more prepared. I would say that first of all, we have to be people who understand like principles. To be a principle, what does it mean to have morals, ethics, principles, and values? We would have
Hmm.
to get that established first, because
Hmm.
once we get that established, then we can get established what are the do's and what are the don'ts in terms of our interactions with each
Right,
other.
right, right, right,
That
right,
has to be established first. We have to a code of ethics, I guess you could say, a code of
right,
conduct. Just
right,
like in the military, the code in which we are in a situation, we are at war with people who are at war with us. So the
right,
question
right,
is, how do we conduct ourselves in this war environment?
right.
So we have to establish that, and that's why I said that. But even before we establish that, we have to establish first what is a male and what is a female, because this is the years ago that wasn't even an issue.
Right.
We would have just
Now
said,
it's a
okay, we
big
are
issue.
people. Yeah, but it's such a big issue now. Now we had to go back
Yeah.
to the biological level and say that there's only three genders: male, female, and neuter. You see?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I find that very interesting. If the solution is to give knowledge to the younger generations, then uh, one thing I noticed about those the Eurocentric mentality, they
Hmm.
tend to institutionalize. Like they create entities that focus on whatever it is they want to focus on, and they go at it. Let's say for example, like they might have like, well, this is a bad example, but like what I'm trying to say, like the KKK.
Hmm.
They got together, they rallied together, got a couple of members, saying we better than all the other races, especially the Jews and the black, and they teach that to their kids. So I noticed they do that if for whatever goal they want to accomplish, that's what they do. In that goal, they're trying to teach supremacy,
Hmm.
and so I think that what the black community should do: establish an institution, and not say that we're better than anyone. Just simply that how you say, teach them, what will be accepted among the black community, what will not be accepted, and that will become part of the curriculum.
Hmm.
So like how you say, I think this. I asked the brother. He said that he don't know any organization that is trying to do that, but at an international level. But the same way you can work internationally, you can work locally. That I mean, like right here in the
Hmm.
United States. So
Hmm.
maybe we should try to find some congregation who's in that direction, and support them. You know.
Well, can I
Well,
interject? We have Umar Johnson, who's been trying to open a school, you
Mm,
know, and
yeah.
he's very much for his black people and black men being with black women.
Mm,
And this is where
mhm.
we need to start. And neither one of you were here in the very beginning of this talk. But you see, God has already laid down the foundation and and just the principles, the life principles of which we should follow. And this is
mm.
the problem, because we have steered so far away from the word of God. This is why we have trouble.
Okay.
May I say something, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that if you say God, or some people may say creator, because if we say God, a high power, omnipresent, omnipotent, then we acknowledge that this God, as we say, is greater than the human being. But the problem is, with again going back to when I talked about the human flesh, and people believe in human flesh as symbol, we have to ask the question: who is God?
Well, when you read his word, you learn as to who he is.
Okay, Brother Lance.
I'm here. I was just on mute.
I want you to. I'm assuming that when we're talking about God, we're talking about God as it relates to in the context of monotheism. Brother Lance, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to Google what language did Jesus speak. I want you to Google what language did Jesus speak.
I'm gonna do that right now. Hold tight.
Because linguistics, because linguistics is very important in understanding who God is.
Well, I totally agree.
Aramaic.
But what
okay,
I
hold on, sister. Hold on, my dear sister. Hold on. Okay, what language did he speak?
Aramaic.
Okay, so that means he didn't speak French. He didn't speak English. He didn't speak German. He didn't speak Portuguese. He didn't speak Japanese. Okay, now, Brother Lance, Google, how do you say God in Aramaic?
I got it. It looks like Elah means God with the suffix
Elohim.
I, meaning mine.
But
yes,
we're
it
talking
says
about
E-L-A-H. It says being Aramaic. Well, it's 4 letters they're saying here what I'm reading. It's E-L-A-H. And it says being Aramaic and not Hebrew, there is no singular possessive for God in biblical Hebrew. In the Old Testament, Elohi is found only in the books of Ezra and Daniel. It is best known for its transliteration in Mark 15:34. That's what it says.
So the three, and what are the 3 Semitic languages?
Okay, I didn't pull this one up. Okay, let me Google that separately.
Right.
Okay. What are
but I will say this. I will say this. I only use the terminology that everyone is familiar with. But
that's true. But sometimes, sister, sometimes the terminology can be incorrect.
Yes, I know this.
I got the answer.
But we're just doing a generalization here because, I call him the most high living God. I say
the same thing. But I just want to go back to what is it?
Yeah, but I just want to say this.
Let me just say what are the 3 lands?
Hebrew, Arabic, and Ethiopic. And then there's another answer that goes for 7 Semitic languages. The Semitic language family consists of dozens of distinct languages and modern day dialects. But the major Semitic languages are Arabic, Amharic, spoken in Ethiopia, Tigrinya, if I'm saying it right, spoken in Ethiopia and Eritrea, Hebrew, it looks like tiger, but there's an R and an E at the end, spoken in Sudan, Aramaic, spoken in Lebanon, Syria, Israel, Iraq, and Iran, and Maltese, to go more detail. That's what they said.
Okay. But I'm saying that
I just want to say this.
Let me just say this. Let me say this, my dear sister.
What I'm going to say is very
Let me say this.
short.
I just want to say is this, because I just want to go. I'm trying to go back to the question that I raised before. The 3 basic root Semitic languages is Arabic, Aramaic, and Hebrew, biblical Hebrew. That's all I want to say.
Yes, and I agree. But the thing is, people, and this is why I just make it general, because tell the normal average Christian out on the street about Yeshua. They will want to beat you down in the street because you've not said Jesus. Jesus was not his name. The letter J never even existed until the 15th century.
That's true.
So this is why I don't disagree with general.
That. But my approach, my dear sister, my approach is this: whenever we, again, going back to solving problems, whenever we solve problems, we can't get so much in our emotions. We have to deal with truth.
And I totally agree with that. But the thing is,
Oh, oh, oh,
when I speak
okay.
about God, if I'm not reading from the word for word, I just make it general
Oh,
so that
oh,
everyone will understand.
right.
Because
Can
at the
I?
end of the day, I expect Christians to have a relationship with God, to know what they are to call him when they
But how
And
can
speak
they
to
have?
him.
But
can I?
how? What does it
Can,
mean to have a relationship?
Well, you should pray, read your word to get to know him.
okay. Can I say an idea? I we were talking how to like support an institution or set up a
Yes, sir.
system that we can help out the Afro American community, right? And the sister, she say that God has already given the blueprint that not only Afro American but all human beings created in His image should follow. And what happened? Humanity have a sidetrack away from that way of living that humanity should live based on what God want them to do, how to live. And so so it gives the idea that if we open an institution, that we might not be religious. It would have religious principles as part of the way to repair the Afro American family.
Hmm.
I, I I
So,
I think that's how I read it.
so again, are you saying you're going back to the curriculum and the institution? Because see,
Right, right, right,
I
right.
tend to believe. Yes, I believe that people, as human beings, we need institutions.
Hmm.
But I also believe that we need basic knowledge on how to conduct ourselves, going back to being a human being. See,
Hmm. Hmm.
if this, like the saying, like minds,
Yeah, yeah.
minds, like people of like minds are, together.
Right, right.
You we've been so programmed that we need a building with four walls to solve problems, when it's really just a matter of the thoughts that we think is what leads to problem solving.
Right now, based on your view, right now,
Hmm.
in 2024, what is the problem that Afro American, I'm not only Afro American, but all blacks, because the white power consider everyone as just one, as long as they're not blue eye and blonde hair. Uh, what, but let's emphasize on black. What you think is the problem? Because you said we have to identify the problem and
Hmm.
then find the solution. What is the problem? As far as
Well,
you can see.
my brother, good question. I think that the problem is very multifaceted.
Okay.
It's not just as I was on my way home, I was reflecting on Hollywood, and I was
Hmm.
reflecting on, I remember when I was growing up in the 70s, because I grew up in the 70s and the 80s, and I remember watching like the movies, like the black, like Billie Holiday and Cat Calloway, and the black actors of the 50s and 60s, because at that time in the 70s, particularly in the mid 70s, that's all we really had to look,
Right,
is looking back. Looking back, as as you see blacks in the movies.
right,
But
right,
it seemed like once uh, Malcolm X was killed, assassinated, Dr. King was assassinated, Medgar Evers was assassinated, the Black Panther were assassinated. Whenever you kill great men like that, you get rid of them. You have to put something else in their places. And I
right, right,
remember as a little boy going to see the black exploitation films. And I remember sitting in the theater watching these films, because it was all advertised. Oh, all these black characters, black people. A black person leading the film was a big thing back then. So
right,
people go
right,
to the movies. But when you finally got there and you saw it, you looking like, what the hell is this? You got black women walking around half naked in the movies. Black people using the N word. You have black people simulating death, killing each other in these films. And all of this was nothing but designed to set the pace with black people, to tell them this is where you should be putting your energy at. Brothers start
And
cutting
can
their
I
hair. They
mm,
start
interject?
cutting the afros and start getting perms. perms in their heads. So if they said forget about the movement, man. Hey, you know, if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. That
And
kind of
can I
became like the
interject?
mindset at that time. Yeah, go ahead.
And can I interject? The problem is whoredom. And
Yeah,
Romans 12,
absolutely. I don't disagree with that.
And Romans 12, verse 1 and 2 says, I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. And that's where we all can start as a people.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
the
It was.
foundation.
I'm just saying, in terms of contemporary history, there was a time when something like that was considered as black people. I mean, we always had the element of criminality in the black community. You know, the person who was running the numbers, like back in the 50s and the 60s, you had the guy who was the reefer man or the hemp man. We always had this element in our community. Brother Lance, he'll tell you, we always had these elements, but that was a
Yes,
minority.
indeed.
That was a minority. But then Hollywood, as we were coming out of the 60s into the 70s, and it's like this, just like you had COINTELPRO with the black organizations, the government counterintelligence program, you began to see colored COINTELPRO in the films. If you notice, in the 60s, the white people had the television shows Father Knows Best, My Three Sons, Leave It to Beaver. There was a mother and a father in the house as it became to raising children. As black people, we started to have black sitcoms from the late 60s going into the 70s. Hollywood started pushing single parent homes, just like the beautiful sister Diane Carroll with that when she played the nurse. She was a single black woman raising a child on her own. So they had this stuff written into the scripts where we're going to go in and we're going to destroy the black family. If you look at the television shows in the early 70s, whether they were Good Times, whether they were What's Happening Now, I mean, these people got so crazy with their Hollywood. Remember, Different Strokes? We're going to put two black children from the ghetto in the penthouse with a white man and a white woman. How unreal is that? The sister Esther Rose from Good Times, originally when they wrote the script, she was supposed to be a single black woman raising some black children in the ghetto. Oh. And she said no. She fought to have the brother as the husband. She had to fight for that. And even after a couple of seasons, they still got rid of him.
Yeah, I remember that he died in some place working.
Right.
I used to love that show, Good Times.
Yeah.
I love that show with JJ.
You know, so at even like, you know, I'm not trying to take over the conversation, but I'm trying to show how I'm trying to tie these points together. Because you asked me a question. You said, I'm saying we're just dealing with the Hollywood aspect. We haven't even got into the whole thing with the political aspect as it relates to
and the spiritual aspect.
Right.
Wow. So, sister, you said there is someone who is trying, like, to work toward the black community being united.
Yeah.
Hello?
Umar Johnson.
Yeah. What's his name?
Umar Johnson.
Is he here in Philadelphia or which part of the
I
United
can't
States?
remember where he is, but you know, I've seen a few of his videos, and he's outspoken when it comes to black men and black women coming together.
Yeah, I mean that's one sure way to preserve any group or sector of the human population by, you know, the same race, you know, multiplying. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
the
And
best
this
way.
is why,
That's the best way.
and this is why we have the picture that we have for this talk. And there's also a video. So Lancelot, can you play the video now? because black men
Uh,
are
it
becoming,
might knock me off. It might knock me off if I do so. Now I'm gonna have to download it separately because in the beginning
okay,
it echoed. But we got a
okay,
troll in here, and I'm dealing with them right now. So please excuse my gutter language. But when you deal with gutter people who are
Mm.
fixated on you and coming into the troll when they're locked up, you got to deal with them. So don't expect me to be the pre 2024 polite, always accepting
well
Lancescurv
just
because I'll get down in the
remember,
mud.
it's righteously not being nice.
Exactly.
but
Yeah,
but
for real.
but what I was saying was black men are becoming in demand. Japan has requested that black men come and breed their women. Poland has now made their demands that they want black men to come in and be with their women. And for what reason? Because what? Their men, their sperm counts are low? Or would it be perhaps for melanin so that they can kind of live a little longer due to the fact that we're having climate change and the sun is getting brighter and hotter?
Well,
And
that's news
so
to me. I did not know that.
and and so if black men want to go outside to marry other women to water themselves down and then not even be in existence come their second generation, as in their grandchildren and their great grandchildren, where when they see them, it's like they never existed on this planet.
Mm. Yeah, I think like getting back to the point, uh, to encourage the person you say is trying to encourage Afro black men to marry black women, to have black babies, and that way the race do not disappear. Um, I think that's great. That's great. But like how the brother was saying, that there is many aspects to keeping a race, not only alive, but vibrant and progressing and moving up. Because it's like how, example, like uh, among the people that live here in America, like black and Hispanic is like minority, but yet they seem to be the poorest. So that have to change, and we have to hit many aspects, not only teaching Afro American to black men to marry black women, but also teach them education. Teach them from first how as the brother say, how to relate to each other, as on a personal basis, but also how to become educated academically in science, in sports, and everything else. And if I really I never touched this issue because I always like I'm trying to go back home to Panama this year,
Hmm.
because I can see what's coming to America is big, with everything trying to assassinate Trump. Most likely Trump is coming like I'm like a dictator, and it's gonna be crazy. So I said, you know what? I think I'm old enough. Let me go back home and work the land and live in peace as much as possible. But if at least if they have an institution here that will dedicate themselves for that, to encourage black men to marry black women, and to know how to live among themselves, and to learn science, educate themselves in all science and sport and all that, that will not only guarantee that the survival of the race, as a race itself, but it guarantees for them to have a higher level of existence. So,
Can,
I think that's the direction it should go.
well, can I say this? You're talking about black Americans as
Mhm.
though they are not educated.
Oh no,
Black
no, no. Oh
Americans,
no.
it
There's
just
not.
sounds like that. It
Oh
just
yeah, it
sounds
sounds
like
like
that.
no, 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 no.
But I want to
When I'm.
say this.
Uh-huh.
I want to say this. Black Americans are highly educated, but I think what the problem is that the rap culture has so taken over
Mm-hmm.
as to this is how black people are depicted as, where it
Mm-hmm.
looks like we have no education or or
Mm-hmm.
or don't know how to live uprightly or even righteously.
Right, right.
And this is the
No,
thing, people are so
right,
brainwashed into watching all of that crap that when
right,
they do even
right,
meet a decent woman on the street, they think it's free for all. Oh,
right.
I can just grope her and grab her. Oh, what does it matter? That's my privilege now.
Right. I know no. I in no way I meant that because I know some of the greatest scholars are black, and a lot of people go to black. I mean to communities, not community to how do you call it, Ivy League college. That a lot of people Afro American go there, but what I'm trying to say in the sense that uh, most people in the ghetto, tend to lack education. Not only, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying academically, but from home, the younger generation, because like
Yes.
most homes are, I think, only a mom in the home, so she come hard from work. She's tired, and she don't got time like to really help the kids in schoolwork and other things. And like how you say, a lot of kids listen to the music and the television end up teaching them how to like coexist or how to live such a life with other uh, Afro American in the community. So when I
Can
mean
I say
education,
again?
that's what I mean. Huh?
But can I say again? We cannot stigmatize
Oh
single
no,
mothers
no, no, no,
because
no, no,
there
no,
is a
no.
man. There is a man who had a brother raised by his mother, had no father,
Mm,
and would you believe his mother couldn't even read? But guess
mm,
what? He became the greatest doctor,
mhm.
brain surgeon in America, and his name is Ben Carson.
Yeah.
So we cannot stigmatize
No, no,
single
no, no, no,
mothers,
no.
But
single
with
parents.
respect, I have that book, Gifted Hands by Dr. Carson. It's a good book. Um, I don't think anybody is stigmatizing single mothers by no means.
no, 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 no. I
There
would
was a
never.
time in my life, brother, just going back to a comment you made earlier, there was a
Hmm.
time when my life where I was like, black men need to be with black women. Black men need to be with black women. But as I've gotten older and I look at the reality of people and human beings, like minds are always going to draw other like minds. So I would tell
Hmm.
anybody, if you get you somebody, if you're talking about marriage, find somebody that you can be at peace with, not somebody that you got to fight with. My wife is Oriental, and we talk
Mm.
about these things all the time, you
Oh
know.
yeah.
And if she wasn't a like mind like me, we wouldn't be together. Because life is too short. Life, I'm telling you, brother. Life. I bet you remember when you were 5 years old. Everybody here can remember when they were 5 years old, and look at us today. Look how fast time goes. So
Yeah.
lifetime don't wait for anybody. And
No,
I mean, I've been
no.
married. I've been married over 20 years. I'm happily married. Do
Oh
do
man, good for you, man.
Thank you, brother. People ask me. Um, I tend to put it like this. I said some days I'm happier than others because whenever you with somebody, you're gonna have good days. You're gonna have not so good days.
Hmm.
It don't mean
Yeah,
that the
yeah.
marriage is bad, but
No,
whenever
no.
you live with somebody, you're trying to live with another human being. You're gonna have
Hmm.
challenges. There are gonna be
Hmm.
challenges there, and you got to know how to deal with the challenges.
Yeah.
So I would just tell anybody. I'm not in the system of racism, white supremacy. Like I opened up and said, I believe there are non-white people, there are white people, and there are white supremacists. So for me, I just married a non-white person, and I just leave it at that.
Mm. Yeah, when it comes to race, brother and sister, and people intermarrying. Like we said, people like mine, even like I mean, it's like it depends on the person itself, because like that lady or that young lady with my brother, she liked him, but in she as a person did not feel it right that she did not marry with someone of her own kind, because she wanted to produce another one of her kind. Do that make her evil? Do that make her racist? Was she being discriminated to my brother? Just because he wasn't one of her kind. But really it boils down to the person itself, what they would choose to do with their genealogy, with their descendants. But it makes sense that black married black. It makes sense. It procreate more black. But what if I marry black just because they black, but we don't have the same mindset? Then what?
I mean,
But you're
So
not going to
brother,
marry
look in the
someone.
hood. Look in the hood. We have black marrying black, but look at what we're producing. When we talk about reproduction and children, we have to install principles within that person.
mhm. Yeah, you know what? I mean, like I said, it's very difficult to put your finger on it. But like how she was saying, how can a white girl explain clearly to the child what a black person go through? It's difficult for a white person or from other race because they don't have the black experience. But yet, you have the reality of a mind that think alike. So like what can you really do then? What can you really do?
What well in the words of the late J.A. Rogers, people are going to be people.
Mm,
People are more motivated by their emotions instead of logic and reasoning.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
people
That's true.
people this is
That's
this
true.
is the reality of human beings. People are going to be people. So it's just one of those situations. You know, people are going to do what they're going to do. I have some family members who are half and half, but I
Mm.
still treat them with the utmost respect and courtesy. But I think even they know that they are a non-white person. You see? See, it brings them right back to those. What I was saying is those three types of people. Even they know, even though they Caucasian ancestry,
Right,
but
right.
they know at the end of the day, they know what time it is.
Wow.
They know
So
exactly what
so
time it
how
is.
how so let's say if we was to decide to find an organization, what to help the Afro American in the community, for them to become better and have a better future for the future generation. What the main problem should be tackled? What would it be?
Well, again,
Education? Huh?
we would have to discuss. First of all, we would have to establish what is a human being. That has to be first established because the human being is the only creation. Like if you look at an
Mm,
animal will go out and kill to survive. But
right.
it's fed, once it's satisfied, it'll stop and just sit and lay down. And
Mm-hmm.
even though its
Yeah.
prey may walk by, but it won't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
Within the human being will kill, and the killing becomes so good, they just man, I got to kill somebody today.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
becomes it's like a drug with them. So
Right.
we
Right.
have to understand as human beings what are the forces within this universe. Now let's go into the spiritual aspect. What are the forces in this universe that pulls on the human being? Because human beings have to understand that there are forces in this universe that pulls on the human
Yeah.
being. And when
Right.
you know it and you feel that pulling on you, that's when you have to have a point of restraint, as they say,
Right.
a
Right.
point of
Right.
restraint. You see these people out here who have decided that they want to get these sex alterations.
Right.
Now all of a
Right.
sudden they get to a point where they say, "I want my old sex back," but it's too late.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's too
Yeah.
late.
So so. But after that, what you think will come next?
Um, there has to be a spiritual aspect in here to the human being to understand that the human being is a created being. And if the human being is created, then we have to acknowledge that there is a creator. And we have to
Right.
acknowledge what is it that this creator demands of us as human beings. Because if you're going to have a creation, you got to have a creator.
Right.
You can't have one without the other. And we have to
No,
understand
no.
what is it that that creator
Mhm.
demands from us as a human being.
Okay, so then
So there's the spirit, there's the spiritual, I guess you say, want to say
right,
religious or
right,
spiritual aspect of that.
right. So then once we identify what the creator demands from us, then after that, what would be next?
Well,
In your
see,
opinion?
the whole black thing will become really irrelevant. Believe it or not, because we're not motivated by skin color. We're motivated by principles.
Okay.
The skin color, I'm not saying it's irrelevant. With us who understand that there is a creator and we have, for a better choice of words, a relationship with this creator, the skin color thing won't be a big issue with us because we understand that our skin color, the diversity of color comes from our creator.
Right.
Just like you have different color flowers.
Right.
The beauty, you see a garden of flowers and the different colors, beautiful.
Right.
You know, I like to say we're not black because we curse, we black because we first.
Yeah. You know, people don't understand it, and they don't want to show it on television. They don't want to put it on painting. But the real true color of God, the Creator, is a dark color. He's not white. He's not pale. If you read the Bible, it tells you exactly his color, and the color of his son, Yahashua. It tells you his color. It's a brownish color. So, but they don't put it on TV. They don't put it on paintings. They don't put it. They don't talk about it. They only put up this white fake Jesus. And say that he's the son of God. So like how you said, we first, yeah, that skin color was first.
Well, I would say this, brother. I don't want to get too deep off into this because we'll be here all night, and I know Lance don't have that kind of brother. Lance don't have time. I would say two things to that. I would say one, the Creator is the author of color, and God's color is righteousness and truth.
Okay. So really, then once we hit the point of what the Creator wants, then it wouldn't become a matter of black and white or black multiplying itself, or that would just cease to exist.
Well, the white supremacists will still have problems with us.
Oh yeah, because they crazy. They want to be the only one who call the shots. You know what I mean?
They're motivated. They're motivated by fear and retribution. The need to get even. The need. I must get even. I must get even. They're motivated by that, not just with us, but even with their own kind.
I'm on a live recording. I'll have to speak to you.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Well,
thank you,
thank you, sister, my dear sister. Thank you.
It was very informative and a delight to hear your ideas and your participation.
Oh, brother Lance.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm enjoying this.
Before I forget, brother, I got to get that 1,000 crunchies routine from you, man. Because I'm gonna start.
Yeah. I haven't started it yet. I'm gonna do it, right? And you're not just doing crunches just straight. You kind of turn to the side a bit and hitting the intercostals. But it's also very important too that when you build the front, you also have to build the back. And it doesn't mean just doing deadlifts. There was I used to do sit-ups on the lower back. I won't say machine, but have you ever had in your gym? I don't mean to cut everybody off. You can stay here. But do you remember in the gym, there's something that you can lay face down on and hook your legs under, where you pretty much, it's like you're planking, and you go down and come up and it hits your lower back, I have to
You
get
mean
one of those.
okay, I know what you're saying. When you put your feet on it, you brace your feet at the bottom. It has the little pads on there.
It has the pads, but the pads where the pads go are almost as high as
That's your
the
thighs.
part that you lay down on, and that way you can emulate a squat without, I mean, a deadlift without having to do a deadlift, and it's much safer than doing a deadlift. And you go down and you come up, and you come up pretty high. You put your hands behind your head. That's very important because you can
And
really get
some people hold a dumbbell. They hold a dumbbell or a plate on their stomach, right? And they come up. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Yes, and if you have access to that, you can also do sit-ups on that in a different way. And what I would do, I would go all the way back as much as I can without damaging my lower back. But when I come up, I don't come up where my head comes up where I'm like shaped like the letter L, where my torso is perpendicular. I would come up, probably if you're looking at it like a clock, it would be like about 10 o'clock or 10:30, and I'm flexing my abs like I'm on stage. And then you can turn a little bit to the side and do it that way. And you stretch out your intercostals on the side. And that's why my intercostals were the way they were. You see what I mean? Because
so you don't have to get on an oblique machine and just do I'm gonna do 20 reps one side and I do 20 reps the other side.
No, you really don't, you don't even want to work the obliques. I mean, because that kind of widens the illusion of your waist.
That's true.
You see what I mean?
That's true, because people say that,
Yeah. Now it's good to have strength there, but it doesn't take much because it's only supporting everything else.
Right.
And not to be egotistical, I'm gonna show the picture again. It's kind of fuzzy.
Wow.
So you see, it was like a cobblestone. I worked. You see the abs in the front, but then you see on the side how thick the intercostals were without making my waistline heavy and big. And when you flex down on it from every angle, and naturally I don't have a wide waist. But when I put on weight, my waist gets wider. I don't have a wasp waist. When I lose my fat, then my waistline, the illusion. And in this shot, it didn't catch me flexing it all the way. I was so relaxed. I just put my leg up. It didn't catch it flex. I have a picture of flex that the guy who had it died. You know what I mean? From years ago. And another guy, all his files got messed up. But the intercostals are very important. And even up under my chest, there was this muscle which wasn't part of the abs that got worked that way because I was you gotta flex while you're doing any well, I mean, you know this. I'm not gonna preach to the choir.
Right.
But with the abs,
how much did you weigh? How much did you weigh in that photo?
In that photo, I weighed 172, and in this photo, I weighed 169. I was sucked in, dried out, but looked bigger on stage. But I was, I came down, and my walk around weight was normally like about 185, 182.
Like off season.
Now my grown man weight, I would say from malaria that I learned, when I went from 240 to 214, I was ripped without training. You know what I mean? And I knew without training I was softer and everything, but I was dehydrated there. I went for it because it was my last shot. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Excuse me, I must say you was in good shape, man. Or do you still look like that?
No, I look like that in my dreams now, but I know how to get there, but it's a long journey. That photo was 42, no, it wasn't 42, 42 years ago.
Wow.
And you know what? I'm like that old boxer who thinks he can get in the ring and whip everybody that's younger than me. So in the back of my mind, you can't tell me that I can't get like that. I just want to finish this house and get everything right. And I'm going to be the best that I can be now. If I try to compete with that, I'll be injured and old injuries will come back. So I'm going to take my time. I'm going to go through a period of even deeper isolation, just being up in the mountains here and everything. But like I said, we got workers that are sleeping here now that have been working around the clock for the last 2 weeks, and it'll be like that until everything is done. So I got to look over them, do things, do this, do that. So we're not playing over here. This is why you will get these attacks from these envious people who are sitting in the jail cell, mad at the world, and other butthurt people who thought that if I'm not there with him, the platform's not going to exist. And here we have a good show with intelligent people, and then you have people who want to come in and call out names and make out other profiles and come on in. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Because look, nothing will stop me. You're not going to kill my spirit. And look, people don't know, but in the jail when I worked there and in prisons when I worked there, I talk the talk. You know what I mean? I kill people with humor. So if you want to come and come at me, don't bother me. I'm not upset. I love it. It's a way of
Right.
sparring. You know what I mean? But
You,
people,
you,
oh, he's upset. They can't upset me.
you know, you know,
Not where I find myself reaching the goals.
right.
They
Can
can't help themselves. You're right, Daxter. So
I,
excuse my bad language. I was
right.
listening to
No,
the
no
intellectual
problem, no problem.
conversation, and I respect
Let,
all of you for being here.
I,
You know,
I would like to comment that, at a personal level, I feel so bad to see so many black kids and young people in prison, you know,
exactly.
and I can look at them. They're not bad kids. They're not bad young people. Like something like decapitate people's heads and stuff like that. They maybe for illegal material or whatever. But
Right.
and I know most of them didn't have their father in their life. They did a study that shows that when a home have a father, the kids tend not to get into so much trouble as when
But
their
that's why they
father
were
is not
removed.
there.
Exactly. That's part of the
Right.
controlled demolition over the decades. This wasn't something
Right.
that they said
Yeah.
we're going to do this in a year and a half. No, this is a controlled demolition, and it fell just right while we were distracted with so many other things. And it's
Right.
sad because when you in working with the incarcerated, I saw up close and personal a lot of
Mm,
these guys who and how do you expect a child, a teenager, and somebody who is 14 or 15 when the frontal lobe of their brain is not developed to make proper decisions, they're reactionary and get emotional, and then they may have
yeah.
come from a home that wasn't up to par. See, many
Yeah.
of us who came from a community in a home that's up to par, we assess, and I don't want to say judge, we assess them by the state of our own mind. If we're a
Right.
thief, we're going to think people are stealing from us. If we're a gossip, we're going to think people are talking about us. You see what I mean? So when we
Right.
grew up
Right.
right, pretty much, we saw things that had issues. We think that they had they were at the same starting line. So when we get to know these guys, and I've talked with countless hundreds, if not thousands, at the time that I work with the incarcerated, I always reach them. I encourage a lot. There are a lot that I'm not saying I'm some guru where I wave my hand, but y'all know
Right.
I love to
Right.
talk. And when they love when I came on the post, I didn't sit at the desk and just read a magazine or look at my phone. I would go in there and talk with them and talk with their issues and problems, give them solutions and different ways of looking at things. And there's some who call me from 20 years ago when I worked with the incarcerated, who still call me, who have my number, who follow what we do. They might call me in the middle of the night and I'll sit up with them and talk, as much as I can.
Hey,
And
that's
some
good,
of them are
man.
doing
That's
good.
good.
And that's what I
That's
do.
good.
So people say,
That's good,
okay, like
bro.
you posed the question, what about the organizations? We have to deal with what's in our path. We got to cut our yard first before we can cut the other person's yard. But if we all have the spirit in the community that when we mow our lawn, we'll do half of the person's lawn next to us on both sides. If they have that
Right.
mentality, then guess what? The day we forget it, my lawn is cut and your lawn is cut. So we got to look out for each other that way. But a lot of these kids, and I'll say kids under 18, because I work with the juveniles also, that have done what may appear to be some horrific things, but you still see the childlike quality in them, but you can
Yeah.
also see why they
Yeah.
went wrong because of the environment.
Yeah.
And the environment is engineered to be that way. And it's sad how they fall into the trap, but they didn't have any people
Yeah.
to undergird them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and,
Yeah.
and, I,
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that I affected some of them.
You
You know
know.
what I
You
mean?
know. I
Yeah,
have.
go ahead.
Can I? Do you know? Have you heard? Have you ever heard this organization, Zulu Nation?
Yes.
I know one of the
Africa
founder.
Bambaataa.
Hmm?
Party
Africa
people.
Bambaataa.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
That was an
He
opposing song too.
he the person that I know, he every summer he will have like a black party for the young kids them, and he was trying to open a center in around York and Fifth
In
Street.
Bronx. In the
Uh,
Bronx.
uh
In the
and Bronx.
Bronx. Yeah.
No, no, but I'm here in Philadelphia. I'm
Oh,
in Philly.
are you in Philly now?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And he was trying to open an organization here, and he went to the city, and ask the city if they can have any funding for the communities, minorities. And they said, no, we broke, we don't got nothing. So he and a little group, who know about electrician, plumbing, they try to fix the building little by little, and that, if he was to get that fixed, that will help so much young people to be busy on something positive, whether it be boxing, doing sports inside the building. So he's someone who could use some help. I told him I would try to help him as much as I can. So before I leave, I will try to do that. But I'm a social person. I love other human beings. I hate to see other human beings being hurt. I don't care about their color. I don't care about who they are. As far as a human being, if you like a hacks murderer, I stay away from you.
I know a
But
few of those.
but if you are just a regular human being, and you're young, you got no one to guide you. I would try to always talk to them and tell them, try to go boxing. I tried to take some kids to boxing, but their mom had to sign off in it because they was like 14, something like that, 15. And then some of the mom like, nah, then who I pay you? So I only took like 3 of them, and the rest, now the latest I heard of one of them who I was trying to take, he ended up in prison now for shooting someone. So just having some kind of thing to keep them busy, that help that go a long way, and like I said, I'm a outgoing person. If I see something and I think it's important, I would like to participate. But you always take money in this system all around the world. So, but if I don't mind chipping in. If you know of any organization that is trying to do something for the community, and I can help out, let me know. I will be more than glad to put in my little grain of salt. I don't know
And
if you all know of any organization, but if you do, I appreciate you giving me the information. That way I can help out.
but right now, just continue to affect the people in your path. You see, because if we all had the mindset of affecting people who we have hands-on contact with, it could be somebody at the bus stop, it could be somebody at the supermarket, it could be somebody who we don't know, but they seem to be down and out somewhere in the park, and we sit and just talk with them. They might be hungry for conversation. There are a lot of people who are going through things that it may not even take monetary help, but it's just a kind word or the wisdom that you have. We need to share the wisdom, because there's a lot of decadence pumped into our heads on social media, and we can deal with it, but the children can't, because that's all they know. You understand? We came up in a different era.
A kind word can be charitable.
Oh, let me tell you, man. Let me tell you a story. And I told it before, but maybe folks didn't know it. There was a guy in one of my units, in one of my special management units, which that's the craziest one, because it's one man to a cell. And when you go in, you better have 3 officers. It could be a little midget in there, but you better, because they may react and try to. Exactly. Exactly. He might punch you in the knee or something. So there was this one guy who saw me, and this is in Florida. So there are a lot of guys from local Orlando who never really traveled, or at that time, 20 years ago, it's like, oh, you're from New York, you think you all that. So I had to deal with that. So it didn't scare me. So this guy was always saying how he's going to F me up, and when he gets out, I'm going to do. He just didn't like me. But one day, he was in the cell, brooding to himself, and he didn't want to come out for his own time. And we didn't always follow protocol, but I would have to face the consequences if I got caught. I didn't do anything wrong, but I wanted to go in and talk with him. I wanted to take the other 2 officers with me while I spoke with him. And they're like, no, man, we playing dominoes. We ain't going up there. Let him stay up there till the morning time. It's time to eat breakfast. So I'm like, nah, man, I ain't doing that. So I had them roll the door, and I went in there and said, man, you going in there for your own risk. If he beats you behind or does something, I said, man, listen, I'm going in there, but he ain't beat my behind. You better have that resolve where you can't be scared. Scared of what? You know what I mean? So they opened the door, and he was surprised that he saw me. He was crying. I said, brother, what's going on with you, man? He says, you coming in here to ask me what's going on with me after what you told me? I said, man, you told me some stuff too. I didn't come in here to fight you. And when I went in and this broke the rules because I'm not supposed to be in there by myself. I went in and sat on his bunk on the side where he was between me and the door. So I gave him that kind of vulnerability because still he wasn't whipping me. So he was crying, and his grandmother died. The grandmother who was the one who really was his mother, and he loved, even though he did bad things and he knew he hurt her. He wanted to apologize to her, but he found out that she died, and he couldn't change his ways, or he didn't change his ways in time. I sat in there and I talked to him about 3.5, 4 hours. Could have did 8, but it was halfway through the shift. So, but he appreciated it. I took his mind all the way around the world. Man, would you believe by the end of that conversation, he got up, no diddy, but he hugged me. He hugged me so tight. He cried. His tears wet up my uniform. But he was like, Scurv, nobody ever talked to me that way, man. I need you to come back in here tomorrow. I need you to talk with me as much as you can, because nobody ever took the time to really break me down and build. I didn't break him down and say he was ugly or something was wrong with him or he's a criminal, but I just took it back. It's just like when a computer doesn't work and it goes to that black screen and you got to hit one of them F buttons and it says, go back to the time when the computer was functioning properly. So I took him back to his little boy days, and he was hurt from back then. So I had to bring it up and make him see why he reacted the way he did. And there's nothing wrong with him. He just made bad decisions according to his upbringing, his exposure, and his environment. And to this day, he's never been back. I mean, he used to come ride the bus with me.
That's a beautiful story.
Because I was out of corrections in 2005, right? And started driving the bus in 2006. So he got out working. You know, he had some issues with a girlfriend that hurt him really bad, and I had to deal with him with that. And he had me talk with her, you know, and he asked me honestly, he says, is this going to work? I said, as much as you want it to work, but the bottom line is, from what I see, you need to invest in yourself. Women who may not be true to you are going to come and go. The one who is with you will stay with you. You see what I mean? So work on yourself and get yourself better for that ultimate one. And if she's that ultimate one, she'll be there. But don't take time away from yourself. And I suggest that to young ladies also, especially when you're younger. Always work on yourself. If you sit around and you got a brand new car, I'm just using this on a material level, right? You got a brand new car, and this girl breaks up with you. She was cheating on you, and you got a broken heart, and now you didn't wash your car. The rims are messed up, didn't armor all the dashboard of the tires. You didn't tune it up, it's blowing black smoke. And so you drive up and you see this woman, and you try to talk to her. She says, what's wrong with this dude? His car is filthy. Now, a real woman's not going to say that, but I'm just saying that you're letting the past dictate how you come off in the present. If I was to allow my past to dictate the present, there's no way I could be here talking the way I do and attracting the trolls and naysayers who are butthurt, because I'm transparent with my life, and I like to know, and I can be that way because I've grown, and I want to continue to grow at 61, as the troll said, with my old ass, right?
Hey, Brother Lance.
It's not the age, it's the wear and tear. Go ahead, brother.
Lance, did he ask you to come move in with him?
Oh, no. Oh, what you mean, in the jail?
No. When he got out, he said, man, Lance, I need a roommate. We should come over here.
Oh, right.
He would have had you over there working wearing an apron. Brother Lance, I got this roast. I got this roast beef in the refrigerator. Do you know anything about cooking? I got some potatoes. You'd be over there looking like Betty Crocker.
And I'm telling you, right? Had me all kind of ways up in there. Oh, trust me.
Hey, Lance, I got some sweet potatoes.
I know, right?
You know how to make sweet potato pie? Say, brother, you need to go over there to the brothers and get you a bean pie.
Give you a bean pie. That's right. That's right. That's right.
You know, Lance, we got to do a show on bodybuilding and fake gurus.
Let's do it. Let's do it tomorrow if you're up for it. Tomorrow evening, around this, a little earlier than this, but yeah, we can do it tomorrow.
Because I had to learn the hard way too, brother.
Bad information. Oh man,
horrible information.
Yeah, I'm from the day before all of this internet stuff. For me, it was hands-on, and things I didn't know I studied, and I still don't claim to know everything. But the proof is in the pudding. And even now, people will ask me if I to know me. But if they didn't know me from before, I ain't gonna get no advice from that old chubby dude. Look at him; he don't know what he talking about. You know what I mean? So that's
Until
what
you
it
pull
is.
out those
So
until you pull out those pictures,
I
and they
got
be
them
like,
two funky pictures. I got a third one somewhere, but
mm-hmm,
there's a lot. I had a lot of pictures and a lot of photographs, but back then the girls, oh, can I have that picture? Go ahead, take it, because I thought I was gonna look like
mm-hmm,
that forever.
right,
Wow.
right,
And I'm gonna say one thing, man. That's beautiful stuff that you do, man. Like, like to give hope to those who down. You know what I mean?
But that's what I'm here for.
yeah,
But then you have people who are out there and don't want to hear that because their minds are so caught up in the pain they're going through. They want everybody to hurt because
Mm,
misery loves company. But if they understand that even where they find themselves, you can always go up. And when you
mm.
talk that way, it sounds corny to some people, and it
Right,
makes
right.
them see. The main thing is that if you want to come up, you got to take accountability for what you've done, good and bad. And what
Mm,
you've done bad as far as bad decisions, you got to take accountability. And if there are consequences for that, you got to face that. But while you're facing it, you can improve yourself. You don't have to wait to put your race car out on the track to work under the hood. While it's in the garage sitting there, work on it. So when you take it out, it's a much better model. So all this
mm-hmm,
time when the channel was knocked down and people were laughing and stuff like that, and they start seeing it coming back, and I'm getting old videos back up. They're all going to be back up and different
mm-hmm,
techniques. I'm free to do what I want. I
that's
used to
good.
help a
That's
lot of
good.
people, and they're running and grouping up and whispering and talking. It's crazy. I don't want none of that. That's why I clean house
mm-hmm.
and I'll knock down any troll with the same language that they use at me and have fun doing it. And really and truly, it doesn't anger me. I just don't want the cooties on me.
Do
Tag,
you
you're
be
it. You got the cooties.
do you be on this channel every day?
Yeah, pretty much every day. Today, I was not. I was gonna try to brush up on some things, and I did.
Right.
And I took a run out, and I said I might rest a little bit, but I was supposed to do the thing with Lady J from yesterday, and it got late. So I said, okay. And look, this turned out to be a masterpiece of a conversation. We're at 4 hours
Yeah,
and 52
yeah,
minutes.
yeah, yeah.
And like I said, when I had the time,
So tomorrow, because I get
yeah,
off work like about 6 in the evening.
yeah.
But
So I'm 4 hours ahead of you because I'm in Africa. I'm in Ghana. So I'm 4 hours ahead of you.
oh, you're in Africa?
Yeah, been here for almost
Mm-hmm.
4 years. September makes 4 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
How is that over there?
It's beautiful. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. You have
Mm-hmm.
cultural differences and perceptions that
Mm-hmm.
may bring a little difficulty with how you come off to some of the people who are here who may not be as traveled, but it's nothing major. You see, it's really a deep thing that has been done to us on both sides. So you have
Mm,
those who embrace you, and you have
right.
those who look at you like you're the colonizer here to exploit them. And it's not the case.
Mm,
So the economy for the people who are here really is bad. And a lot of
mm,
people are living tight, and they
right.
don't show you that. See, usually they show you Accra, the tourist areas, and we,
Right.
but I don't live in those places. I live up in the mountains. I'm about 45 minutes away from Accra, and I'm with the locals, and I'm here, and it's a very peaceful life, um, very peaceful place. But you have to know how to deal with different types of people and their mentalities, because while you have some who appear to love you, you have some of those who might secretly despise you, and that's not
Right.
True.
everybody. But you have
Very
to
true.
Right.
know. See, the thing is, human beings always focus on how other people came off to them. But you have to understand, how do I come off to the people here? And so I
Right.
come to understand that, you know, oh yeah, raw reality, I think he's in Philadelphia right now. That's what I think. Yeah. But I have become that white man who moved into the hood where things are suffering and built a mansion. So there's resentment. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I'm not saying it's a mansion, but it's pretty big. But what I'm saying is that in that, I'm not going to live less or below what my dreams are. But you
Right.
have to make people know by conversation and showing them that you're human and you have the same desires that they do, and that if you can help them, because look who built the house, Ghanaians. They built everything. They're doing work right now.
Wow.
I got three of them in the basement right now, sleeping to get up, and they've been working from 6 in the morning to about 10 at night. You understand? And we pay them. You understand? So there's a lot of things with religion that's not spiritual that they get caught up into. And yeah, no problem, real reality.
Okay.
And a
My
lot of things
brother,
political.
my other brother, are you also in Africa?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm back. I'm back here in the States, but I live in the Philippines.
It's an international
Oh,
call.
but right
Yeah.
now, but right now you're in the United States,
Yeah. Right now I'm in the United States.
in New
Yes.
York.
No, 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 no.
No,
I'm
he
here in
might
the
not want.
Midwest.
Yeah, he may want
Oh,
to say that exactly. We have the
oh,
right to
okay.
say the general area, but we ain't gonna pick
Right.
nobody for it. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. Because you know, and Brother Lance, I'm sure he knows more than me, man. You got some crazies. You got some crazies out here
Oh
that get on this
yeah,
internet,
man.
brother.
If look, we gonna do a private show on the conference line one day that I might just put up for the members, and I'll tell you some of the crazies. You will not believe it. You'll question my sanity when I tell you some of these stories.
Mm-hmm.
You'll
Wow.
question my sanity when, and it's things that, you know. Look, I've adopted the new technique of dealing with the trolls. It's like I would ignore them, just block them. No, I'm gonna say something right back at them. Now, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna mess up the integrity of the show, but don't
Right.
think you can come up in here pretty much when I know out of the crew who was booted, I know who they are. They all have the
Mm-hmm.
same IP address. That's not hard to
Mm-hmm.
find. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm going all in. Nobody has the right to
Mm-hmm.
come here and insult anybody. If we have a
Mm-hmm.
difference in some
Yeah.
opinions, we can come to a place where you understand me and I understand you without condemning each other. You know what I mean? And we can
Mm-hmm.
grow that way. But so many people come in and they want to control things. And why you said this the last show, and how come you don't call him out on this? You know, and
That's
so
right.
what? Who has the
Yeah.
right to have somebody come in and be the referee? Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
a raw reality. We're gonna have it back within the next few days, probably within when we did that show was a couple days ago. I'm gonna contact
Mm-hmm.
her, and she pretty much spilled it on the witchcraft. But there's so many other things culturally that she can reflect, being somebody from America who has moved to Tanzania. And I'm gonna reach out to her. I'll send her a message tonight. She's probably sleeping, but tomorrow I will. And whenever she wants to come on within the next few days, I've told her keep on coming. I want to have good quality conversations, and I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
want to
It's
go
the
and degrade down
education.
into just
It's good. It's
mudslinging.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You know?
I was thinking, that Brother Lance, he was here in the United States. Um,
Oh,
uh,
I was born and raised there. I was born and
oh,
raised there. I lived in New York
okay.
City for 38 years, and I will say this on a humble level: I'm a super New Yorker. There's not a street or a place that I haven't visited, been nosy to get up inside. That's why I have
Mm-hmm.
so many stories. I can't even.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
segments of my
Yeah.
life that I haven't even spoken about yet.
Lance
Wow.
even knows LL Cool J
Well,
and run in with
I
him.
had a.
Hey, little cool J. Yeah, man.
James.
He was a star back then, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, like a rapper. You know what I mean?
Well, let me tell you
Mm-hmm.
something. In Queens at that time, when hip hop was growing in its infancy, it was already around from the
Right.
70s. But when it was really hitting Queens, if you went up to Jamaica Avenue, where there's a lot of shopping areas and stuff like that, was the main place you wanted to find yourself on a Saturday morning, right? And you
Mm-hmm.
go out there and you walk around, you'll see Salt and Pepper. You'll see Bismarcky over there. You'll see LL
Mm-hmm.
Cool J walking.
No,
You'll see
yeah.
Sweet Tea. You'll see
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not like all the same time where the rappers in Queens
Right. But
standing
you will
there,
see them.
but you might run into somebody or maybe
Wow.
some sports person run DMC. You'll see them. They're
Mm-hmm.
from Queens. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that was a local thing before the world took it over. And I always
Mm-hmm.
said
Wow.
to myself, I should have tried that and got into that. I would have
Mm-hmm.
not to be famous, but I got a
Mm-hmm.
crazy mind.
Wow.
But
Mm-hmm.
it was rich with that. And so to see these guys, and I'm older now, and they're older now, they represent a part of me. But people
Mm-hmm.
can't believe it. See, everybody had to start from somewhere. You see what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, we all have our roots, and there's the people who never. I mean, I'm not saying I tried for that and I never made it. What's the other
Mm-hmm.
guy, Fubu, Forest Bias? I forgot his name. He was with that
Mm-hmm.
series, of Shark Tank or something like that. He
Mm-hmm.
used to sell his shirts and his caps right in front of the 165th Street Mall in Queens, right off of 89th Avenue. And when I used to drive up there to pick up an old girlfriend who worked in a beauty salon in there, he'd be right there with a blanket and his stuff out there selling it.
Mm-hmm.
And the cops came in to pick it up and run because you can't hawk in the middle of it. They call on him. And this guy's a multimillionaire now. You see what I mean?
Wow.
His whole house was turned into a place to produce these clothings and stuff. And this is before the internet. You know what I mean?
You know,
and yeah, Errol is still the man. One day I'd like to ask him, do you remember that time in White Castle and Union Turnpike when you looked like he was gonna fight me or something?
Did you ever see Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five?
I saw Grandmaster Flash in Manhattan walking across the street, but I didn't run up on him. I just saw him because see, this can be LA, this can be Atlanta, this can be Miami, but back in that time, the epicenter of all of this was New York, more so. When the internet came and popularity from local people, and we had famous people that were local and they were known. If I went to another part of the country, I wouldn't know these people, right?
Wow, so that's cool, man. That's very cool.
See, as a New Yorker, you get numb to this stuff. When I used to work in Bijan in 1984, and that was a swanky boutique on Fifth Avenue, 2-3 blocks away down from Trump Tower. And all I had to do was stand there in the door. It was higher up. It was this grand display. Google Bijan Pakzad, Bijan Pakzad. I believe it's Paz or Pakzad. And I'm not saying boss like he's over me, but I'm just saying it for a verbal shorthand. He was my boss for a while, right? And all I had to do, because I was well built at the time, is we had to wear these tuxedos, white gloves, white tuxedo, white tie, black pants, shiny shoes. And me and my friend Wayne Panito and this other guy named Aubrey, and it fired some of the guys. I'm the one who walked off of the job, but we just had to stand in the window, not in the window where the clothes are, but the door. It's a huge door. I mean, maybe like about 6 feet across and high up. And to get into that store, it was by appointment only. You were not going to just walk up and get in. And so we'd take turns standing there. And my trick was standing there and not moving. And you see these white people pressing their nose up against the door. Is he alive? He looks real. He's not moving. And you saw these people. Now, I'm going to say this. I saw Sylvester Stallone walking by with a tan and his hair long. I don't know if he was doing a Rambo movie or what. I saw George Benson used to shop there. He came in. So many different stars. I have to really think about it, but you just see, and other people, some of the females who work there. Oh, do you know who that is? He's the owner of this company and that company. And you may have one customer come in there a day. One. Wow. Sometimes none. But when they made a sale, he had a double staircase leading up, like on the end of Scarface, up to the top, and they'd sit there and talk for 3 or 4 hours. But after one of those guys shopped, it was several $1 million that he spent. I know this for a fact. So I was exposed to a lot. My parents exposed me to a lot. I exposed myself to a lot. From the highest to the most decadent, I can taste New York City in my mouth right now. I'm not saying that nasty, no diddy. I'm just saying like I know the smell of it. I know the feel of it. And to be somewhere where I don't have to use that radar for survival, not that I lived in some kind of funny way or some kind of funny life. I was just curious, and I want to talk more about it, not because that's what I know. And I want to take people on some trips and adventures of things that I've done and seen. And it's vast. I'll probably in this lifetime never be able to get everything out that I experienced, because my friends would tell me, Lance, every time I go out to the city or just hang out with you, you're a magnet. There was always something going on. So just the way I am on the show now, I was always that way. We're going to have some fun. You know what I mean? And I would use New York as the backdrop for that. We always had fun. Plus, I was a driverholic. I used to come on, man, let's go. Where are we going? I don't know. But we're going to have some fun. You know, and you don't know when. And some guys would be scared. Say, man, I got to get up in the morning. I know you ain't going to come back till 7 in the morning, because I was hyper. I was naturally hyper.
Lance, let me ask you this question. What, as you were saying earlier,
thank you, Dexter.
So you are telling me that at least black millionaires, if they decide to unite to help the black people to be or live here in America, they cannot do
No, they can't do
No,
it.
he's right.
And they're not going to say they can't do it. They're not going to say they can't do it, but that's part of that's the stipulation. That is part of the deal. Because if you do, you know, to empower us, to have a system for us to come up in that's not ruled by somebody else. No, that's not. Now they'll donate to a cause for somebody else. They might even buy some turkeys on Thanksgiving.
Hey, Lance, Jerry's kids. Or the YMCA or something like that.
There you go. You got, look, when Oprah Winfrey was giving away all them cars to them white women back in the 90s and late 80s, who was she giving? She might have a token Negro in there, but as long as you play that role, who is gonna look? Who can have a Malcolm X mind with a Michael Jordan pocket? You see what I mean? You can't do it. Like I said, Michael Jordan invests in prisons and them sneakers that we still buy.
Yep.
So he's always going to be taken care of.
Wow, that's incredible, though, bro. You know, like me myself.
Let me say something. I just want to say something because I just want to add to what Brother Lance is saying. It's not incredible if you understand. I know how you feel, and I can understand where you're coming from. I feel where you're coming from. But when you understand how America works and what we've been able to see in our lifetime, you begin to understand. You see, this is one of the reasons. Remember when I said earlier, I said when they killed Malcolm X, Dr. King, Medgar Evers, the Black Panthers, when you kill people like them, when you take them off the table, you have to replace them with something else. And this black counterculture, I call it a COINTELPRO Hollywood. You have to make the whole they had to. Once you get rid of these people, you say, okay, when we kill them, when we burn them and lynch them, it raises it has a way of making them come together. So we have to control them without being around them. And once we have to create a reward punishment system. Now, Malcolm and all these people, Dr. King, the Black Panthers, they were punished. Now we're going to create some new Negroes, the new Black people, and we're going to reward them. But they're limited because they're only there to make the Black people think that things work. The system works. But they're just like new slaves on the plantation. They may have more money than the average Black person. They may get more airtime, but they are still controlled. So the truth is, the average Black person walking up and down the street, and just the ones who may be not average, they can't depend on those people. You can't depend on them. They have no freedom. Jordan can't come over here, can't come on this program and express himself. He'll try to make us look like we're the problem.
You know
and if he did, we'd be arguing because he's not, unless he's got a whole different mindset.
Right.
He won't even deal with the fans. They want to get autographed or take a picture. Sometimes it can be annoying, I understand, but there's a lot of that. And they say he was a prick from back then. You got to be about the people. Now you only have so much to give, I understand. And people can be rude sometimes. But the people who are supporting you, man, get down with them. You know what I mean? That's why I never got punched in the face when I was driving the bus. Because when I was in the jail working, I'm with them guys. I was up in there like, yo, man, you fraternizing, you in there too much. Well, listen, I don't have no problems with any one of them. And anytime I worked into a different area that they knew me, I got a standing ovation. But they had to respect the job. They couldn't take advantage because I'll switch up in a second.
Right.
See? So it's amazing. Look what Raw Reality wrote. He said, remember what happened to Bill Cosby when he tried to buy NBC back in the 90s? They killed his son. When he tried to do it again a few years ago, they went after him personally. The same thing with Michael Jackson.
Wait.
Why you generate so much money?
You said someone tried to buy NBC and they killed him?
No, but they killed his son, Bill Cosby.
Yeah. His son was on a highway changing a tire, and somebody came up and shot and killed him and drove off.
Yep.
Bill Cosby's son?
Yeah, Bill Cosby's son. These people, brother,
these people
don't
care.
Know
that.
Look at what happened. Look at what happened with Trump the other day. You think these people, they'll kill one of their own? Look at Kennedy.
For real.
The Kennedy assassination is these white men in the government fighting for power. The
Yep.
people who killed Kennedy, they knew they couldn't stop him at the ballot box.
Right.
They couldn't stop him because the people loved him. So they said, well, you know, we got to do an executive action and get rid of him another way. That's why they made that movie Executive Action back in the 70s.
Right. Right.
You remember that movie, Lance? Executive Action? That's what the dudes talked about. Remember they talked about they had the shooters and everything? That was a Hollywood movie. They made a movie out of it.
Hollywood reflects reality oftentimes ahead of time.
Yeah. That is true. Wow. So man, so how can the black men here in America then finally rise? How?
You're gonna have to move in a covert way. You got to make sure that the core of your organization can't be penetrated, and you got to keep yourself off of social media. A lot of us don't think we can make it without social media. Look, I'm ready for social media to snatch me off and ban me, like I know certain people who are banned. It won't stop me from getting a bullhorn and talking to people on the phone and making little groups here and there. I'm not in this to be some big famous whatever. I just do this. This so I can bounce back. But you gotta have it off of social media, because they can ask you this question: did Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King Jr., did they have a social media page or presence? No, they didn't have that back then. But they were more effective in getting black people to do things with the bus boycotting. You know, even if you didn't believe in the philosophy at first of Martin Luther King, he got Malcolm X after a while, and that's why they had to really get rid of him, because they couldn't have him with that same mindset.
Yeah.
So okay, let me put this example to you all. Let's say, right, Michael Jordan, let's say a couple of black millionaires, one open any kind of factory, or making bread, making potato chips, whatever, milk, and then these companies decide to then channel a lot of their money into the black community. Do you think those egocentrical white people will be able to stop them then?
They're not going to do it.
But once you get to a certain point,
they'll hire some people from Venezuela or Brazil to go in there and work.
No. But I mean, let's say like black people does it. They open their companies and then take the profit they make it and put it into the black community. Will the white power be able to then stop them from doing that?
Of course,
you do have a lot of black businesses out there that are doing good things in their community, but you better not get over a certain amount of money. Once you begin to become a mover and shaker, super independent, somebody's going to step on in to mess with you on some kind of level. That's the way it is. But that's not to have a defeatist attitude. You got to be shrewd with that. You got to expect that, and you have to be full armed with that knowledge, knowing how to move covertly. You got to be slick. Let me tell you something. There's a guy I knew that he sold our house in Orlando. And he was telling me how for a time he was a cab driver in Orlando. Brilliant brother. And he went to the airport. He had a call. He used to pick up people in the street, and he worked with a cab stand. He got a call to go to the airport. And that call was a Chinese man with a big behind briefcase, right? And so the Chinese man said, don't go nowhere. I like you. Wait here. I'm having a meeting. You can go somewhere for an hour, come back in an hour. I'll probably be ready in an hour and a half. If I come out before you, I'm not going to be mad. I want you to drive me. Come to find out, when he went to help the guy with his briefcase that was real heavy out of the trunk, it popped open. And it had so much currency, American currency, and huge denominations, that you probably could have bought a whole strip mall with this money. And he went in there. And what was that for? Well, this is money they got from America, the various businesses, and they were going in a meeting with Chinese business owners from all over the country. He explained it to him because he thought he was maybe like, he wasn't hip to it. This guy, cab driver, is a smart man. And so they were dispersing money so they can keep their businesses going and start other businesses. And they were very strategic. And, you know, he figured out, well, pretty much they focus on black neighborhoods where we just spend money. We won't cook as long as we have the Chinese food joint, you know, and they have other businesses, the hand laundry and the this and the that and whatever. And we think, oh, that's nothing. We're spending $5, $10 for a little meal. But that builds their empire. And so he came back with them, and the guy paid him a good amount and wanted to get his number because he said he's coming back in a week to do the same thing. I'm like, God, dog. See, they have their infrastructure. They're very secretive about it. And they don't mind when you come and spend money with them, but they're not including you. They cannot
That's
do
true.
it. Their people depend on this. On Kirkman Road and oh god, Route 50 Colonial Road in Orlando. You have like a little strip mall, meaning it's a bunch of little stores. It's not like a mall, like a shopping mall, but just a bunch of
Mhm.
little stores back and forth. Wouldn't you know these Chinese folks have their own transportation company? They probably got like three, not always up to par buses, but they're dirt cheap and they only go certain places. The thing is to be independent on all levels. You
True.
got to be, no. They got ways. I don't know how he did it, bro, but they got ways. You know what I mean? They tied up in all kind of stuff, and they are vicious. Don't think that when you see a little Chinese guy at the Chinese restaurant or some guy on TV from a 1950s movie, them people, they don't play. Let me tell you something. The upper echelon Chinese businessmen, they are gangsters. I got this from the horse's mouth from somebody who lives over there for a long time. Another thing I want to say off the record is that a lot of the stuff that happens here or almost happens here in America that can cause national panic, most of the time they're not letting you know.
Mhm.
And this young lady told me different things, near misses and near wars and different things. There's stuff going on that they're not going to tell us. You think they want us to go
Mhm.
crazy? What happened in New York City back in 1977 in July? New York City blackout. People immediately started rushing stores and jumping in, kicking in the windows and stealing the mopeds and the TVs and different things. We're with the tension that we're under in America right now, we're a step away from mass mayhem. And I'm not a doomsayer, but look at the
Mhm.
condition of the minds of the
Yeah,
people. That if they don't have enough
no,
resources to survive, we're gonna have people kill it. After
but
3 or 4 days, you have no
but
food. You're ready to kill somebody, especially for your kid.
yeah.
And actually,
Because
let me say, just to add to that, Lance,
Yeah.
it got worse
Mhm.
after the pandemic. I remember because I was here, finishing up some things, and I was about to go back to the Philippines. And
yes,
I asked my wife, I said, "Do you think I should leave and come home, or do you think I should stay here?" She said, "Well, for now," she said, "just stay in the States." This was like maybe March of 2020. I'm sorry,
yeah,
2020. So I was like, okay, well, I said, I don't want to, but I'll just sit it out. Brother, I remember when they had the lockdowns. Now, you know me, I'm kind of a rebel a little bit. So I'm like, I can't stay in the house all day. So what did I do? Every other day, I would sneak out the house. I would go to a
hmm
local park or go to a local park. I would jog
right,
in the park. I do a
right,
jog, like we jog for about 40 minutes because the gyms
right,
were closed. The
yes,
police would see me. The police would see me jogging because I live in an area that's kind of a little bit diverse. The police
right,
really didn't say nothing because they looking at me and say, well, okay, he ain't like he robbing the bank or something like that. So they
right,
but they
right,
would sit out in the parks. That's when they were sitting out in the parks and they were watching what was going on.
yes.
I heard, I did this like every other day for about a couple of months. I
Wow,
heard there was
good.
some cities where white folks, we know areas, same city where it's mostly whites. They would
Hmm.
come out of their houses and try to jog in the park. The police would stop them and make them go back inside. We started
Yes,
having white people from the area, mostly whites, come to our area to work out. Because remember, they said only if you had your job was essential that you were supposed to leave the house.
exactly.
And these people were going crazy, brother. It seemed like after the pandemic, when they said, okay, you could go out now, the people were not the same the way they were some months before. The people, it's like they
Exactly.
became more like animals, like an
Yeah,
animal just let
Exactly.
out a cage.
man. There were so many accidents here in Philly. It was like crazy. I was like, man,
Hmm.
what happened? Only a few months they forgot to drive.
Yeah.
There was a lot of accident once they did say. But in Philly they did allow you to go out.
Hmm.
They did not stop you from going out
Hmm.
here in Philadelphia for the
Hmm.
pandemic. But they did ask you to use the bus,
Yeah.
and if you want to get the shot, the COVID-19 shot.
Hmm.
So well, we didn't have much that problem. As far as leaving the house and going places. We just had to use the bus in the store, in the public transportation, and places like that.
Hmm.
So I guess it was different in different states. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, what's your name, my brother? Not Lance, your
Oh, just call me Boz, bro.
Boss,
Brother Boz. Boz. B-O-Z.
Boss.
Boz.
Oh, okay, boss.
Hmm.
Well, I got to get ready for work.
Yes, sir.
I enjoy the conversation, and
Yes,
hopefully
indeed. Keep up and
tomorrow.
come back, brother.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
please,
yeah, yeah,
please.
yeah. I like this stuff about like learning from other countries, and since you in somewhere over there in Africa, you know, you can tell me how experience how it is over there, you know, plus other stuff
Yeah,
that you
well,
know that I can learn from, you know.
yeah, yeah. Well, I promise to do more videos walking around like I used to, but I've been sticking close to home to get a lot of this work done. But as soon as it's done, wherever I go, the camera goes. I don't care if it's just
Oh,
walking
cool,
down
cool, cool.
an affluent street or a dirty street or what. I'm gonna show you. You're gonna
Right,
feel like you're right here. I always
right.
keep my small camera with me all the time, so
Oh,
I'm gonna
cool.
start doing more of that so you can
Uh,
see. And it's nothing
well,
like seeing. You can
Brother
research stuff,
Boss,
but when you see it,
Brother Boss, you
you
have a
know.
great night. Brother Lance, you also. Hopefully tomorrow we get together.
Oh, definitely,
Hopefully. Yes, sir.
definitely.
Yes, sir, brother.
I
Oh,
don't
You
have
you
it set
enjoy
up
the
yet,
rest
but
of
there
your.
will be something set up. And if you want to talk about bodybuilding, we can do that. And we're gonna go anything we talk about, especially with Brother Boz on. It's gonna be something interesting.
well, that's
Wait,
good, man.
wait.
That's good. That's good. Well, you all have a good night then, and restful rest.
Yes, sir, brother. You
Yes.
too. Thank you. Thank you for
Okay,
Thank you so much.
your input. Yes, sir.
yeah. Okay, you take
Let
care.
me
Yeah.
Thank you.
let me give a
Hey,
big shout out to Jack Griffin listening to the show. And I'm sitting here making typos as I text to him. You know what I mean? But yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
like I said, man, I want to get back into the longer shows, deep conversations, and inviting people in. Aside from the
Hmm.
trolls, I'm going to treat the trolls and manhandle them with the same language and stuff they come at me. So don't think I'm the little choir boy when it comes down to getting them back and getting them out the room, because
Hmm.
we're having a good conversation, and the negative people will always come. And like they said in the
Hmm.
song back in 1979, ain't no stopping us now. We're
Hmm.
leaving the negative people way behind.
Well, you know what, Lance? I was just going to take a stroll down memory lane before you sign out. I remember when Rapper's Delight, Sugar Hill Gang came out with Rapper's Delight, the song, because we used to.
Oh
I
yeah,
remember when I first heard that kind of music, and then like some
yes.
years later, a few years later, my sister's boyfriend, he used to have that big crate of LPs. So I remember going. This is going back to New York. So I remember going through his records. So he had Prince Controversy. He had Rick James, some of Rick James stuff.
Mhm.
And I remember I
You and
saw these
I,
brothers, huh?
you and I,
You and
you and me.
I, together just like sometimes. So I remember looking at this record, and I saw these brothers with these Adidas suits and these hats. So I'm looking at this, and I don't see no instruments. So I'm like, okay, well, what do these guys do? So I'm looking at it. So I just put the record on, right? And I started playing. So it started with some rap music. I said, oh, okay, this is that new music. I mean, it's new to us because I grew up in the Midwest,
Right,
but to the
right,
New
right.
Yorkers, it had been around. So I'm listening to it. I said, well, it sounds all right. But when he put that, when I put it on that song, Jam Master Jay, brother, I said, I had never heard a song like that. I said, this is some hardcore stuff. I was like, damn. I said, man, I ain't never heard nothing like that. I'm listening. I'm
Right.
like, man, Jam Master Jay
It's
is,
like that, and that's the
man.
way it is.
I love in Crush Groove when they did that in Crush Groove. When you
Yeah.
saw, I seen Run DMC in concert before, but I remember I said, oh, because in the Midwest we used to listen to a lot of R&B like Motown and all that in the
Yeah,
Midwest.
yeah, yeah.
So the rap thing slowly started trickling in. And then one thing came out, and an LL radio that came out. And sooner or later, you had the Beastie
Mhm.
Boys come out, and then you had all these others, like most of them guys from Def Jam. But you know what's crazy about it? Once the rappers in Los Angeles got a hold of it, by the 90s, they had took it over.
Yep.
It was taken over. Because the guys coming out of New York, they had a message.
They didn't want that. They didn't want Public Enemy up there either.
Yeah, they had a message in the 80s. I'm talking about in the 80s. But as you start seeing, remember when Ice Cube was with CIA Posse?
Right.
Do you remember that? That before he was before it was NWA? Because he sounded like the Beastie Boys when he was rapping, but he kind of toned it down a little bit. Once you start seeing the DOC, then you start seeing Snoop Dogg. By the early 90s, the guys out in California had took it all over.
Wow.
And the guys in New York could not turn that thing around. They just could not. They couldn't turn that Titanic around. They couldn't turn it.
Well, the corporate entity took it over and wanted to dilute it with gangster rap and things that were not good for the community. Not to empower us. Lots of times people learn more from Public Enemy words than they did in school. They learned things about their own self and their own community that wasn't sugarcoated. It didn't empower them. And they say, oh, no, we can't have these niggers getting like that. No. We got to change this around. We got to bring it down to materialism and big booties. And I mean, who doesn't like a nice car or a nice shaped woman if you're looking for one? What I'm saying is that they appeal to you on a lower level and escort us right on out and into the rainbow stuff. And a lot of these people who were rappers back then were with that program, and they're finding out more and more as the years go by. It's an agenda. It's powerful, and they wanted it for themselves, and they wanted to benefit from it. And you better be a crony when you're in it, and you better take that oath. It sounded like a conspiracy theory, but really and truly, when you look at it, it's not. It has to be. You know what I mean?
Would you say, Lance? Would you say that LL Cool J could have been the first gangster rapper?
He was going that way, but they stopped him. He wanted to go that way, but they stopped him. They said, "Listen, marketing-wise, you'll have more longevity if you can be hard in a nice way, but you got to appeal to the ladies because your following will grow with you, right? If he was a gangster rapper, who wants to see a 50+ gangster rapper? Because this generation is not listening to that, but his generation and beyond, and even younger women, oh my God, LL, I always love these women in their 50s and their 60s, and they still getting moist off of LL Cool J. That's longevity,
right?
You know what I mean?
Because when he came out with that song, I'm that type of guy.
Yeah.
And he had women.
I'm that type of guy.
The guy. And I was reminiscing on that. Yeah.
Say it again?
Yeah. I was just reminiscing on, like, I was looking at the rappers coming out of New York, like Eric B. and Rakim.
I met him too. Right in front of the Apollo on 125th Street. And he autographed a $5 bill for me, and I thought I was going to keep it. I made a mistake and spent it.
Because I was looking back at the rappers like who came out of New York, and I said you could say that LL might have been the first kind of gangster rapper, but like you said, he kind of attitude. And with the women, because all the other rappers, Public Enemy and Rakim and them guys, they didn't have no women around them. Grandmaster Flash and them didn't have any women around them. Melly Mel had one in his video, but I'm saying that these women were not showpieces. The guys who were coming out of New York, women in rap videos were not really showcases. Even with what's his name? Who did the one I Want to Rock Right Now? Raw Bass.
Right.
They had the girls sisters dancing, but the sisters were not showpieces, walking around in bikinis But when the guys when Two Live Crew, they brought the strip club culture into the music.
That's another bad thing that grew, like, I mean, with the South and Miami especially. I worked with one of the young ladies that was dancing for Luke back in those days in Miami. She was a correction officer, and she had the hourglass shape beyond hourglass shape. But she was no pushover. She was straight, I don't want to say hood, but she can get hood, but she was very loving.
Mhm.
And everybody knew who she was and everything. Her name is Cheryl. I'll say her first name. And I want to reach out to her. I gotta find her. She's
Mhm.
retired from there now, but I want
Right.
to talk to her about that because she'll talk. She used to talk in the jail about those things, and I want to go in depth because now I can see, I can appreciate her more. Not because she's stripped and she had a nice body and everything like that, but these people come with a history, even though they weren't headliners, where you would know who they are because they can tell you things about that life and different parts of the history. I like the secondary history. I mean, if I spoke to somebody who was well known, I'll talk to them. But I like the people who are behind the people who can give us things that we never knew of before. It's just like when you look at a Muhammad Ali video, you're usually looking at the same footage, the same stuff, maybe a different comment. But show me somebody who knew him, who could tell me something different, another side that we don't know. You know what I mean? So that's what I like. That's what I want to fill in. You know, I'm not just going to shoot for, well, I'm going to try to interview Jay-Z and I'm going to try to interview, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to interview him anyway.
Lance, just to give a little history, I met Ali back in 1980, 82, 83.
Wow.
And when you talk to him, even though there were people around, when I was talking to him, it seemed like it was just him and I that was there. He was that impressionable. He had a beautiful spirit about himself. I tell people all the time, this stuff that y'all see him like in these shorts and YouTube and him shouting and screaming, he did that in front of the camera. But if there was no cameras, no press, you talking to him, it was like we're in a room with a bunch of people and we're just talking. Like a lot of his young brothers was just surrounding him and he was talking to us. But when he spoke to me, it was like we are the only two people in a room having a conversation. That's how impressionable he was.
That's why he touched so many people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That aura that come off of him, man, you know, he was that kind of person, man. A beautiful human being, man. Whatever he did in his private life, that was his business.
Exactly.
Because my wife, we talk about the Thriller in Manila, because when he showed up with Veronica, the sister Veronica, they were saying the media,
and the wife
they
came
said,
out there, Belinda.
Yeah,
she took
Belinda,
the plane out there and tore stuff up.
Yeah.
And they used to have them buttercup parties after the fights. There's all these little orgies and stuff. I mean, you know, I'm not making excuses for him.
Yeah.
And there's somebody listening to the show right now that also met Muhammad Ali. I need to get a time machine and go back and say I met him too.
Yeah. Oh man, he was a beautiful human being. Beautiful.
Closest I came to meeting him is I was somewhere in Manhattan, and they said about 2 hours before he had passed through. I was like, man, you know what I mean? But like in this world, we're human, and if you have a pastor who has a congregation of 100 people, and all of a sudden in a month's time it swells to 250, he can't take it. Lots of times he's pushing his chest out and acting like he. So when you have a man who's known all over the world, this is before the internet. How is it? This is what I say. How is it that they keep unearthing clips? They didn't have smartphones then. Cameras caught them, and you're still finding new stuff, even though they rehash the old stuff, right? But what I'm saying is that he put in work. He was accessible. He was there.
Yeah, he was.
And if he was alive now, he'd bust the internet wide open if he came up. He'd have 1 billion followers on all, but they'd knock him down if he was speaking the Viet Cong stuff. You know what I mean?
You know, they said Ali was so famous. If you can fly anywhere in the world, and if you parachuted him out of the plane, wherever you go, people would know who he was before he hit the ground.
I believe you, brother.
he was just incredible. And people, when you tell people about these stories, they'd be like, what? Like, you see these people, seen these people? I was like, yeah. But they were not like, people were accessible back then. They're not like that today.
Right.
And you just be talking to them like, yeah, you know, they'll sit down and talk to you like, yeah, how you doing? How's your family doing? You know, your mother, your father, you know. Yeah, I said people were like that back then. It was no big deal. Then he said, okay, nice talking to you. You take care of yourself. He said, you too, you know, you just part ways. You know, now the brother's talking about these entertainers. And I mean, Ali was the first multi-million-dollar athlete Remember he was in that
Exactly.
cell, that vault sitting on that $1 million? That picture that he took, and he was sitting on top of that $1 million.
He's got one leg up on it, one foot up on it, and he's looking back with some money in his hand. I'll never forget that picture.
Yeah. So he stood up. This man took on the United States government and won. Think about that. He won this case when this case went to the Supreme Court. He beat the United States government.
Who does that?
but these when the brother was mentioned about these athletes, and brother, I'm telling you, brother, if they do something good, if they don't, so what? I just don't expect anything from them because they're too controlled.
Right.
It's hard for people to understand this, man. It's like, wait a minute, they got millions of dollars. They're not free. These are controlled people. They are not free. Somebody signs these checks.
Exactly.
They don't sign any checks.
That's right.
So I said, it is what it is. I said, black people today, I said, as a people, we on our own today. I know it's sad.
Don't even realize it.
I said, black people are on their own today, man. I said, I saw a sister one time, and she looked like she was working for the city. And I said, I pray that a sister like that got her a good man, because I said, even with the women and this kind of arrested, you got these incels and you got men talking about going their own way and all this red pill, blue pill, purple pill, rainbow pill. I said, it's got to be rough for women today to find them a decent man. It's got to be rough. It's got to be, I'm serious. It's got to be rough on these women, Brother Lance. It's got to be, because what choices do they have? They don't really have any choices.
I know. And frustration,
Yeah. Maybe Shahrazad Ali was right. Maybe this thing is moving towards polygamy. That's another That's another show in and of itself.
Well, we gonna do it. Keep coming with the topics.
Yeah.
Man, I'll fight any contender, any fighter that think they can whip me. Any topic that nobody wants to talk about, you can bring it to the Lancescurv show and he'll talk about it.
Say, Lance, what's my name? What's my name? He said, Howard Cosell, he can pronounce my name. Why can't you do it, man? He said, man, you acting like Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom? What's my name? Cassius Clay. My name ain't no damn Cassius Clay. My name is Muhammad Ali. What's my name? Man.
Yep.
Where have all the men gone, Brother Lance? Brother Lance, we are a dying breed, brother.
Yeah.
We're a dying breed, Brother Lance. We are that, Brother Lance. I know time is of the essence, brother. But the truthfully, be truthful.
I'm gonna jump right to bed after this because I'm loving it. You know when you're sitting out on the front porch and you're a little sleepy, but the conversation's so good, and you're like feeling a bit more relaxed. Like after this is gonna make me sleep good. I haven't done one of these nice long ones in a long time. We're gonna do more like this.
Brother Lance, we are a dying breed. We are the last generations of young black males who grew up with fathers in the home. I mean, fathers who were married to our mothers.
Yep.
We are a dying breed, brother.
Yep.
And I never thought a time would come when I would live long enough to start being a surrogate father to young brothers out here who don't have any fathers, who don't have any.
When we had an abundance of fathers, whether they were mailmen or shoe shiners or bus drivers, they had that essence about them. It's crazy. And we don't have that anymore. It's been removed. And now it's the police. You know what I mean? Most of these other communities have to deal directly with the police. And they know we have good police out here. The police that listen to the show right now, they're good.
Right.
But the overall, they come from different communities and don't know you should have police from the communities that they're policing in that understand the swag, and just because a bunch of brothers on the corner yelling, it don't mean that they might be gambling or might be debating on a basketball game. Doesn't mean they're always gonna fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So that's it is what it is.
Yeah, it's rough, man. It's definitely rough, man. You look, and like you said, you see a situation, and to talk to somebody, to be charitable, just to say, brother, sister, you ain't got to do that. There's another way. You know,
Exactly.
you're like, you ain't got to move like that. Don't, no, brother. You use some decorum, brother. Use some decorum, brother. Use a little bit more tact. You know, I said, brother, you ain't got to do that. You know, well, she said this, man. I said, I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I said, I feel where you're coming from. But brother, a man don't act like that.
Right.
A man don't carry himself like that. Because when you have a problem, when a problem occurs, she gonna look to you to solve it.
Right.
When it really
Not
gets
the
thick.
perfect way.
Yeah. When it really gets thick, she gonna ask you what to do. Huh?
Exactly. You have to solve it in a way that everything comes out clean, where you don't mar yourself and your image.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? Where later on, anybody that you dealt with that you had to straighten out on a situation, later on they'll think, you know what, he handled it the right way. I respect that person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you build your credit, your community, as far as your personality. Because you have guys that are gung-ho doing all type of stuff, and they say, they go, Lance, he gonna be fair with me. What you think about this, Lance? We got a dispute. And you'll be fair, and they'll take it. You know what I mean? You know?
I remember one time I saw a brother, he was leaving Walmart. You know those carts with the little, you can fold it up, it's got the two wheels on it.
Right.
You extend it and it opens and you can put the groceries inside. The brother was pushing one of those with one hand. He had a big box of Pampers on his shoulder.
Wow.
Like, you know, the ones in the big plastic, like you buy, you get the discount, you know, per pamper compared to buying like maybe a dozen or 6 or whatever. How, you know how they sell it. And I had to tell that brother, I said, brother, keep doing what you're doing. A young brother. It looked like he had to be in his early 20s.
That's right.
And he was kind of surprised that I said something. I said, brother, good job, brother. Keep doing what you're doing.
That's right.
Because some men would have walked away. Some men would have walked away and left the baby with the girl, the female. But the fact that I'm assuming that he had a woman and she was pregnant, and he's pushing the 2-wheel cart with one hand, and on his shoulder, his right shoulder, got a big box of Pampers on the other.
Well,
I had to say something to that brother. I had to say something to him.
Yeah. I knew a guy who was on the intersection of Hiawassee Road and Silver Star Road, right down the block from where I lived in Orlando. That's primarily a black neighborhood, especially after white flight, about 2 decades before then.
Right.
And this guy, the story with him is what I heard, that he lost his job. His folks kicked him out because he had his girlfriend who was pregnant and showing. He had just lost his job and they were on the street. And I would see him every day. And you could tell this guy wasn't into anything like wayward, like he was supporting a drug habit or anything. Over time, when I would go to work and I would pass through that intersection, I'd see him. And I'm like, he would always be out there selling water when it was hot. Hustle. The other guys are standing behind him begging, but he's out there. There was a shopping cart that had the part that, the closest part to you, under the handle that you can push up, that was pulled out. And his girlfriend, pregnant, had a cushion, like a seat cushion in there. And she was sitting in there with a cushion behind her neck so that the front part didn't hurt her neck. And she was sitting in there sleeping. And they were on the street. So as much as I could afford it, sometimes I would just hand them $20. Hand them $10, get a water. Sometimes I didn't get no water. I just give them money just because of the spirit. You know what I mean? Like, that needs to be encouraged. And he did better. He went and found himself some other work. And on the weekend, he'd still come out there. You still got to hustle. But he told me, man, thank you. You always give me more. And he would never want to take it. I said, go ahead and take it. I might have had something in mind for lunch that day that I wanted to buy. And I'm like, well, let me sacrifice this. I go home to a nice bed, nice clean house with food in the fridge. I already got my food. I can sacrifice. See, we got to be willing to sacrifice for each
Brother
other.
Lance, that's
When you know that
a
it's
blessing.
proper.
That brother, that's a blessing in and of itself. When you can go to your house where you live, you can go into your
Exactly.
refrigerator, get whatever you want to eat. You can watch
Yes.
television. You can, and when you finish, you can take a shower, whatever, and lay down in a nice bath, bed rather, with your back facing the door. I mean, you're looking at the door. I mean, your back turned away from the door, and know that you haven't wronged the soul.
Yeah, I'm back. I knocked myself off. Man, I'm so bad. I knocked my own self out.
Yeah, and know and do all that and sleep with your back to the door and know that you haven't wronged the soul. That's a blessing, brother.
Exactly. When somebody knocks on your door, they're not coming to do nothing to you because you didn't do anything bad to them.
Mm-hmm. So just like the sister that was on, I can understand where she was coming from. Mm-hmm. And like I said, with her, I agree that there is a God, that there is a creator. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. The point that coming back to you helping this brother is that even though you're sacrificing, you're still blessed to go home. Right. To where you live. When you see those numbers out there in front of your house, that's where you live. That's your dominion. That's your king. That's your kingdom.
Exactly.
He don't. A lot of people. What I'm saying is, the Creator sometimes he blesses us with the things that we need, but yet we still moaning and groaning. Man, man, they got the 55-inch TV, but man, they got the 60-inch on sale, and I heard that so and so they got a 75-inch that takes up the whole wall. I mean, we're constantly being threatened with poverty.
But see, the thing is too, you get the 60-inch, you get them people who, I just bought the 75. Like, you're gonna be jealous of them. I don't get jealous of people, right? Mm-hmm. And so what brought it all into perspective for me, I have a friend who specializes in being very frugal, right? I mean, like, this guy is like, he's always living in rooms. People say, man, why don't you get an apartment so you can bring the girls over? He said, well, I got a bedroom, and that's my room, and a bathroom, a little kitchenette. If they can't deal with that, they got to go, right? So they were ragging him and say, man, that little TV you got, man, it's like 26 inches or something. He says, it's all right. They said, when you bought it? Oh, it's from back in 1986 and it still works. And man, you need to get a better one. Why? It works. And so how you feel not having the real large flat screen, whatever? He says, you know what he said? I take my cell phone on YouTube and I hold it close to my face. That's the biggest screen I've ever seen in my life.
Well, you know what, Brother Lance, I'm not an advocate of poverty, and I'm not trying to say the brother is impoverished. Right. But the human being deserves a material, a comfortable environment.
Yes. Well, you do.
But what I'm saying is, when you bless with what you need,
right?
You know, if you got a 3-bedroom house, you have what you need. You got your bed, you know, you're married, you got a wife, you know, maybe children, you got a guest room. That's fine. But you said, well, I got the house paid off, but now I want to get a 6-bedroom.
I want to refinance or get a bigger house. No, I realize
there?
But I realized my blip on the radar screen, and I got more. Let me tell you something. This is not some sprawling, whatever. But the way I laid it out with the blueprint, I knew how to make it look bigger and feel bigger than what it is. When I'm upstairs, the middle floor and the bottom floor does not exist. I'm content. See, my philosophy was that lots of times when you buy a house that's already made, somebody else did it to their liking. And I would think about other places where I love this corner of this restaurant, or I love this part of the house, or I look at other people's houses, and like there's somebody on the show right now, I'm not gonna call out his name. I borrowed an architectural feature, and I incorporated it into my house because it was ingenious, and I like that. It felt good to me. I was like, man, you can walk past this and not see what I did it. That's why I dedicate that wall to him and his lovely wife. So I wanted every part of the house to have that feeling. Even when I go downstairs from the middle floor down to the bottom floor, even that landing between it feels cozy. You know, and different features. I'm not gonna tell all the features, but those who know me know you can put me under house arrest here for 6 months. I don't want to be in the house all the time, but I'm happy. Just bring me my food and keep my internet connection on, and
Right.
I'm good. And I'm
Right.
content. There may be more for me in this life, not just a bigger house. I'm not looking for that. There may be
Mhm.
other adventures, other things, traveling, moving other places. But right now, I'm set, and I'll take
Mhm.
it from here. So in
Mhm.
my heart, it's not like, oh, the worst thing is to be
Mhm.
where you are, unless it's for a logical reason of downsizing, or your family's getting bigger, or you want to
Mhm.
move somewhere else because you have a love interest somewhere and you plan on starting a life together, or maybe a sick elder or family member, you want to move near them and you want to buy a
Mhm.
small place. We all
Mhm.
have different reasons. My
Right.
reasons are different, but I have the feeling here that I had in the little house that I grew up in Richmond Hill, Queens, where I felt that pleasant ache like I'm home. This
Right.
whole place fits me. I have all
Right.
the amenities I need. You can show me Trump's mansion, you can show me Jay-Z's mansion, and it's not going to satisfy me at this little place that I have here. And I thank
Mhm.
God for that. To have
Mhm.
that level of being comfortable and contentment. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Because most of
Mhm.
us have a brand new car. Look, I don't have any car.
Mhm.
I can get a car, but I don't have any car. How many
Mhm.
cars and trucks and vans I had in my lifetime? I'll walk out there
Mhm.
to the van. I'll get something next year. I'm happy to have the feet to walk out there and save the money and put it into the house. I'm happy that way. So when you
Mhm.
have these trolls who come on and they see that you're content, you're doing your thing, there you go. He revealed himself. Yes, I got to give credit to Jack Griffin. The wall
Uh-huh.
of my kitchen is inspired because he had the same thing in his house. It wasn't
Mhm.
copied in an envious way. I was just
Mhm.
amazed at how that
Mhm.
answered the challenge of keeping these two bedrooms private from the
Mhm.
kitchen. And all
Mhm.
my steps are in the back. There's reasons why. Anything you
Mhm.
see here built, I can tell you the reason why. It's not
Mhm.
like, well, we have 5 models here, pick this model, pick that, because you ain't never gonna feel it away. You're gonna see someone TV and
Mhm.
say, oh, I wish I had that. It's on a
Mhm.
smaller scale. I
Mhm.
love it. And
Mhm.
I'm happy. And there's things in life that you say, well, I wouldn't mind having that or whatever, but I'm not lusting after anything material right now.
Mhm.
Not even a
Mhm.
car. But I have a
Mhm.
car. When I'm home, I'm the
Mhm.
king. Not over
Mhm.
anybody. I'm not in the chauvinistic way. I'm the king of the castle, Alice. Not like
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
But I have that centeredness. And if you transferred this place back to America, I would still have it.
Mhm.
But I wouldn't be able to do this here. I mean, there.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be able to
Mhm.
afford this over there. No way.
Mhm.
I'll be
Mhm.
working till I'm 159.
Mhm.
You have
Well,
some old episodes of the Lancescurv show. You hardly understand what I'm saying.
well, my wife and I, we basically purchased a family home that my wife had in the family because
Beautiful.
it's interesting in the Philippines, a
Hmm.
foreigner cannot own land over there. So,
Wow.
it doesn't hurt me to say that the house that I live in over there, that
Right.
my wife and I, we purchased it from her father because my wife's her mother passed away some years ago, and the father
Right. But
remarried
there's
a
nothing
woman.
wrong with that. You're continuing the
No,
legacy.
it's not. It's not because my father-in-law, he married a woman 16 years his junior, and that lucky guy,
Oh,
that lucky guy. So, so he moved away. He moved into the where she was. He moved to the area where she's the wife. The new wife is originally from. So all we did, we purchased it, and then what we've been doing, we've been remodeling it and everything, and it's perfect. It's perfect to us because I got a nice sized lot on the property, and it's
yes.
one of those things. I live like you talk about frugal. I live a very simple life, very,
Right.
very, very simple. And we talked
Yes.
about, getting a new television and all this stuff. And but she's got some friends over there. You talking about brother Lance? You would go to their houses. They got Louis Vuitton bags. They
Oh
got
God.
all fancy this. They got designer clothes. They got decent money. They got money, but you open the refrigerator, there's nothing in there but a can of some
See that? It's
mayonnaise
about
and a loaf
balance,
of bread.
brother.
Oh man,
It's about
tell me
balance.
about it. Tell me
Let me
about it.
tell you something. I like over here can get hot, but I miscalculated because I didn't know how the mountains would be. It's not
Mm-hmm.
hot up here at night. It can
Mm-hmm.
get hot in certain months, So coming to Accra, when I visited, Accra is hot because a lot of the trees are cut down and it's congestion and a little more smog. It's got some really bad air down here as opposed to the mountains. So before I came here, I gave away most of my clothes. I had 2 or 3 closets worth of clothes. I said, this is going to be too hot out there. Now I move up to the mountains. I'm like, oh man, I missed that shirt. I missed those pants. And basically, the majority of what I have is shorts and t-shirts. I have pants and stuff and everything. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to get some more things, and I'm good. Look, I'm good on all levels. I made 61. A lot of my friends didn't make it. I'm here in a new reality. I'm like a kid again with the wonderment and imagination to start new things. I know my past. I don't harp on it. I learn from it. But I wake up every single day with enthusiasm. If I didn't wake up every day, look, we didn't know we were going to do this show like this. Lady J left the show. She had to get up in the morning time. I have to get up in the morning time. I'm going to go to bed soon, but I'm saying I like to freestyle like this. And I will say that my ceilings are done in the studio and the walls are going to soon be done with real stone. Bringing back them yellow and black stripes. And we're going to do something unique with the floor. And then I'm going to move everything down there, my equipment and stuff. And I'm looking for some fun times. Because this is just like you're hanging out with friends and you're talking. You got friends that are in there watching and listening. And this when you can talk about things from back in the day, you know, but in a way where you learn from it and you bring it up to par. There are a lot of people in this age group from 50 to 60 and above, especially from the bigger cities, who reminisce about certain things that many of the young kids can't. And it's not their fault, but there's a lot of our history that we need to talk about and fill in the gaps on. And, you know, just keep it alive, but not in a way where we're just, oh, I broke up with this girl 40 years ago and I wish no, I'm not talking about that. Now, if you're hurt on something, I'll help you, but I'm not going to linger there with you. I'm sorry. I can't do it, man.
You know, Brother Lance, I'm going to say something. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to going back. This going back, you're talking about trouble, because this was a Becky. With trouble with the question mark. I remember. It's part of the experience. It's why experience. I remember I met this girl at this nightclub. It's like back in the 90s. So I'm up in there. I'm up in there with a friend of mine, and there's 2 other girls, and they mostly at the bar. You know, they just talking up there. They just talking right. So I met this one Becky. So I started talking to her, and she was already intoxicated, because you know the girl was so intoxicated when she talked, you didn't understand the words that she was saying. So that's how far gone she was. So I'm trying to bear with her, right? So I asked her. I said, "Hey, what are you doing after the club?" You know, I'm going, you know, to go. I'm not too much, you know. What do you have in mind? I said, well, I wasn't gonna take her back to my place, so I said, hey, let's go to your place. I told her. She said, okay. So I went to her place, right? We get there. She lived like in a 2-flat house. Right. She said, my kids are upstairs asleep. Okay, so she was a single mom. No disrespect. I'm just saying she got children because you're not married. That's what it was. Yeah. She said, I don't want to do it here in the living room. Let's go down in the basement. The girl had a cellar. I didn't call it a basement. I called it a cellar. You know, like you go down them. Remember, like Norman Bates when he goes down those wooden steps. Yep. Norman Bates, you hear his foot hanging. Exactly. Dusty. Like swinging. It was a cellar. Yeah, like a cellar, like the Bates house. Norman Bates, and right? You gotta walk 10 feet, feeling around for the light, and then pull the chain. You don't know what's crawling on you. I said, I got one for you after this. I looked at them stairs and I looked at her. I said, ain't no way I'm going down there. I said, hell no. I said, hell no. I said, baby, I'll see you tomorrow. Something told me, I had a gut feeling. Something said, man, don't do it. That'd be your last walk. That would be your last walk. I went over to this young lady's house. It was back in the days when I was really into my conundrums. And her folks were a little older, and they never came downstairs. Was she a Becky? But she wanted me. No. She was black chick, and she wanted me. It didn't matter. I mean, like, you know, it's the situation what it was. So, you know, I was attracted to it. I liked it and everything, conversation, everything. But you know, you have hormones. You're young. Testosterone is flowing. Right. You got muscles. And you're talking sweet and everything. So she had to bring me home.
So I was like, listen, do your parents come down? Whatever. I mean, I was like, was that a teenager or 20 years old? So I looked like the picture there. So we go and she says, okay, I sat in the living room because the parents were upstairs and they never come down. But she's like, we had to be quiet. You know, she had another sister and a brother upstairs. So she said, we gonna go down to the basement. Who knows? We could have been going through this experience at the same time. We gonna go down to the basement. And so as I saw the nightgown that she put on, and on the other side, there was a bright light, and she was eclipsing the light bulb, and I saw the form of what I was about to indulge in. I was like, I don't care if it's the North Pole, we going down there. But that was my enthusiasm. So here we go, going down the creaky steps, and there was a hook on the inside, so you can't come down to the basement. I said, who put this here? Who puts hooks on the inside? She must have did this before. So at least they had a switch on the stairwell. There was a little landing, but I saw that it was a cellar. And it was a nice little bed, a nice little cot, but it smelled dank. Like they had the waterproof, but the water kept coming through the basement walls, and it just had this dank, damp smell. So, yeah, we did our calisthenic workout. It was all good. And she said, oh, you can stay because I have the thing locked and I have the side door. If you want to slip out at any point, you can do that. So my spidey senses said it was okay because I felt the peace in the house. So I'm laying there, but I really didn't sleep all the way. And the moment I dozed off, I felt something behind me. I'm half asleep. And this cot was narrow, so we had to spoon each other. You know, so I'm spooning her and everything. And I felt something down. I had my hand on her stomach and something hit the back of my head. And so I was half asleep, and I said, wait a second. I said, listen, put the light on. So she got up and something jumped on my leg and jumped seemingly off the bed before the light came on. And then she had a boiler and a water heater over there. It was an unfinished basement. And I see a big tail going back behind the water heater. And she had rats crawling on me on the bed, man.
Oh my God.
Rats.
Oh my God. Well, I was close.
And
A rodent.
Man,
well, raccoon is the grizzly family, but yeah.
Man, rat. And when I was naked, I ain't gonna lie. When I got up and I saw the rat and 3 other ones behind the water heater, and then I remember hearing noises in my sleep. They were between the floors. And some of the panels, which are those old style asbestos panels that they banned in Queens at the time, you know, they still had them. Yeah, the white ones, they interlock with each other. Man, I grabbed my clothes and I jumped out around the side of the house, butt naked.
Wow.
And this had to be like almost daybreak, but it was like 5 in the morning or something like that. And it was Saturday night, Sunday morning. And why did I run out there when the lady next door, who's a church lady, would always go to morning prayer, and she's out there taking out the garbage, and looked at me and screamed. Man, I ran around the corner so fast, I grabbed all my clothes except for a sock. I was always in that position. Rats, man.
Lance, I'm surprised the cops didn't say, Mr. Scurv, could you put your hands up and stop pointing that weapon at us? Walk slowly, slow.
Oh man!
Wouldn't want to have any.
And she sat there stupid. She couldn't say anything. She called me the next day. Oh, I'm sorry. I want you to come back. I'm not coming back in that house. No way.
But I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna get out of here. It's talking about trouble. I remember when I was in college. Like I was out of school for the summer, right? So this girl I used to work with. I used to work. I don't know if I told you about this. I used to work at this department store, and this is like a summer job. So this girl I used to work with, we had like 3 shifts. We had the morning shift, the evening shift, and we had the graveyard shift.
Right.
So I was working days, and then my supervisor, he asked me, would I be willing to work that graveyard shift because we were having problems getting stuff on the floor of the store. Right. Because we didn't have enough people on that shift. So he said, he asked me to work that shift, right? So I said, no problem. He said a little extra money in there. I said, no problem. So I was working that shift. So when we would take a break, we go into the break room, you know, we all be sitting there talking and everything, just chopping it up, the workers, right? So I had this one white girl I used to work with. And she would always complain about her husband not having sex with her. She said, my husband doesn't touch me. I don't know why I suspect that he has a boyfriend, you know, woo, right? So we just sitting there saying, damn, that's pretty bad, right? So finally, she and I, we worked together. You know, she had a, you know, she in a part of the store where she's like stocking. You know, we putting everything out, the merchandise. So we go back to days. So when I go back to days, she go back to days. So one day she said she was selling her car, and she wanted to know if somebody wanted to buy. So I said, "You selling your car?" She said, "Yeah." She said, I said, "Yeah, I'm interested." She said, "Well, why don't we go driving together? And you can tell me how you like the car, right?" So we go driving, right? One day. So we park in front of my house, right? I said, the car drives really well. She sit on the passenger. You know what this girl told me? She said, "If you want to drive my car again, I don't have a problem with that." And she said, to add, she said, "If you need anything else from me, I mean anything, I'll give it to you."
That's what she meant. She'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'm looking
She
at this
wants you to
girl
give it to
like,
her.
I'm like, damn, this. I'm looking at her like, really? But in my mind, I'm saying, this girl wants me to sleep with her.
Yeah.
And you know what? And she was married. Now, mind you, she's married, right?
Oh no. Oh, because
The girl,
she felt her husband.
because remember I said she was saying that on the night shift, she was saying that her husband's not sleeping her, right? So she let me. I gave her a down payment on the car. She said you could still drive it. She gave me the title and everything. She said, but when the day we went to close the deal on the car, her husband, her and her husband came to my house, right? So we sitting in the living room and we're discussing this. And I'm looking at this and I said, you know what? Something flashed in my mind. I said, you know what? If I would have slept with this girl, it's no telling what would have happened. He would have waited. If she would have been like, she would have been at home saying, you're this and you're that. I'm sleeping with Black Ben from Bedrooms and Bath. I mean, Ben is not my name, but I'm using that. You don't do anything for me, and that's why I'm sleeping with Black Ben from Bedrooms and Bath.
Oh my God! And you can pick up
like,
oh,
you're sleeping with the N-word from from Bedrooms and Bath. Man, that man would have probably came in my house and killed both of us.
Oh man, I would have heard about it on the news. Exactly. Well, I'm glad it didn't happen.
Because something told me the only reason I didn't do it, two reasons. One, she was a smoker and I didn't smoke. I don't like, women that I'm being with them, and that's nicotine's coming through their pores. So I'm not into that. And two, she was married.
I got jokes about that.
and two, she was married.
Yeah,
if she was single, if she was a single woman, I might have been able to say her being married, because I would have did it.
It's a whole different energy.
Lance, I parked the car in front of my house.
Oh my God!
Because I parked it in front of my house, so she knew where I lived.
Right.
And then all I had to do, because nobody was home, all I had to do was just take her in the house, take care of the business. But I knew if I would have did that, that would have opened up all kind of worms. Because finally, because my mother came home and met the girl, right? She's talking to her out in front of the house. And when she left, she said, you know what? That girl likes you.
They can tell. You see that?
She picked up on it.
And the husband can tell too. And the husband
he really would tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I slept with Black Ben from Bedrooms and Bath.
Yeah. She missing the morning, man.
Yeah. Because I was sitting there in the living room and they were talking about the car, closing the deal. And my mind shifted right to what she said to me in front of the house. And I was like, you know what? This man, if I would have did this, this man would have planned this whole thing out and he would have killed both of us. Because all it would have took is, all it would have took for her to just a snap.
And for him to have temporary insanity and it's proven and catch you in there, catch you nearby doing something with her in the act, you don't have time to say, well, let me pull my pants up and get myself proper before you shoot me. No, you would have got caught like that. It could have been a one leg out. It could have been a one leg out action.
And God forbid he would have been. And God forbid he would have been one of them types to say, well, I'll just sit in the other room and watch, and you guys just, because you got those types out there too.
Set you up. Oh, I know that.
Yeah.
I think I attracted most of them out of New York City.
Yeah.
You know, they love that.
Mm-hmm.
There was a dude who was high up in the police department in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
This is back in the late 80s.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot how I met this dude. He was on me to come do his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And he was so high up that whenever something would happen on a major level where they would have to make announcements and stuff, he was the guy standing behind the police chief with all of
Right.
his
Right.
regalia.
With the news and everything.
Yeah, and I'm like, I know that dude. And I realized that was him. It was Staten Island. You know, yes, that's a Caucasian freaks. Yeah.
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 True.
And you don't think they're just the guy with the trench coat slipping in a porn joint with the collars up and the hat pulled down.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys appear to be respectable, you know, and again, to each his own. I mean, we can sit here and call exactly.
Remember Ted Bundy? Ted Bundy looked like he was very convincing. Yeah, he could have been the president of the bank. Yeah, look at Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, you know, remember that Batman movie that came out a few years ago, and the Riddler. Remember the guy with the glasses, and he's sitting around typing up stuff in the basement on a Windows 95 computer and all that. They don't look like that.
Right.
Most of the dudes that mess women up are those who know how to finesse the game. Exactly. Ted Bundy was a perfect example.
Yep, and there are a lot of them out there that play and fly under the radar and have mastered not normalcy, but being above average or even excellent in how they carry themselves and charm. And you know, he didn't grab anybody at first; he charmed these women. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they know how to become. It's just like in the unit I worked in, they had the what do they call it again? Not special management, but it was where they protected. I'm forgetting, right? Well, it was protective custody. And lots of times you had either law enforcement from other counties because they couldn't lock you up in the same county because you're going to run into guys that that know you locked up, or maybe they would put you super isolated. But here also the majority, 95% of the guys were pedophiles, child molesters, right? And you want to see these guys. If you did not know that this is what they did, you would see how trustworthy they came across, how polite they were. It messed with my mind because, yeah, they were there for that reason, and there was never no doubt. But I said, these guys can shapeshift themselves to being that guy that when a friend or a neighbor says, listen, I got to run to the hospital. My mother's not doing good. Or she's on, life support or something. I got to leave the kids. Could you watch them for me? Sure, I can. It's that guy. Yeah. These guys mastered morphing into the perfect uncle, the perfect neighbor, a person you would not think. And not one of them had a monster demeanor that we say, like they are monsters, but they know how to mask it. So unless I know you for a long time and everything like that, I'm sorry. People are capable of doing all kinds of stuff. I just thank God I have friends that I know for a long time. Some of them might have little quirks, whatever, but I know that's not the level they're on. And even today, these dudes, aside from that, don't even have any code going on to them because, okay, I'll admit, in my wildest days, I was like Muhammad Ali. I didn't hardly say no, right? But I was a gentleman with them, right? But I didn't care if you were attached or not. I mean, when I was a teenager and all this stuff was new to me and I'm just getting it, I'd do it and put myself in some dangerous situations. But as I got older, I never did anything with friends, girlfriends, or seeing your sister. No, that's in the tribe, man.
Guys, you knew there was some lines that you just don't cross.
Yes.
Period.
I didn't even see it. I would see the physique, and it was like I'm seeing my sister. I never did that. I can't violate people that are close to me in my tribe. Right. Back then, we didn't know what you do. You got somebody? Well, meet me over here, whatever. But even then, like after a while, it was like that's dangerous. I had Scary situation. I remember the girl's name. I remember her address. It was in Brooklyn. I'll say her name was Beverly. I'll just say that. I won't say the whole name. This was back in 1984. And I took the train, 11 o'clock, 11:30, A train, and got off and walked down Howard Avenue in Brooklyn and went to a house. This was before the internet, right? And we had met briefly before. She was like, I want you to come over. And I knew what that meant. So I came over there late. I wasn't going to turn around and walk out of there at 11, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So, man, she had, I'll put it this way. She wasn't heavy, but she had the biggest waist to hip differential that I saw in any woman. It was like her waistline was so small, it was like she's going to break in half. And she was a very nice person.
She had a Betty Weeder waistline.
Yeah, Betty Weeder was fake, though. She had that little thing holding the waist in. Exactly. Yeah. So now, she had a little baby, and the baby was a special needs baby, you could tell. You could tell it was a young child in the crib, but a little older where she still had to stay in the crib. So she had her way on the other side of the room, and I felt funny. I said, you can't take her out the room, but she was sleeping. So, okay, I broke the rule a little bit. And so we're in the bed, did our exercises and stuff. And she says, you don't have to go. You can stay. I said, listen, you didn't have that baby by yourself. She says, oh, my baby daddy, he's not like that. No, she said the child's father. Baby daddy wasn't really used as much then.
Right.
The child's father's not like that. So I said, what do you mean he's not like that? He's coming over here? She said, well, sometimes he does to pick her up or whatever. I said, is he coming in the morning time? Then I got to be out of here. I'll brave the crack infested, streets out here and get home. I don't care. Back then I was real strong. I was cocky. I didn't know about guns and knives, right, that are out there. And really and truly, that would have got me in trouble more, being built the way I was, because nobody was going to, just on looks alone. You got some little guys who beat my ass back then. So anyway, I relaxed and I slept. And it was getting lighter outside. Nobody came around. I slept more. We were hugging. And all of a sudden, I hear a door open. And somebody walking down the hallway. And they opened up the bedroom door. And it was the father of the girl.
Oh, God. Oh.
And I was acting like I was sleeping. But my eye was still on it. And I had before,
moseyed on over there looking.
Yeah. So I was worried because I pulled the covers before he got it. I didn't know who it was. I said, let's be safe. I pulled the covers up to my neck. I don't want him to see me naked. Because, I didn't put no clothes on. She didn't either. So I was thinking, if I have to jump up, I got to fight these covers to get off and get at him, because I'm not going to let you do something to me. I'm not doing nothing to you, So he came in and he said something. He said, good morning, sweetheart. I'm just coming here to pick up, and I never forgot her name, but I'm not going to say the child's name. And I'll be back with some groceries for her and some things for her. And I'm thinking, this guy got a gun. He's going to turn around and shoot me after trying to leave him out of here.
It's about to be a shotgun wedding.
Exactly. And so she wanted to get up, and I was scared. She going to get up, and I'm in the bed with her, and she's naked. Not that it would have meant any, we could have had a straight jacket on. I'm in the bed with you. So she got up naked, and when she got up, she reached back to push up, and she pushed back on my private part. So I flinched and grabbed my stuff, and my eyes were open, and me and him looked each other dead in the eye. And I'm looking, he had the child, so unless you had a third arm to pull a gun out, you ain't gonna do nothing with your child in your hand. So he was looking at me all respectable. So I said, good morning, brother. Man, I was scared. And you're right, Giant Game. Lancey became Lucy, right? So he was saying, how you doing, my brother?
Lance would have jumped off the bed into
I'm telling you,
two-piece suit with a bow tie, had some final calls in his hand. Good day, brother.
I never fought nobody
Salam,
naked.
brother.
I would have had to win. It's right. That would have been an Instagram reel, for real.
He would have jumped out of the bed into a Farrakhan short suit set.
I'm tired, for real, in a coffin.
Brother, you even said brother.
Coffin to the outside. So he left, walked down the hallway, and closed the door, but he had keys and locked it. And she says, are you all right? I said, no, I'm not all right. I don't know what he's going to do. I told you he's not like that. This dude was too passive. He's one of them dudes that it wouldn't have been me, maybe there's a third or fourth dude that was over there like that, and then he would have flipped because of me and the other dudes.
So make sure you understand this. This wasn't the girl's father. This was the father of the child, the boyfriend.
Father of the child.
Okay. Why was I thinking? I thought it was a biological father. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Got it.
The biological father would have probably been mad too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was 21 years
That's
old.
what I thought it was at first. Instead of the boyfriend, I thought it was going to be the pops to come in there. Okay, I got you.
I was butt naked and fighting.
Wow.
You know, you can't fight naked as strong as you can with your
There it is
clothes
the third time. Mr. Scurv, could you walk please slowly towards us with your hands up? Stop pointing. Don't, hey, stop pointing that weapon at us. You did it again. That's the third time.
Exactly.
We're getting a little angry. We're getting a little angry here.
Put that weapon down.
You know, Lance, I had a friend of mine, a brother. He used to be my barber, right? So he said one time, he was an older brother. He said one time, he said he was in this house upstairs, working out with this guy's wife. So he asked her, he said, hey, is your husband going to come home, right? She said, no, he won't come home until this evening, right? He said, okay, so he hitting it. He hears something going on downstairs, like a door open. He's like, oh, he said, oh, she said, what? That's my husband, right? So he's like, he's probably here. She got because the guy had a shotgun, right? So what happened was the husband heard something like going on, like some people talking upstairs. He grabs the shotgun, right? Now, my friend said he's half naked running down the stairs, right? You know how like you have like the guy's holding the gun in front of him. So as he's turning the corner to walk up the staircase, my friend saw the barrel of the gun, right?
Oh, shoot.
So my friend saw the barrel of the gun before the guy saw him, because the guy has the gun out in front of him. He said he grabbed the barrel. They're tussling with the gun. He says the gun goes off, and he punches the husband.
You better.
Then he runs out the door, butt naked, down the street, right?
Right, Baxter.
So he's running, right? But all of a sudden, he starts slowing down.
Oh, God.
He's running, so he starts slowing down. So he's like, what the hell is going on? He looks down. The bullet grazed his leg.
Shoot.
Remember when they said he was holding the barrel, the gun, and the barrel is in front of him. He swings the barrel of the gun away from the side to like his left, and the gun goes off, and the bullet grazed him.
He meant to shoot.
Yeah. If that gun would have went off,
Donald Trumped him. It grazed him.
Yeah, that's what happened. The same thing. It grazed his leg, and he said from that day forward, he said he never slept with another man's wife.
Can't do it. And see, sometimes these women are not going to tell you. I've told the story a million times before. I have two stories like that. I was on the second floor of this apartment building, and she was looking out the window, and I was behind her, if you know what I mean. Right. She looks out the window. This is about 2, 3 in the morning. Get off of me! I said, what? Because I'm not trying to push up on no woman, even if I'm in the act. And you say no, then that means no. I don't care.
Right.
I said, what's wrong? He's here. Who's here? My husband. Man, my private parts turned into a transformer and shrunk up. Looked like I had a vagina. It said, we ain't got nothing to do with this, even though we got you in trouble. You know what I mean? And we were enjoying it too. Man, I grabbed what little clothes I could, which was, I think a sock I grabbed. I didn't have it. I tried to grab it. Stuff was falling. I ran out to the back, and it was a second floor, but not like a tall second floor drop. You know, when you have some of the houses, the wood frame houses, some in Brooklyn, some in Queens, where there's a roof right there that you can step out on and go to the edge, hold on to a little bit above the gutter and drop. That's what I did. But it was below freezing, and I was naked. And when I dropped, there was an iron fence with the spikes. I dropped 2 feet away from that thing, man. I would have been shish kebab. There wouldn't be no Lancescurv show. Then 2 dogs on a chain. I couldn't see. It was dark. But the gate thingy was there. I couldn't see that much. And the chain stopped him from getting all up in my backside, literally. So I had to go to the other side. It was like a back whatchamacallit, like a little road between the apartment buildings. And I saw some pants up there, and I saw this little tank top thingy, and a homeless man was there with his shoes off with another pair, and they looked itchy. But I put them bad boys on, and I was walking along the back of the hill. Look, they were size 13, and I had a pink shirt on with glitter on it that said "Kiss Me." And remember, I had Jerry curls back in the day. So when I got on the train, they
Looking
were
like
that
Michael
dude's a
Jackson.
homo. Yeah, they thought it was a Diddy thing going on, right? So the second time, I was on the 6th floor, and it was the same situation where this guy, she looked out the window or whatever, and it was the same time of the morning, and she didn't tell me. And she's like, "Well, he's jealous. You see, why are you trying to scare me? He's a CEO."
You know what? I'm starting to believe these women enjoy this kind of stuff.
They enjoy it. They enjoy it. They enjoy the thrill.
My
The thrill of
husband.
getting caught. But it's me, shish kebab, and rotisserie, right? And you got to make up a lie about my life. Oh, he was a decent young man. He had 500 women on Rolodex. But here it is. He's come up the steps. So I thought this time, because the other situation, I can't jump out the 6-story window. I'm going to fight this guy. This guy looked like George Foreman, man. He had a bigger head and a big roll, a big Frankfurter roll on the back of his head.
So he could, like Richard Pryor said, he could strike a match inside his hand.
Exactly. So imagine if he slapped you. It looked like a burn.
God.
It removed so many layers off your face. So I had to think quick. I had these black shorts. I had this top. And remember, this is the early 80s. It was like a spandex top, tight. I was ripped up like you saw. And sneakers. I put that on, but I took the top and tied it into a knot around my belly button. And that looked gay, didn't it? And back then, you know.
Lance, you should have grabbed some of her makeup when he walked in and say, "Avon, like."
But I ran in her bathroom, and from the dining room, and 6 stories is coming up, and you can hear him from the first. It was so quiet, right? So he's walking up, and it's one of them things where the steps were worn and they were wooden, but he was so heavy they didn't creak. You could just hear it, and the weight of it, right? So she said, "Oh, he carries a gun." I said, "Listen, play it the way I say it." I went in the bathroom, looked hard, took the chair, put it in the living room, but rolled up the thing around my belly button, over the belly button, and took the Jergens lotion and spilled it. What you doing? I'm saying, I'm trying to save my life. Put all the Jergens lotion in her hair, had a little thin comb, and I was combing it through. And when he came in, he opened the door and he looked at me and shocked, like, I'm going to get him now. And you know what I said? "Oh, he is so fine. Girl, you got such good taste. Oh, my God. What a waste of manhood." So he was in shock. I had to act like a Diddy to save my life. So I said, "Well, listen, I'm going to let y'all talk. I didn't have no car then. I'm going to go down to the car, and I got to get that conditioner because we can't let this thing stay in your hair too long." I walked out and never came back.
Wow.
And she had to explain that because that didn't stink up the room like relaxing cream. It was Jergens lotion.
You could put that in the movie.
Or it will go if I'm famous enough to have a movie, but the movie would be 7 days long, 24 hours.
You could put that in a short. So, girl.
Well, I need that.
Girl, I can't believe you did this to your hair again. I'm getting tired of this.
I would have more willing participants because culturally, a lot of folks don't understand humor here the way we do it, and they would understand that, but it'll be a little different. I would love to. I'm going to reach out to some Americans and start doing some skits. I've always wanted to do skits and be in them. You know what I mean?
Girl, every time I come over here, your hair is such a mess.
And she called me the next day.
I never had no close calls like that, but because I was very sensitive. I mean, if the girl was married, she didn't tell me. You know, I remember I went to this girl's apartment, this girl I met at this club. So she said, you know, whenever I had some free time, come see her. So she was a Becky. So I went to her place, right? She had this white boy in the living room.
Oh no. Was he high? Looking at you on me?
He was looking at me like the N-word, like, what are you doing here?
Exactly.
So he's like, he trying to finesse the game. He think I don't think he Teddy Pendergraft or something. You're gonna be the next Teddy Pendergraft. So he trying to talk to her, and she just wasn't into him. So I can't remember everything I said, but I said something. He left, and then we did the workout we did the workout like that, but we never. It never really materialized to anything like dating or nothing like that. But because she just the girl was too messy. You know how you go into a person's place and they haven't vacuumed the floor and like. I've been to this girl's place. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna tell you how dirty this girl's house was. The girl's house was so dirty, Lance, listeners. You had to wipe your feet before you left.
Oh my God. Clean and dirt.
I had to help her. I had to say, this is called a vacuum. And what you do is you take this long thing and you plug it into the wall, and then you push this little red button and it makes this sound, and then you use one arm and roll it across the floor. Man, I just couldn't do it. I mean, the girl, the workout was fun, but I said, I can't live in this mess like this. I said, I can't, I mean, not live in it because I didn't live with her, but I said, I just can't sit here.
But you're living there when you're with her. You're spending time there.
Because she was single. She didn't have no children. But she had it all planned out. She had it planned out for me to move in with her and all this other stuff, but that never happened, But no, I'm looking like this is a vacuum. It's a Hoover vacuum cleaner. And the way that you use this, you plug it into the wall, you take this cord, you plug it into the outlet, and then you push the red button, and it's going to make this sound, right? But it's not going to blow up. It's going to make a large sound. It's not going to blow up. Now, don't get nervous. I don't want you to get scared. It's going to make a loud noise. But once it's, and then, I mean, she had the vacuum cleaner, wouldn't even use it. She had the vacuum cleaner and wouldn't even use it. It looked brand new.
Oh man.
Her house, the girl's house was filthy.
Oh God.
Filthy.
So how come her JJ be clean?
Well, surprisingly, she wasn't, her hygiene wasn't bad. It's just it's like somebody that you see out in a nightclub and you see them and you talk to them and you like, damn.
Yeah.
No, she didn't stink. She looked presentable, like, wow, I'm gonna talk to this girl. This girl but when you go to their house, you see how they live, you're like damn. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Exactly.
And you see them and you don't even want to be bothered. Like
is this the same person?
I know, and they look the same to you.
Yeah, you're like,
I got one for you. I was in this club, Bentley's. I wasn't a club guy, but I went out there with some friends of mine. When I was in clubs, most of the time I was working the door. I was usually the shortest one, but I was kind of strong and had the gift of gab and moved quick. Let the bigger guys finish it off. But this night I was just there as a person who was there to just enjoy myself with my friends. So there's this woman looking at me on the dance floor. And it was like a mating ritual. And she was big, like tall. She had a shape, but she was like big. I'm like, you could be the female heavyweight champ of the world. But she had a shape. And she had this yellow dress on with black polka dots. And I was joking with my friend. I said, look at her. That's the polka dot seductress. I don't forgot her name, but I'll never forget that name. So I'm dancing with her. And she's doing some real corny moves. Just straight up corny moves. Like, you just making stuff up. So the funny part is my friends were looking at me and goofing. So I was emulating every move she did. And a lot of people were on the side laughing, and she didn't know that. So she's like, oh, I like you. You fun. What's your name? So we exchanged numbers. The next day, she's like, I was thinking about you the whole day. You need to come over. It's like, where do you live? Queensbridge Projects. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, shit.
Cracker, man. This is the cracker. Miles, the rapper, he's from there. He talks about it, Queensbridge. And in these projects, if you're not from there, either they think you a cop because there's all number of dealers back then in the front steps. And a lot of these guys that lived in these places, whether it's the 40 projects in Queens where I live near, I've always had to do somewhere in Far Rockaway, you always got to deal with these guys that when you go in there, they don't like the fact that you coming in there to deal with their women. You know what I mean? So I walked past them because I knew I was
very territorial.
Territorial, yeah. So I told her, I said, listen, we had a little view of the front steps. I said, if I stay here, because if I came in and left out, they might have thought that, I don't know, whatever. But I said, I'm not leaving until them guys are gone. Evidently, they're used to staying up at night. We're gonna stay up late. I gotta sleep late. I'm not imposing myself on you, but I know how it goes. She says, yeah, I know how it goes too. And them guys are funny like that. I said, why you tell me that? So anyway, the doors are locked. And she had this one of these apartments that really wasn't made for comfort. It was almost like a stall, a living room, and then a long hallway with a bathroom on the side, a kitchen on the side, another bedroom. It was like there was no aesthetics. This was made to house people like hamsters, right? But I'm used to seeing that.
That's why it's called the project experiment.
Right. She had 50 million locks on the door, which told me what it was. And she had some dogs in the bathroom. And they could smell me or hear me. So I'm like, you ain't letting them dogs out now, are you? Oh, no. So again, we do the exercises and the calisthenics. And so I knew I wasn't leaving. And I knew nobody else was there. She reassured me that. So I fell asleep. So I woke up. It was bright. It had to be like maybe 7:30 in the morning. I still wanted to sleep because we didn't get to bed till like almost 5. So I'm quiet. I don't hear any noise in the house. Like, is she making breakfast? Or maybe it's in the bathroom, whatever. So I'm laying in the bed. I'm looking around. The bed was kind of high. And I rolled over in the bed, right? And though it wasn't that, Daxter, wait for this one. Wait for this. I will tell this one. People say certain things you're not supposed to tell. I'm telling it. I'm going to die with a clear conscience. All of a sudden, I roll over and there's a piece of paper behind me. And so what is this doing in here? Like a loose leaf paper. It's crumbled up because I rolled on it. And I looked at it. In big letters, it said, Lance. I went down to the corner store to get some stuff to make breakfast for us. Just be cool. I'll be back in a few minutes. I don't know how long that paper was there because, they had them stores that are all night. And she said corner store. But later on, I found out that the corner store was like 8 blocks away. Oh, I went to the one 8 blocks away because that's my favorite. But now you're going to see why it took so long for her to come home. So I said, okay. I said, I guess she has some dogs, but they're locked up. I got to use the bathroom, right? So I leaned up like the ghouls who come to life in the coffin. I just raised up in the bed. And I saw a movement on the side of me, on the floor. On the left side, my eyes were still adjusting. And I looked on the left side, something was down there. And I realized it was the 2 Doberman pinchers that were huge. Again, I'm naked. I'm not thinking about running out the room. And you hear them, and they went to sleep again. Why would she let the dogs out? They didn't open the door by themselves. So now I'm sitting there. I'm like, she needs to hurry up and come back. Because I got to go take a leak. So I'm not going to be a grown man.
And I ain't got no owl pole.
I ain't got no, exactly. Throw the owl pole out of the run. I lock myself in the bathroom. So I'm sitting here. What am I going to do? And so now I heard the universal sound of distress. Oh, man. Night before I had something I'm not used to eating. My stomach didn't like it. I felt the push. I had to go soon. So I laid back down and I prayed, come on back within 10 minutes. The 11th minute, it's going to be a mess. So, yeah, Dax, I know they do with the fiberglass so nobody can shoot nobody. You got to pass the thing through. Yeah, so she didn't get there. 20 minutes went by. Later on, she said, oh, I ran into an old friend, but you got your dogs out. And when I would lean up, like I was going to motion, the dog would look up, look at me dead in the eye with the ears up, and the other side too. So basically, you better stay there. Well, here's the confession. I grabbed the pillow, punched a little valley in there. That pillow became my toilet bowl. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it. And so I put it to the side. I felt like a creep. So she came in. Oh, I got this stuff for breakfast. And I ran into an old friend I haven't seen from high school. And I said, listen, I'm sorry, but you left me in here with these dogs. Oh, that's no problem. And reached down and took the pillow and walked out the room with it like it wasn't a problem. I'm like, something's wrong with you. Now, you know I should be mad with them dogs in there, but you took it. You ain't just meeting somebody want to see
wait.
doodle.
You said she was a Becky, right?
No. She was a black girl. Becky's would have dealt with that easier. Like if that was the situation, no problem. But her, she laughed.
That's all right.
That's all right. I know the dogs are there. What you wanted? To keep me in there? I mean, I was locked in anyway. She would have came back and saw limbs and an arm and an ear all over the place. And then the dogs jumped up when she came in and ran. And then she put them back in the room. You should have left them back in that room. I just want to let them out to get a little air. I said, yeah, but what if I was sleeping and they saw my thing moving around and wanted to have a Scooby snack? I was mad.
Lance. She's like she turned into like the Omen. You can't leave.
I know.
Where do you think you're going?
I know. I'll tell you what about the roaches, right? The one in Brooklyn on the Eastern Parkway. I forgot where I met her.
Lance, you got all kind of animals. You got rats, dogs, roaches. What's next? Sharks, dolphins. Man, she had an aquarium in her room, and the dolphin kept staring at me. Even when we were working out, looking at me.
Bigfoot was laying in the bed next to us. It was some crazy stuff. I'll make this
a porpoise.
That'd be painful. Yo, I'm laying in the bed next to her. This is Brooklyn. I was going to spend the night. And I was driving. And so, what was her name? Aisha. I'll never forget that. Mm-hmm. But I hear the song from, what was it? The little young guys. Aisha. The little young group.
Want
it was
to
around
get
that
to
time,
know
too.
You better.
Yeah. Aisha. Yeah. So, I'm in the bed. And I knew where the bathroom was. Big living room. The bathroom was right there coming down the hallway. So I got up in the middle of the night. She moved around. I said, I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. So I'm walking. I said, man, this living room is wet. The floor is wet. It must got some kind of leak up in here. It's Brooklyn, old apartment, maybe something like that. So I kept walking and the floor was wet, but nothing was splashing. Right? So I felt wet all in between my toes. I went into the bathroom, opened the door, and before I could put on a light, it was a little light in there. And so I sat down on the toilet because I had to sit down. I had to sit down. It's always my stomach failing me.
Man, this toilet is wet.
The toilet was wet. I got up and they had that little glow in the dark the lights, like the street lights, a little glow in the dark, that classic one where you got a hook little chain in there. And you pull it twice, ching. When I pulled it the first time, all kind of things hit my arm. So I pulled it a second time. I looked down, there's roaches all over my arm. I looked back on the toilet seat, I sat on roaches. That's why my backside and the back of my legs were wet. I looked out into the hallway, and I could see through the reflection of the light outside, nothing but roaches. That's what was wet. I looked in the bathtub, it looked like the Super Bowl with people watching the game. Man, I couldn't believe that. Man, I took tissue paper and tried to get the guts off of me. I couldn't get it all. I still had to walk back out there. I grabbed my clothes with some toilet paper, and I went out into the hallway. I said, I forgot. Driving is a wonderful thing. I forgot something down in the car. I'll be right back. Okay. Don't lock the door. And I did. It was like you can just pull the lock. And I got in the hallway naked and put my clothes back on. But as I put my clothes back on, I noticed between the jeans and the pants, there were things crawling. They were all in there. I had to take them off again and shake them out. Shake out my shirt, on my neck, behind my ear. There were roaches. And so I finally got my stuff on. There was somebody coming up the steps down the hallway, and they saw me, but I was already halfway dressed. And they looking, and they went in there, and you could hear in the apartment, I don't know what's going on. She always got some weirdo guys up in there. I said, oh, God, how many other guys she had up in here? So I left, got in the car. I got to Pennsylvania Avenue and Atlantic Avenue, and there's a little bridge that you cross over. And right across the windshield, there was a roach crawling. I'm like, I am not bringing these roaches home with me. When I got home, I left the car. I said I could always spray in the car. But I got to the side of my house, took off all my clothes again, and came in, went down to the basement, and went to sleep, left my clothes out there. And I took a shower
Aisha,
though. I took a
you
shower.
have to call Oregon,
Aisha,
baby.
you had more roaches than I ever saw. I love the exercise we
So,
did. Aisha,
but
I'm
I
not
had to hit the
coming back.
door.
Exactly. I ain't wearing no perfume. I'm bringing the black flag.
Black flag. You gotta do it. The
The
Muhammad
butt
Ali
naked
commercial.
chronicles,
Remember that
right,
Raid?
Dexter?
Remember that Raid commercial? Ali.
Right. I don't want you living with roaches. Right. I mean, Ali. Black flag.
Black flag.
Right.
The
Yeah,
Roach
exactly.
Motel. Roaches go in, but they don't come out.
Right. And you already
You were
had
literally in
partners
a
and shit.
you were
I
literally
don't
in a
want
roach
you living with
apartment.
roaches. Oh God. It was, man. Infested. I remember I was over a
I
friend's
don't know
house one
what's
time. I
worse.
used
I
to
don't know
spend the
what's
night over
worse.
there.
Roaches or bed bugs.
Oh God. Or both.
Or
Or
both.
both.
Yeah. Hmm.
I know a girl who
Man.
invited me over in Queens. I didn't go. And she told me, "Look, it's good that you didn't go because I had to throw the mattress out this morning because of the bed bugs." I was like, "Oh my God, I dodged the bullet that time."
Ooh.
Bed bugs.
She helped you.
There was another lady I knew who actually had roaches crawling on me and her while things were happening. I'm brushing roaches off, and I was near the pinnacle of the feeling. You know, I had an eightsome, not a threesome, but an eightsome with roaches. I was determined to be done.
They on your
And
back
again,
talking to
Dr.
you.
Clark, I was butt naked.
They on your back talking to you. Say, you know, you're the third guy this week.
I'm telling you. And the roaches sitting there talking about another one.
Wow. You know, I was talking to my son one day. I said, son, there are 4 types of women. Sad but true. I said the first type of woman is the woman that you court because marriage is going to be the end result. So she's usually the one that you marry. In other words, you all have determined that we are getting to know each other with the intent to be married. That's the first one.
Right.
The second kind of woman is normally the woman that you'll date. There's no intent of marrying. There's maybe no intent of really living with each other, but that can happen. But marriage is not the outcome. We're just dating. The third type of woman is the woman that you do your workouts with. Because normally this type of woman, she won't be a woman that you marry. She won't be a woman that you'll date. She'll just be a woman that, you know, you have your workouts with. You do your workout with. And the fourth type of woman is the woman that you don't get involved with at all. Period. Because pretty much in life, that's what you're going to find. You're going to find that in life, the 4 types of women. And really, for women, it's really the 4 types of men too. It's the men that they'll date, or the men that they'll marry. It'll be the men that they'll date, the men that they might have a one-night stand with 1 or 2, and men they just don't get involved with, period.
And you know, lots of times we sort of bestow this thing where, oh no, she can't be doing that. Look, for every time a man is out there doing something, it's a woman. I mean, when there's no Diddy, it's a woman who they're dealing with, and you'd be surprised. Yeah. There was an older woman who this was, I'll tell you the year, this had to be 1992. And she was 67 years old. I know she's not with us right now. I mean, chances are she wouldn't get mad if I told the story anyway, because she probably not even in the right mind. But she was trying to dupe us because she saw that we were running this beauty salon and she figured we were making money, me and my old girlfriend, among other things I was doing. And she was desperate to get us to buy the home because her and her brother owned the home, and the brother was a crackhead and wasn't getting along with her and wasn't going to sign no papers to sell the home. He wanted to keep it. So she found some jackleg lawyer who would do craziness with loopholes in the law and forgery to get possession of the home, where she was going to give it to us for a really good price. But we had to sign some other papers to pay more later on, but that was like a down payment. She was desperate. And so we were almost going to do it, but it needed a lot of work. Because she came by my house and saw the work that I did. She said, oh man, I didn't want to do all that work again like that.
Mhm.
And really and truly, me in this house, I'm done after this. I'm gonna chill and live normal after this. But
Mhm.
the thing was, she was so much. She would call us and, when do you think we can do it? Because we basically said, yeah, we just need a little more time. And after a while, I was like, nah. This is something fishy. Maybe she's lying.
Mhm.
Maybe she's the crackhead. But she
Mhm.
called me up one night, and that wasn't uncommon, especially in New York. People call each other a little later. And so she's like, Lance, you're a man. And I know you know how women can be, no matter what their age. And this is aside from the deal that we're doing at the house. And I know your girlfriend, and she's a very sweet young lady, but I'd like to make a proposition for you. Could you come over sometime in the evening and visit with me? I played dumb. I said, I know I'm not hearing this. Because in what, 1992, what was I? I was 29 years old.
Mhm.
And she was almost 70 years old. I'm not discriminating. I've seen some beautiful women that look that age, but I couldn't help but hear the Rick James song, 17, that me and my friends changed the
Girl
words
was
around. She was only
seven,
70, but she
70,
was
but she was
sexy,
freaky.
70 years old. But I was kind of in shock because she was always talking about being saved and sanctified in the Lord and all
Oh,
this stuff.
you know those. No disrespect, but usually
Those are the
those are
worst ones.
those are the freaky ones.
Oh, don't you know I know? Don't you know I know? You don't have to
Those are
buy as
the
much toilet paper the
freaky.
time you deal with them.
Those are the
So
freaky ones. Those
yeah,
and the ones. You know what? I don't mean no disrespect, and I'm only saying this out of experience, just to add to your story, Lance.
right.
I know this from experience. I'm saying that in terms of employment.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, it's the ones in the church, heavy off into that, the ones that
Mm-hmm.
work in the medical field in these hospitals, and ones that are
Yeah,
educators,
yeah.
work in education. Freaks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I could tell you a story about people that was in threesomes that I
Mm-hmm.
used to see. I used to see, they were in a threesome over the weekend, and I see
Mm-hmm.
them at work on Monday. I'll just leave it at that. And they were in threesomes with other employees.
Wow.
So
Well,
when you
Pastor,
talk
like it
about the
never
religion,
took place.
you talk about the 71-year-old, I guess what you call it. I don't want to call them Bible thumpers, but sanctified.
Yep. She wanted to thump me. She wanted me to thump her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So she said. So she made a proposition for you.
Yeah. So what I did, I was cruel. I came over there.
You did it. You did it, Lance. Just be
No,
honest.
I
Don't
didn't
be
do it.
cruel.
Oh
Oh,
no,
you
no, no!
didn't.
I'll tell it. Listen, if I can say I do it on somebody's pillow, I can tell anything about sex.
Right.
Right? So I went up there and knocked the door. She said, "Oh, I didn't expect you so early. Come on in." And so she sits down in the door. I said, "Listen." Before I could say listen, I saw her breasts out. I said, "You don't want to do this right now." Why? Now's the perfect time. You're here with me. And my girlfriend walks through the door because she was with me, and she covered herself up so fast. My girlfriend was a freaky deek too. She didn't mind women. She liked women. But she
Mm.
didn't approve of how, like, the whole, like you tried to come at him behind closed doors. You could have asked, whatever. That's a whole different story. But she was upset. She didn't want to do the deal no more. And I'm glad because I didn't want to do it. She used to bug us. And the more I'd go to that property and look at it, the more things were wrong with it. You went in the closet and you saw the wood was so thin that you can see to the closet and the floor below. I'm not dealing with that. You know?
Lance, did you tell your girlfriend about the proposition with her before you brought her over there?
Yeah. I
Okay, so
told her.
she knew what she
Yeah, she knew.
so when your girl showed up, just surprised the hell out of her. If your girl
Exactly.
if in retrospect, if your girl wasn't there, you think you probably would still did it?
Maybe. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie.
I remember I shouldn't say this. I remember I was at
Most likely.
this girl's house one day. I was sitting on her couch, and she and we were talking, and her grandmother, a wonderful lady, very wonderful lady,
Mhm.
um, she was upstairs, right? So we're on the
Right.
first floor, and the daughter, the girl I was with, she's very top heavy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm talking to her, and she's got like on a sweater and everything. So she's a big girl. So we talking, right?
Got milk.
So the grandmother, she's, because she's having a health challenges. She's like kind of like little signs of dementia a little bit, but not that bad.
Right.
Not like Sleepy Joe, not that bad.
Oh.
So she's mostly bedridden. The grandmother was bedridden. So the grandmother said, "Well, who is that at the door?" And she said, "Oh, Granny, it's nothing like that. Nothing. Don't worry about it. It's everything's fine." And the girl I was with, she had to go into the kitchen and get something. The grandmother came downstairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the grandmother she wasn't wearing lingerie, but she was wearing like those women wear those little one-piece outfits with the little straps on the shoulders. It's like a one piece before they go to bed, right? They may have
Right.
some underwear underneath, but it's like the little sleeping, not a gown, but like a
Yeah.
little sleeping
Right.
piece.
I got you.
The grandmother came downstairs. For an 80-year-old woman, she was still big, top heavy.
Yep.
And
Yep.
my
They
friend
got
tried
like
to
that.
stop her. My friends tried to stop her from coming downstairs. It was too late. It was just too late. I was like, "Damn, grandma." I said to myself, I said, "God damn, the grandmama was bigger than her."
Wow. Wow.
The grandmother would have made Dolly Parton look small.
She
I
got
was
to
like,
lean back to
damn.
walk because she'll fall forward.
Brother, I said,
She
now
go,
I see where her granddaughter got it from. It's
she got it
genetic.
from her grandmama. Mm-hmm. Genetics, yeah.
It's all genetics. And what's interesting, you got women out here today. I don't know how you said it. You explained that they want the attention. You got guys out here. You got women in their 70s and 80s on OnlyFans.
Yes. It's unchained now. I mean, it's off the chain. Anything
Yeah.
goes now because
Yeah.
see, the internet hits you a
Mhm.
certain way. Like back in the day before the internet, you may meet a young lady who there's just something about her. You don't even know her. There's something
Right.
about her, like, wow. Not even just the
Mhm.
physicality, but just something about her. And you have to meet her. But these
Mhm.
guys on OnlyFans who are paying to watch certain women, they fixate. And all you gotta do is pay.
Mhm.
And don't let one of the girls on OnlyFans do a private thing with them to talk to them and find out what they like. Now you become that outlet for them, and they have to keep on getting that fix. Oh, so what do you like to do? And they'll come out with all kind of kinky things they like. And because they can get that fix there with this person who they feel comfortable with, in their
Mhm.
mind, you're my woman, right?
Mhm.
Not realizing that there's so many other men who are utilizing the services as far as watching the general videos that they put out and the specific things that they do. So it hits the brain hard. It hits the brain hard. So and women know it too, just normally, you'll have an orgasm that is one of those orgasms. You don't forget that bad boy for the next 20 years. Like, oh my God. And it's coming. And
So
in
you
20 seconds,
Lance, you felt like a porn star.
Exactly. So these orgasms are so powerful, you start moaning on the inhale. You're like making all kind of faces and whatever, and you never forget that. Like you never, and then you have the kind that may not be as spectacular, whatever, but it's good and everything like that. So with these dudes who manipulate themselves, they get them kind of moan on the inhale orgasms, right? And they never forget it. And there's that soul tie that's created. There's that sense of intimacy because a lot of men now these days don't know about true intimacy, which is not just about sex.
Very true.
Right? So they think that that's intimacy, and they're going to follow you like that hungry little puppy that you felt sorry for one day and fed them in your front step. Now every night they're showing up at your front step, and now
you
you're
know
going
what,
to deal with
Lance,
that.
And Lance, to add to what you just said, because there is no conversation between fathers and son about women and intimacy. You got guys looking at this dope material and they're thinking that hitting her head against the headboard with her legs up in the air is the way you be intimate with a female. I remember seeing this because that's what they're looking at. That's what their first understanding of what sex is, and not necessarily lovemaking.
Talking about it like that, and they think that that's it.
Yeah, very true. And I remember when I first started seeing this stuff about men choking women out during during the workout. I'm like, man, what kind of stuff is that? I'm like, what choking her out? Why in the hell are you choking her out? Why would you want to do that,
I'm
man?
not going to jail. I'm not going to prison.
It's like, why would you want to do something like that?
That's
and then you find out that, yeah, absolutely. Because I've heard women I've spoken to about this, and they say, yeah, when you're about to have that orgasm and that,
and you hold your breath.
That fixation of it. Yeah, I've heard women tell me about
that. But you can hold your breath on your own. You ain't gotta, Just don't use my hands. Oh no, hold your breath on your own. Because I may choke you a little too long when you trying to get in, and then you out. No way. There's a dude who was locked up who did that to this young lady. He was about 35 and she was 17. Always coming to his house and everything, and he was working at night, so she'd come by after school, and she was built like a grown woman, but that's still she's underage, know. And he was doing stuff with her, and he was telling me. He called me to the cell and told me I knew what his charges were, but he was trying to just buddy up with me. So he said she was getting choked, which wasn't something that was shocking to me because I know there are a lot of women who like that.
Right.
So he said he must have did it a little too good or something, but he didn't see that this is when he got delusional. He didn't say she died. He said that she just passed out, but he dumped her body behind the apartment, behind his back door. Like a lot of Florida apartments on the first floor, they have a back door. Sometimes they have a steel stairway for the second or third floor, but this place was just a 1-story or 2-story. So he stoop Mo. First of all, you shouldn't have been choking her. She's underage. He took her body and tossed in the back, and locked the door. She's naked. It's just a matter of a few minutes before kids saw her out there, and he went to work. Now he's coming back home from work, and he was a person of interest because this young lady was
outside the door.
Yeah. And people knew her from going in there. So this guy's telling me the story. He's like, why are these police helicopters around? I said, police tape. Why is there? He believed this. He was telling me, he was like he was reliving it. Why is there cop cars all around my apartment? They ain't next door. Wait a second. They in my apartment. What the hell are they doing in my apartment? Because it's a crime scene, right? And they went to a management and got the keys to open up. So he walked up and they asked him his name, whatever. They put him in cuffs, and they had to question him, and they took him, right? Because he was answering the questions all dumb. First he was having sex with her, then he wasn't having sex with her. But they found his ejaculate inside of her, and they still had to test it, but they wasn't going to let him go. So he said, I don't believe this. How do you know I didn't? So the whole time, this is the twisted part. I knew what was up. That looked funny to me the way he told the story. So routine checks and whatnot. Hey, Scurv, man, I want to show you something. I said, what, man? He said, look at these, the negatives that they had for pictures back in the day. I think they still have them sometimes. Well, he had these negatives that were like that. What's the color? Like a brownish color, and you had to hold it up to the light and look at it. He said, take a look at this, man. Yeah, my lawyer got these, man. Man, I jack off to this every night. I said, what is this you're showing me? The girl was on the slab, toe tagged, and different photos taken of her. I don't know how the lawyer got it, but he snuck them in on a visit and gave it to him. And he said, man, that stuff was good. Man, look at her ass. I'm like, this is a dead woman, man. I didn't say it like that because
this is a corpse.
When you deal with dudes like this, you can't be shocked at the twisted things that they say, but you can't still agree either.
That's true.
So he's looking at me. He said, don't she got a nice ass? Don't she? I didn't say yes or no. I said, man, I've seen better. I didn't want to say, yeah, man, but no, I'm not.
But deep down inside, you looking at him like, now I see why you in here. It all makes sense.
Right. I wasn't acting judgmental because you got to deal with these guys because they'll turn around. Yo, man, why you look at me? I was crazy when I said that. You have to really control your emotions and your facial expressions.
Right.
So he was in there. He said, man, my next commissary is Friday. This is Monday, man. You think you can slip me some lotion in here, man? Because my lotion's going down. I said, man, you better just use your plain hand and spit on it, and every 3 strokes, spit on it again. I can't do that. Come on, man. Damn. Don't tell nobody I showed you that. I said, man, that's between you and God.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. How about the dude who he was a cutter, And cutters, they may call it a different name in different states, different places. They get a sense of relief when they're stressed. Women do it, men do it, and they cut their flesh. It's a little bit to the blood
Right.
comes out, but it's not.
Would you call them a masochist? What do you call them?
Yeah,
You got those people who like to give the pain, and you got those who like to receive it.
Yeah, sadistic people give it, masochistic people receive it, but they call it a cutter. And you know the way when you cut your wrist to commit suicide, you don't cut across. You cut down the forearm to the fist. Then you're gonna die. Most people don't know that. So he would cut lightly near that part, but on his arm. And then what he would do, this happened every month, we couldn't tell which day, but whenever he was stressed, he'd get letters from his family and he cussing him out, you deserve to be in there, and he'd feel bad about himself. This is what this joker would do. He would cut himself, and we had wristbands that had a metal clip that held the plastic wristband together, so he'd rip that off, and you can't do that. You have to keep it on, but he would wait till he got checked, because several times a day we had to check the wristband. It was just too much. So he checked, he would rip that off, cut himself, and then he would take his jumpsuit and his towel and put it in the toilet, and then he would smuggle other towels in his room and put it under the metal door. So why would he do that? There was a little space under the metal, a heavy metal door, and it was airtight on both sides. So the toilet wasn't like a regular toilet where it had a tank that had to fill up. No, this is one that came out the wall. Every time you flushed it, water came out. There was never a shortage of water. So he had the towels under the door, and he would cut himself. And I'm not sure the exact order. He would flush the toilet over and over. Flush it till it filled up. It hit the ground. The water would fill up to his waist in the cell.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And not much water he would tuck that thing tight, the towels. And so he would then cut himself and then masturbate and rub the ejaculate on his head and put the underwear on his head. And after he cut himself, he had an orgasm and he was cut and he was singing some songs and he would bang on the door. I want to kill myself. Please save me. And so we get scared. Oh, roll cell number 7 in Pod Alpha. And when the rolls up, it was on the second floor, man, all of that water came splashing down.
Mixed with blood and ejaculation.
It wasn't right. It wasn't like the blood was a lot.
Right.
There was some, when you saw it on him, he'd rub it on himself, and his orgasm was on his head. He's singing, and he wasn't getting violent because he got off that way. And we had to put him in a psych unit or whatever. They kept doing that, but he was still special management. But psychological things we had to deal with and whatever. And even then, you couldn't get, not that you couldn't get mad. Some guy, man, what the hell are you doing this for? You can't really do that on a psychological level. You can't say, hey, it's a great thing you're doing, but you really can't show that you're annoyed because that may make them do it more and do it again because they know they can trigger you. You see what I mean? So you had all kind of conditions there. There was a guy a black guy, who had claimed to be raped. And he was in the special management unit. He was HIV and AIDS, full blown. And so there was nothing they could do for him, but they had to keep him locked up. So he didn't have enough strength to get up and use the toilet. So they gave him hefty bags to sit down. He would sit in his excrement and just let it roll and just sit there all day. And then once a day he'd get up and wash himself. And sometimes he's in the shower going on himself. Sometimes he's walking from the shower, doodle trails and footprints. And inmates say, oh man, could you wait to go to the 10 feet to your cell? And so he was out. And before that, he had claimed to be raped. So when they go and take you to the detective that specializes in that, and this is out of corrections, you have to escort the inmate. And when you're there, you have to be close by, but they have a closed door that you could open up, and they're strapped down, the belly strap, the wrist, and the ankle strap. And you take the belly strap and strap it to the seat, and the guy's sitting on the other side of the room. So I'm outside listening. This is a gay guy. Man, I learned so much. Not that I was trying to learn the Diddyisms, but I did not know the gay world on the wild level in clubs were like that. The drugs that they used, the things that they did. And they would take horse tranquilizers to make the anus loose so they can get up in there easy and not feel no pain. Man, I don't want to learn this stuff, but I'm hearing it. You can't unhear it. So anyway, I noticed when he got back, after a couple more weeks, he was getting worse and worse and worse. This is funny because I saw this type of phenomenon happen more than one time. So I'm outside driving on a day off. I didn't see him no more. They moved him to a different unit. They put him where the nurses were, and he was just left to die. Why I see this joker walking down the street, strong as can be. Hey, Officer Scurv, how you doing? I'm like, yeah, you know I'm supposed to be dead, but the Lord saved me. I couldn't believe it. He was coming over to the car. I'm like, yo, I'm in a rush, man. My wife is calling me. I was getting out of there. There was another one whose last name was Love, a white guy, and that was his real name. He looked like a vampire. He looked like Nosferatu, the vampire in the old black and white. You know,
Bela Lugosi.
No, Nosferatu. I don't know. Bela Lugosi didn't play that. Look it up. It's spelled the way it sounds. Nosferatu.
Italian.
A silent film. I'm not sure what country it's from. I don't think it's America. Nosferatu. Look at that. And you've seen it. You've seen the vampire walking up the steps with the long fingers coming up. We all have that image in our head. We've seen that before. Nosferatu.
Boris Karloff.
Was Boris Karloff?
They look like Boris Karloff.
But the original one, I think it was from the 20s or something like that. Right? And so, and look at the images. You'll pull up that classic image and maybe a video. So this guy, even before I was at corrections, they were saying, yeah, we wheeled him out of here to die so many times. And he was a gay prostitute in Orlando on Orange Blossom Trail. And people knew that he was sick because he was, and you know what? It's twisted and something happened to him to make him this off like this. Yeah. He was actually, looking aside from all that, he was a gentle soul and a genuinely nice guy. It's weird for me to say that, but I worked and I saw he was always helping people. Guys didn't want to do their work in the day room. I'll sweep for you or whatever. He didn't bother nobody. But he would come into the control room, and you always had to have a CO in there with the DSOs that operated the switches. So that Scurv, call Love in here. We want to hear his stories. So guess what? I had to hear all these stories. I heard so many stories about, you know, how married guys knew that he was HIV positive, full-blown AIDS, and they were still having sex with him. It was almost like the thrill, like when you said the thrill of getting caught, the thrill of walking on the wild side and not getting anything. And they were married, and then they wanted to do something to him. Most of the time you get a prostitute, from what I'm hearing, you want them to perform acts on you or you do something to them. Them guys, not all of them, he said, yes, well, a lot of them, they're struggling with themselves and they see I'm an understanding guy, but I told them I'm HIV positive and, you know, they still wanted to go down on me. And it's disgusting. I have a heart, but I have to make my money. They wanted to orally service me from behind. I'm like, yo, man.
You know, Lance, in the state of California, I think at one time they changed the law that if you knowingly gave somebody HIV, and somebody from California, they can correct me if I'm wrong, that was at one time that was considered a felony, but now I think it's a misdemeanor.
Wow, I wonder why. They had like that in Orange County, in Florida.
Take a good guess. Take a real good guess.
Because of the gay, the LGBT,
the white, most of which the white males. Because if you look at this, if you white, if you gay, and you knowingly give somebody HIV, that was considered not a misdemeanor but a felony.
But
and they changed that. They went in and they changed that. Can you say San Francisco?
Like
Santa Monica Boulevard.
Dave Chappelle said that San Francisco is the anus of the United States.
Yeah. You know, something I found out too. One of the reasons why you had such a large population, gay population in San Francisco, guys in the military that was in Vietnam. And it may have started when it was in Korea, the Korean conflict in the 50s. But I told particularly, if you were in Vietnam and if you got caught with another man, when they shipped him back to the States, they would ship them back to San Francisco. Or to San Francisco. That's the way they used to do it.
They stole my ass in San Francisco.
Yeah. From what I was told, guys in Vietnam said if you got caught with another man, when they ship you back to the U.S., they would ship them back Oh,
So
ship
they
them to rather San
artificially
Francisco.
infuse that area of the
Right.
country with that
Absolutely.
thing going on. Oh my God. Let me wrap
Absolutely.
it down soon, brother.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to go. This is a joint conversation. We're gonna do it again tomorrow night. It's
Mm-hmm.
we at the 6 hour and 14 minute. That's a nice. I like them over 6 hour shows because I don't have to get intoxicated. All I gotta do is get like that happy fatigue, and I start
Mhm.
telling it. That's my true serum. So if you ever want to get anything out of me, keep me up to when I'm sleepy.
Just
I'll
keep-
talk more.
Just keep them. Say, oh, don't worry about it. We ain't got to go in there right now. Give them about 2 hours. We'll come back in about.
Yeah.
Lance, you want some McDonald's? We know we got you in this interrogation room, but it's all right. Don't worry about it. Hey, we got some TV over there. We got a
Exactly.
fridge with some
Exactly.
Coca-Colas in there. Just enjoy yourself. We'll be back in about 2 or 3 hours.
And you're watching me
tell
through
everything.
the one-way glass. I'm starting to
In 3
doze
hours,
again.
you'll be.
It's time to go
In
in
3
now.
hours, they say no. We're not gonna come back in 3. We'll come back in 4. You'll be singing like a bird. Yeah, man, and then he had the light bulbs and the flashlights,
Yeah.
and I was looking through the keyhole, and he was looking around, and the lights were moving around in the room,
Man,
and then he looked
you
in
must
my
have been
direction.
cracking up the first time. The first time
When he
you heard
said-
that, you must have been rolling.
Boy, I
You
was on
never
the edge of
forgot
my I was on the edge of my seat, Lance, because I was like, man, I never heard anything like that. And when you said you were standing outside and you saw the light in the bedroom and it was swinging around the room, I thought I thought he had the flashlight in his ass.
Well, he had
on
the
his
flashlight in one hand, but the pictures are on the wall, so he can manipulate himself with the other hand. And so then he started asking for light bulbs. You got any bulbs? He didn't pronounce the L. You got any bulbs? That's what you're talking about. Some kind of bug or something? No, I want light bulbs.
Say,
Light
lamps, you got any bulbs?
Lamps. Asking lamps for some bulbs. Ain't that something? So he said, bulbs. I said, what you need it for? Oh, I just got a little experiment. I said, okay, it's simple. I contributed to that sickness and that mess. So this was after I found out about him with the pictures on the wall. So I was in the room next over. Parents were downstairs sleeping. They knew me anyway. I was with my girlfriend, and her sister slept in the same room, but the sister was out clubbing. So it was one of those quiet nights where there's no breeze, and you can hear the sound that's thrown from a faraway distance. The railroads miles away. You can hear the trains, getting unbuckled. And it's like, wow, quiet. But I heard real light. She couldn't hear it. I got good hearing. Gling, 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 gling. I said, what is that? Gling, 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 gling. At first, I went downstairs past his room because when I went inside, he had the door closed, but it was coming out the window real soft. So I was downstairs. I couldn't hear it from there, but I saw the window open. I said, it's got to be coming from in there. So I went to the door, put my ear against it, and he moved around a bit, so I heard it a little louder, but the light bulbs were hitting on each other and slightly vibrating. Not all the way because it was in the bed with them. It was like they were hanging like Christmas ornaments. And so again, I cracked the door and looked, and homeboy was in the bed with, man, there were so many light bulbs in there, all up under his private parts, inner leg, round his foot, up his leg, under the arms, round his head, and he was laying under the bed, which made a little indentation so the bulbs were falling in on him. I'm thinking, did you get help to put these bulbs in the bed with you? Right? So his girlfriend was there. She kinky too. I got some others. I'll wait to an adult show to talk about her. Anyway, she looked like Cheryl Lynn, got to be real, but one eye was looking off to the other side. She just as nasty as he was. So I had closed the door. Then later on, he always felt like he had to announce stuff to me. Hey, Lamps, you probably saw me. I know you saw me. I saw you. I'm like, man, I had that door cracked so narrow that everything I saw in there was fuzzy. Come on, man. You saw me? And I'm not dumb. I had the lights off in the hallway. Some people that are dumb, let's see what's going on outside. And they got all the lights on. They're silhouetted. You can see them. Cut the lights off when you want to be nosy. So that's what I did. And he said, yeah, you saw me with the light bulbs, right? I'm like, I couldn't say no. He busted me. I said, yeah, man. Well, the reason why I use the light bulbs is because when I start to come, I can't move around like I usually do, and I have to sit there and take it. Because if not, I'm going to get cut up.
Like, wow.
So the orgasm eases out, and then I lay there for a long time, and then it takes a lot of time, but I got to take each bulb from around my arm, take my time, because one time I jumped up, I heard a big noise outside, and I cut my leg. I'm like, oh, man. And you got the pictures all on the wall of the women, And if you go deeper, you see the pictures taped. He would get new magazines and tape pictures, so you had the modern pictures. But if you went back to the 60s, because he's been doing this for a long time, you saw in the magazines the girls with the afro, and they had afros between their legs. It wasn't like they shaved, like old stuff with 1960s pictures. This guy been doing this for a long time. They about half-inch of pictures on the wall.
You know, Lance, he could have worked for a Fortune 500 company because at least he's very industrious and efficient.
And he can explain everything in a very intelligent synopsis.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow. Wow. What a world. All right, brother Lance. Hey, brother, thank you for everything, brother. And like you said, put that notification for the bodybuilding gurus and fake gurus.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the link. I haven't made it yet. It's 3:31 now. Probably wake up like about 10 and maybe 10, 11, and then I'll create it, and then that'll be the one we do. You know, I might run outside in the yard and do something. Yeah, go ahead.
What time did you start this stream? What time? You remember what time you started?
8 p.m. my time, which is 4 p.m. your time.
Okay, I was going to say
if
you could start it maybe at 8. Yeah, at 8 again. You know.
And
get some rest, and I'll be looking for the notification.
Okay, and maybe because this one was so long, I might only do that like 2, 3, 4 hours, maybe, because 6 hours back to back. And then these guys are going to be banging like another 2.5 hours, so I'm not going to really sleep that much. But I'm okay though, and we're going to do it because I like these shows. It doesn't take much for me to throw these shows together. You know what I mean? So I enjoy myself. And it's funny how shows start out one way, we go off the deep end. Somebody, you know, anybody who was probably thinking what we talked about was disgusting, they would be eased into it. They're cracking up. You'd be surprised how many church movies, I can't respond in the comments section because I'm a pastor. But oh boy, I love those stories you tell. They're hilarious.
But because you know the truth. Because the truth is, Lance, people are going to be people. You know. Like J. Rogers when he wrote his books, you know, as you know, sex and race as nature leads, and that's what that people are going to be people. I got to the point where I'm not surprised and I'm not disappointed because I know people are going to be people.
Nothing shocks me anymore. Nothing shocks me anymore. Nothing. And there's some bizarro stories that I know I was too nosy. I done seen so much. Listen, I can be up here in the mountains of West Africa and tell stories that will last for 5 lifetimes. Because all I've been through, it's to the point where I'm kind of glad I'm out of the busy hustle and bustle that way. Because I probably lost my mind. What is reality? There's no normal.
I remember I met this guy. He might be a college professor now, but he was a gay white boy from Minnesota. And I remember because I knew he was bisexual because he dated another girl. She was bisexual. So I was trying to holler at this girl, but I only found out that she was bisexual, so she was into him. So I said, I'll just leave that, you know, let them figure that out. And I remember like talking to him. It's like, hey man, just let it be. And I remember I was talking to him, man. We were just having a candid conversation. And I asked him, I said, hey man, I said, I'm not trying to judge you, man. I'm just trying to understand you. And I asked him, I said, what made you get into this lifestyle? And he just told me, he said, as far back as I could remember, he said he was always like that.
Wow. That's true because you can see it on some kids sometime. Yeah, we know he's going to be like the loafers. He got some sugar in his tank. You know, and they try to hide it. And later on you find out that I was right 20 years ago. Look, he turned out that way.
You said he was taken advantage of.
Yeah, and it's usually
a lot of guys are like that, man. A lot of people, you find out stuff about people. You, as a teenager, you didn't really understand what was going on. Like why the guy played football, and then the next year he's out there with walking around with a purse, and you like, what happened between him being the tackle on the team?
It was always there. He struggled with it, and he just came out with it.
And then you find out later that something happened with him when he was younger.
I remember these church guys, late 70s, early 80s. I had a friend that there's a bunch of brothers and sisters. They attended this church. It was fun being around them. And one of the brothers, he was a strong guy, not a bodybuilder. He was kind of chubby, little gut. But it was obvious that maybe he was supposed to be a woman or something, but he had these hips. He was still masculine, But his behind was, I wasn't looking at it, no diddy, but his sisters, it helped them out in the jeans, but it didn't help him out. So there was another guy, another 3 guys he used to hang with all the time in the church and at home and all the time. And this one guy, he was flaming. But in that small little circle, they didn't pick up on it. See, I've been exposed to stuff and I knew what was going on. And anytime he was around this guy that had the fat behind, he would always tease him like that. And I knew something was up. And nobody, like, I wouldn't say it around that circle, but I would say, listen, that guy's gay. Right? And they're like, yeah, we can see that. But the guy who was getting teased, he didn't know it or he acted like he didn't. But after a while, he figured it out. So this is how he would talk. I'm not going to say his real name, but let's just say his name was RV. A-R, V-E-Y. RV, you always slow with your fat behind. Look at you with your fat behind. We gotta go get something to eat. Your fat behind always, every sentence had your fat behind. Like, why are you focusing on RV, which is rhyme with his name. Exactly. Ooh, you said it.
Harvey and Harvey.
RV, yeah, and this guy and the other 2 guys that acted straight up, they're always comedians, always laughing. They never turned it back on me because I was hanging with the younger brother. One got AIDS, the other one got it. And RV got it last, and he passed away a few months before my mother in '94, early in the year. And he was hooked up to all kind of machines. And he left the church and was acting weird as the years went by. And you see him with dark shades at night, just walking. I say, hey, man, how you doing? He just, what's up? What's up? He was chastised. He was living that life. And, he must have really been into it. And his physical build was the focus of so many gay men's fetish with the backside, because this guy would never stop. He'd show up at the house. Where's Harvey? Oh, I messed up. Where's Harvey with his fat behind? He's always late with his fat behind. I was uncomfortable. I'm like, I hope he ain't looking at me. But I wasn't built like that. But I knew he was fruit. I can imitate him real good too. If you saw the expressions on his face, he'd be on the floor.
He'd be like,
"Where's Lance? Everybody.
Where's Lance with them big biceps?"
Exactly.
Where's Lance with them big biceps? You got the nerve
Have a
to
good
be
night,
on the phone with your big biceps.
Hips and booty on a man. He said, "I gotta go to sleep. You gonna have nightmares." Dexter.
Hey, man, some people got weird builds. Their body builds are just, I mean, if you're in a gym training and you see people, come in, you see guys, man, they got funny builds. I mean, men and women. People genetics
but
is like that. It's like you see a man with wide hips. That's not normal.
I dated a girl for a short period of time in middle school, junior high school, and everybody had a backside like her. And I wasn't looking at the brothers, but it was an embarrassment to them because they played football, 3 of them. But from the waist down, they were like women. And if they were in the yard working on something, they had jeans on, they were bent over. Dudes would slow down. Oh my God, oh, look at that. Say, man, don't play. I'm a dude, man. They knew.
Yeah.
But the girl, it was a deformity that worked out for the best.
Yeah.
But see, RV, when we were over there, I'm hanging out with the brothers up in the attic, and we were young. We were even 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever. And he was always face down in the bed. He'd go to sleep early. We'd all hanging up there, one big open area. And me and his brother might be talking about not sex per se, but we'd watch Benny Hill and half naked women and the titties out. And so he'll be teasing us. Oh, so you wanna mess with that, don't you? But I noticed I never said nothing. As he was trying to get us to talk about sex, he was you're right, Dexter. He was getting rammed, right? Ramrod. he was slowly but surely humping the bed. Trying to get us to talk about the things that made us horny, or if we like girls that way. And he had this girl that he said he liked, but he ain't paying no mind.
Right.
And there was another one that worked with my mother in the college on her same floor where she was there teaching. And he blew it up, and he was like that. He was like that. They almost killed him, because they beat him up. He was flaming. But yeah, there's a lot of that. Yeah, Dexter, you're gonna sleep good after all these stories. I hope you don't have any bad dreams.
If you wake up, Harvey be standing over him talking about, you want some pancakes? Waffles.
Right?
You
want
like
some
pancakes or
big
waffles?
Exactly.
He said, I got some fish
Unbelievable.
sticks in here. You want some fish
Hey, go get a
sticks?
stick, all right.
I got. Man, life is so amazing, man. I'm telling you, if you can't
It
laugh,
is, man. I can never be
sad.
down.
Yeah, it's so sad,
but
Lance.
it's amusing.
You
I'm
hear about
sorry.
stuff, and it's said like, like the president and what, Trump, what happened to him,
Yeah.
and and you
Yeah.
see, and Biden with his challenges, and it makes
I
you
know.
like, man, where's the leaders?
Who would've
Where's the
thought?
leadership?
Right. Who would have thought? Look at that. 2024. We were back in the 70s. We never thought.
Yeah.
Never thought. It was
Yeah.
a gradual change. It was by design, engineered.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because when I heard about it, and I was like, what? Because I heard
My
about the
phone started
shooting.
blowing up.
I heard about the
Yeah.
Now, Lance, I heard about the shooting first. Then when I went and looked, I heard about the shooting, but I didn't hear about the president. I mean, Trump got
Getting shot. Right. The first information
grazed by a
wasn't
bullet.
about the shooting. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like, okay, some shots or noises, and
Yeah,
but then when we found out that, wow, unbelievable. Yo, I'm
and
asleep.
I told my wife, I said, because he survived, people gonna look at him as some kind of messianic figure.
Yeah. And he pumped his fist. He milked it.
Yeah,
That
he
won
did.
him the presidency.
Yeah.
They know they're gonna have to try to get him again, but I know he's not that dumb, and the people around him. But they were saying how they saw him, the guy climbing up on the roof, and they were pointing, and the Secret Service didn't catch it right away. And he has videos of himself saying how he hates Republicans, and he hates Trump, and he hates this and hates that. 20-year-old guy.
I heard about that.
That's the internet, man. That's some kind of weird upbringing and isolation, and the internet hitting his brain in a certain way. Like porn hits certain guys. Some of these guys get into the whole political thing and start blaming people. And when they should have a little discipline and sacrifice to make their life better, they blaming everybody else. And they want to kill somebody. What would that do for him?
True.
Now he's dead. Now he's dead.
And they said he was about 100 meters away.
Yeah.
And to shoot somebody that close, I mean, shoot somebody. If it would have been an inch towards
his
head, he would have killed him. Yep. So this guy had experience with firing a weapon.
Yep. He practiced for this.
Yeah.
And he probably knew he was going to die, but he gave his life for that. Because you ain't going to shoot the president. I don't care if it grazes them. They're going to kill you on the spot. They're going to send a message to other people that you ain't going to survive this.
Yeah. They might shoot
you if you throw a snowball at them.
You're not John Hinckley Jr.
There you go. That's right.
Wow. Because I was going to ask you what you thought about that.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about that in detail. I don't want to just talk about it now a little bit. I want to talk about that in detail. Somewhere at a point tomorrow we'll do that.
Right.
We're going to talk about bodybuilding and stuff. So yeah, I'm going to talk about the sick world of bodybuilding too, not just the regular. So we're going to talk about fitness because you know a lot about this stuff, and I want you to share it. People can get help from it. But I'm going to talk about the underground bodybuilding scene in New York City in the late 70s and early 80s. How dark and twisted and freaked off it was, and it still is. Trust me, the internet made it worse. They made it worse.
Yeah,
I got out of that bad boy.
Your boy Rich Piana. You saw what happened to him, right?
Dead.
Man, he was gone. He was gone.
I knew that. Well, Nick Walker, man. Ah, man, I feel he seems to be pushing the gear so much. He don't care. He doesn't say it, but some people say, "I don't care if I die. I gotta die, Mr. Olympia."
Please.
The amount of gear, and now he's slipping, not because his physique is getting worse, but the other competitors are coming up. Eric Lancescurv and what's the guy's name? The big black guy. And then you got Andrew Jack coming, which I don't think he'll win. He's got to fill out more.
You talking about Dexter Jackson? I thought didn't he retire?
No, Dexter Jackson retired. What's the guy's name? He just left.
Roden passed away, right?
Yeah, he passed away, man. Too much gear.
Yeah.
But they don't want to say that. And the other one too, other black guy who really nice guy. Oh God, I forgot his name. But we're gonna bring those up, and I'll upload some. Well, not upload, but I'm gonna show some pictures on the
Right on.
banner, and we'll talk about them and get into it deep. We're gonna take people on a ride, even if they're not into bodybuilding. They're gonna be into what
Yeah.
we say tomorrow.
Well, they're gonna
deep,
know.
take it
When they
different
see
way.
it, when they see it, they're gonna know it.
Exactly. We're
When
gonna
they
be like
see it,
Jacques
they're gonna know.
Cousteau. We're gonna take them on an adventure, exploration.
on a fantastic voyage. Come along. That's it, boys. All right, Brother Lance, listen, you all take care of yourselves, all right?
Yes, of course, Giant Game. Definitely. There was a
Yeah.
comment she left. We're gonna get in,
Please.
and anybody wants to come on in, we're gonna get in. We're gonna get it in.
Please.
That makes it
We'd
a
love to hear
longer.
from you.
The energy. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I'm
We
looking
need your
forward to
love.
that, bro.
Yeah. Because
Huh?
people need to know
Yeah,
this stuff.
definitely.
Like I said, you got some fake gurus out here.
Oh God, fake coaches that
Yeah.
don't know what the hell they're doing and
Yeah.
hurting these guys. Seriously.
Yeah. Especially the women.
Unbelievable.
They really messing them up.
Yeah. Well, you know
Man,
they
they
got the women
killing.
a
They
lot of,
killing. Man, Lance, I'm
even
gonna
the
say something. Get
bikini.
out of here.
Yeah.
Lance, did you ever hear of a bodybuilder dying back in the day?
Nope. Even though they use gear, it was like so much, a little bit, but still in the 80s and late 80s, they still abused it, but it wasn't to the level that it is now. And a lot of them did die, but they had longer careers from teenagers coming on up.
Mhm.
You know, it's unbelievable what they'll do. This is temporary. If you do what you do naturally, you'll hold on to it. The body, you're not going to be walking around like that at 85 years old. You'll be fit, you'll be
No.
strong on a scale, but you have less testosterone. You're not going to hold that amount of muscle. But try for the strength. When you get older, the focus should be on the strength and stretching.
That's
You
true.
know,
That's
but
true.
people can't let go, because from what I'm hearing, the testosterone shots, no matter what kind of testosterone you're taking, whether it's oral or shots, which is a lot safer, they say, but they take so much, but it gives you a rush, and you feel like the way you felt when you were a teenager. It's your maybe if you weren't training, but you just your sex drive and the rush, the sense of euphoria, not like a drug that you get a temporary high from, but an overall sense of well-being. And then when you're training and resting, yeah, I felt like that without no drugs.
Yeah.
I couldn't
felt
finish the
alive.
gym.
It felt alive. You feel like,
Yeah,
wow.
even when I was
Like-
tired, I had energy.
Woo. Like,
Even when I was tired, I'd ride my bike all the way from Brooklyn into Queens after riding it there, doing a 6-hour workout, which was wrong when I was younger. And some girl would leave a message on my answer machine, why don't you come over? And I'd hop on the bike and going over there then. That's all of that. Practicing posing and jogging. It's crazy.
You know,
felt
Lance,
good,
I
though.
remember when I first took creatine back in the 90s. This guy I knew,
Even
he
that.
had some. I remember he had this stuff called creatine, and I said, we were in a bathroom. I said, man, what's that? You know, because he had this stuff. I was in the supplements, and he said, man, this stuff is called creatine. And I said, well, what does it do? He said, it makes you get stronger from working out. It helps your workouts. He said, here, man, you can have it. Go ahead, I'll get another one. So I just started taking it, right? I noticed
Right.
I would leave the gym and I was like, damn, all that work I did, I should be tired.
Exactly.
And I'm not even tired. I said, before I started using this stuff, I'd be tired. And I walked out the gym. I was like, damn, why ain't I tired? I should be tired. And I'm not tired.
You had to drink enough water to negate that. You know,
Because it goes straight to the gut.
Yeah.
Because it's
But in my day, we didn't have that.
Hydrate. Because it says hydrate. Yeah.
Yes.
So you have to drink that water. But I noticed,
And that's
I was
a real
like, damn.
thing.
Yeah. Just a little over the counter, a little supplement. Like that. I was like,
that was one of the breakthroughs. That's one of the real things that came out. A lot of things came out that were just touted as being something that was awesome, but creatine still is around. People are still using it and everything. Yeah. Wow. Wow.
We'll say that one for tomorrow, because it's stuff people can buy over the counter that will help them. I will admit that. It will help.
Right. And it won't hurt them, but you just have to get enough liquid and be hydrated enough.
Correct.
Exactly. Definitely. Correct. My brother, it's been awesome.
Yes, sir.
And I love this type of conversation. And I'm going to dream all kind of weird dreams, light bulbs and with your fat behind. I'm not thinking about that. I'm just saying. Wide hips, right?
Wide hips and husbands.
These ain't no women.
Wide hips and husbands running out of houses. Policemen say, "All right, put your hands up. Hands up,
Oh
don't
God.
shoot."
Oh God. And those
Mhm.
t-shirt lifted up and they saw everything in the 15-degree weather. And the cars going by. Look how tiny he is.
And they walk by and they walk by and they drive by and look at you and say, "God bless America." All right, bro. Lance, I'm out of here, brother. Take care of yourself, brother, and the listeners too.
All right, brother. Thank you all
All right,
for
now.
listening. And I hope you all had a good time. Thank you so much, Brother Bowles. And tomorrow we're gonna do this again. Much love. Much love.